Hey, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho,
Kiki.
yeah.
Hey,
what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Have you seen my balls? That's
You say kept saying my balls.
yeah. Yep. And I was hoping. I was like, hey, maybe you say something and then you're like, maybe I said it like quietly enough to like no one. But then like, someone goes like, did you just say?
And you're also like fondling your balls right now.
I am not. All right, now we gotta prove it. Hold on. Now we'll.
And he's making the face that's on that artwork.
Here we go. I'm not fondling.
Kiki.
What a. Hey, let's start over.
Oh my God! Stop.
Because that is not the right image to come up that way for. Subaru kayak. I'm watching Swamp Thing and you actually like it. I thought I got canceled.
I heard it got canceled too. I also heard it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Swamp Thing looked good. And what
Swamp
else could
Thing.
you possibly care about?
I had a Swamp Thing action figure.
There was the Swamp Thing.
It's like a translucent kind of.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Not that you have that, but I remember. Subscription. I need to know. Subscription. Thank you. Dude. Yes, I do remember that, Black. Thanks for starting us off on the right track. Thank you so much, Subaru Kayak, for those 7 months of
thing, and I actually like it.
That's awesome. Thank you for those 7 months of unbelievable support, and I do mean unbelievable because, like, why would anyone support?
Because it's quality content.
Boom.
Okay.
Set them up. You're there. Thank you.
You're like, hey, am I really great? And I'm like, you're the best.
Oh, I'm like, yeah, man, cool.
I'm like,
He's real, right?
Were you Macbeth? And you're like, I absolutely was. I'm like, boom. You're like, how good was I? And I was like, you were the best Macbeth ever.
Boom. That's not an exaggeration. I was the best actor to ever play Macbeth. Is Jeff's favorite stream. That's right, as we confirmed last time. Just got done watching Tombo and the most dangerous bike in the world.
You know what the only stream that I watch is?
What's up?
It's this one.
Yeah.
I go home.
You watch this thing.
I watch this thing and have a great time.
And so hey Jeff, what's up? Because you're like you're gonna be watching this.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
I'm actually.
When I say Jeff, you say who's watching this.
I'm King
Jeff.
Cold-Blood.
Yeah, there you go.
That's me.
Okay. Frat Dunk Batman should have been a thing. Frat Drunk Batman. You're talking about action figures. That's what you're talking about. Because he was talking about Swamp Thing action figures. And you're talking about the different variations like Arctic Blast Batman and Volcanic Suit Batman. And remember when Batman went into volcano? No, you don't.
Nope.
Remember when Batman Returns?
Orange. It's orange and black.
Yep. It's like literally, yep.
Yeah.
And it was like Batman Returns. Remember? No. But it shoots a little thing out of this thing that you strap onto his arm, which Batman's never ever done in his whole fucking life. But
he's like, and he comes with a net.
Yeah. Game's over, Catwoman. Oh. Yeah. Gosh, I really want to remake this.
And Batman and Robin, they were like, we should incorporate that into the movie. And so they had like 6 outfit changes. And then I was loving the ending when they were like, all right, we're all going to go fight Mr. Freeze at the end in our Mr. Freeze outfits.
Yeah.
Which looked like,
like
skating,
rollerblading outfits or something.
Well, they had skates in their boots.
Oh, they did.
Which popped out like this. Like, here's a foot, and then here's your leg, and it goes like this. And then the skate was somehow lodged inside.
Yeah, like that much
the
metal.
content of their feet.
Sharp and a thunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Like
is
a
not
good
possible.
thing. Yeah. Bat skates. Don't leave home without it.
What are we gonna do? We need to do Batman and Robin. I love it.
Yeah. You don't love it.
Oh, I do. I've seen it more times than movies that I genuinely love.
Sure, that's fair.
I'll say that much.
There you go. I've gotten drunk and fallen into bed with that more than and then hated myself in the morning.
A lot of regret.
More than say quiz show.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant.
We should do quiz show.
Quiz show is fantastic.
Is that Robert Redford?
Yes. Yeah. I love it so much.
We should. I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We should do a Robert Redford month.
Yeah. River runs through it. Quiz show. The Horse Whisperer.
Oh yeah.
The one where I actually wanted to see the one where he was like an ex Weather Underground member, and it's like he's on the run, and Shia LaBeouf's in it, and so it was like
the not the missing.
Yeah, maybe Tim Robbins is in it or something.
Yeah.
What else? What else did he direct? Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron. I think he did that.
Yeah, he did that one too. He had a horse phase. It's pretty intense.
He also did.
Is Jeff the drunk liquor store guy from Dusk Till Dawn? Yeah.
Probably. What is that? What? Who's the drunk liquor store guy from Dusk Till Dawn?
I don't know.
Yeah, but yes, yeah, absolutely. Squinty's first fuck up of the day. Hey, wait, am I Squinty? Hey.
Question: do you like Dusk Till Dawn
Apples?
all the way through, or I love the Tarantino half.
Yeah.
And then when it takes the hard turn, post foot sucking,
and gets like, because that is the cutoff.
Well,
like, that's
they're
definitely
like,
still Tarantino.
Peak there. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
Because you go,
he
there's
literally
the
wrote
marker.
a scene where he's like, I want Selma Hayek
To pour
in the
liquor.
sexiest scene of all time, and then I want the scene to end with her putting her toes in my mouth.
Yeah.
And people are like, do you have a foot fetish? She's like, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Isn't it weird that acclaimed director Quentin Tarantino, whose films are acclaimed the world over? I'll say acclaim one more time. Acclaim. It's two more. Yep. Isn't it weird that we know that he directed those films, that he worked at a video store, and one of his sexual proclivities
is a massive foot fetish.
Yeah, and like I don't know that about most famous people. I just know what he likes.
Yeah.
I guess it's because he puts it.
He's just like, right, you know, and I know about sucking toes.
Or wanted to, yeah. At the drive-in, after having seen Rumble in the Bronx, like I mentioned last stream. Wait, what? You haven't seen Quiz Show? Oh, that movie threw you for such. What? Oh, you're talking about.
Dusk Till Dawn.
You're talking about Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah.
It's not that the second half.
All
is
Is Lost
bad.
is great.
All Is Lost is amazing.
I love that movie. That's not a. He didn't direct it, but it's fantastic.
That's that JC.
Chazé.
He does sound like a boy band member. JC Chandor.
Yeah.
Most Violent Year.
Really?
Oh, he's great.
Wait, a Most Violent Year. That's
JC Chandor. There's also J.A. Boyana.
Oh yeah, Juan Antonio Boyana, who did The Orphanage.
The Orphanage.
El Orfanato.
And then he did the best Jurassic Park movie, without question. I walked out of that movie, and I really like J.A. Boyana. And I walked out of that movie, and I was like, how did that get made? It was so bad.
Oh man.
And yet so well made.
All Is Lost is How Not to Sail.
Alone, I loved how
Alone.
I loved how All Is Lost ended. It ended right when it needed to.
Oh, I love the ending too.
It was great. Just shoom.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah. Lost says, I don't think I was ready for it. Haven't seen it again. So what? Oh, you talking about? Yeah. Dusk Till Dawn. Dusk Till Dawn is great because I'm very fond of that film because I remember before I knew any I don't know. I saw it maybe when I was maybe not that into. I don't know. I saw it. Then later I heard it was two directors. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And I just was like, right. Like
you can tell immediately when one takes over from the next.
Yeah.
It's like they just split it down.
Now. It's like quippy crime, quippy stylish, quippy dick gun.
That's what it is. That dick gun comes out so fast.
You go, all right. Okay.
And it's weird because they were like, all right, we're gonna take that and expand on it with Grindhouse. And I remember because I got to go to the premiere, like the world premiere, because they did it. Because they shot it all here in Austin.
Whoa!
I know, it was a very big deal. And I met Tarantino, which was cool.
Yeah.
Shook his hand.
Yep.
Showed him my feet.
Yep.
And he sucked one toe.
And you go,
And I was like, cool.
Yeah.
He was like, thanks, man.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But it was the same thing. And I even liked whatever... I liked Death Proof. I really enjoyed Death Proof.
Death Proof was cool.
And then what was the other one called? Terror.
Who cares?
Yeah, well,
It's called.
that's- yeah.
No, sorry. It's called. Yeah, that movie. I really, honestly, that's disingenuous because I was like, I need to watch that again because it is so inveterately bonkers that the first time I was like,
Both of them?
no, not Death Proof.
The other one, yeah.
Terror Planet.
Terror Planet. Yeah.
I was like, what's happening?
Yeah.
And I need to go back and watch it, having gotten over that.
Yeah, me too.
Because like,
Because I remember thinking it was okay, but then
it's crazy.
all I remember from that screening is Death Proof.
Yeah. It's because I just go. I remember Death Proof, and then I remember Bruce Willis's face bubbling into like a
I don't even
souffle.
remember Bruce Willis.
It's crazy.
I don't remember anything about
So many people
And they
in
would
that
show
movie.
Death Proof first.
Yeah,
And I still remember everything about that one. And,
I know.
Yeah.
or Death Proof. But the zombie movie is forgettable. It's just nuts. It's just really, really nuts. You know what I haven't seen is
I have not seen Maniac, but I would like to.
the 80s slashers, one of the all-time greatest head explosions. Sure. That's a short list, right?
Isn't there a
That,
Maniac
Scanners?
with Elijah Wood? Like a new one?
Maybe.
Yeah, I love Tom Savini. I love it when he pops up in Robert Rodriguez's movies.
Yeah, and you go, oh, there's that dude.
I grew, and like Desperado was a major movie for me growing up.
That's right, great.
I watched that bar
very- it's
fight,
very cool,
the
yeah.
bar shootout fight
What?
sequence.
And just the
I just thought it was the most badass movie from like
It
12
is.
to 15.
Yeah.
When he goes, not yet, and then his guns shoot out from under his clothes.
Yeah.
I was like, that's the coolest
It's
thing
really
I've ever
cool.
seen.
Yeah.
And then he gets on the bar and he's shooting behind his back, and then like it was just beautiful. It's some of the best action I've ever seen in a movie to this day.
Yeah, Akira. That's funny. I was talking about that today. Friends are having a little drink, a little too much. Got distracted for 20 seconds. People were melting their.
Yeah.
Now that's the same. Now I specifically had. And I've talked about it several times, but yeah, that was my experience as well. I watched like 20 minutes of Akira, and I was like, cool. Left for. I was like 30 minutes. Left for like maybe 15, 20. Came back.
Like,
It
he's
was
got a
like,
cape on and
huh?
Yeah.
I was like, everyone's melting. It was about a biking gang for like in the
Yeah.
beginning. It was like a crime thing with like a little bit of like a.
I've seen it 3
totalitarian-
times and I still don't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what it's about.
Yeah. We should do that. We are going to do that. We will do that someday.
But this one, I loved.
Look at that. Look at that transition.
Oh, I loved it. I loved Kiki.
Felix the Sleep Holster and Taxi Driver had a powerful effect on Robert Rodriguez. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Sure.
right. That's where it was first from. That's right.
Sure. You seen El Mariachi?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But then I was exposed to Desperado first.
Yes, exactly.
And so I was just like, oh, that's.
Yeah.
I should have seen them in order, and then it would have been better.
But I believe we watched El Mariachi in Spanish class in high school. Which like.
That's weird.
But
It's
okay.
weird that-
It's in Spanish.
Yeah, but they're like, we'll take what we can
Yeah.
get.
They're like, here's a Spanish
Here's
porno. To keep your interest, you little bastards.
Wow, that's pretty crazy that they showed that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I feel like, his movies are full of wacky gun contraptions. I mean, like I'm
Gun leg.
like, here's the deal. I'm really glad Robert Rodriguez exists. I really
too.
want to see The Faculty. I've enjoyed his films.
Faculty's good.
Yeah, I would 100% love to work with him anytime, anywhere, all the
Sin
time.
City's great.
Sin City is very stylish. Yes. And I mean, it occupies such a, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, it occupies such a stylish boom on the cultural
Just say
map.
you don't like it. That's fine.
It's not that I don't like it.
I got to interview him one time. Here's another name.
He's a really cool. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Did you,
Scrap that.
yeah.
He's very smart. Like he's an incredibly
course.
like fucking super sharp.
He's like. I mean, the fact that he does everything, right?
Yeah.
He edits, he shoots, he composes, he writes, he everything, directs, he puts his children in it, and like.
And I like that he even makes movies for his kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's so cool.
And he also opens up his wealth of experience and know-how, and having done it by himself and pulled himself up by his really stylish bootstraps, and like goes, here's how I did it. Here's how I did it. Here's a book. Here's stuff on the. And he's a very he's incredibly innovative, and he's a very inspirational figure. honestly.
Absolutely.
He's like, even before it was kind of fashionable to say it because the technology had gotten to that point. He was the guy going, just do it.
Just
do it. And he's like, not only, and I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to take time and make things showing you how I did it, so that you can do it.
And then all his DVDs have those little mini 10-minute
film schools. Yeah, and he's like, dude, I submitted myself to medical experiments, took that money and made, and he's like, do it, just do it.
And then
it's awesome,
like, because he not only writes, directs, edits, he also scores his own films for most of the time. Like, he does it all, and I just have a massive amount of respect for that.
He's a genius.
Yeah,
I think he's a genius, and he wrote comics for the Daily Texan, which I did as well.
Are you guys brothers?
I don't think so.
I think you could be. Rodriguez, Phil Lopez, it's like the same thing.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's racist. Okay, we're gonna. Just joking. Rodriguez is blown away by Mad Max Fury Road, adding evidence to the claim of great intelligence. Hey. Yeah. So let's talk about KIKI'S delivery service.
Yeah, there's no segue here. I loved it. I loved it more than Spirited Away.
Yep. You did.
I cried.
When?
I cried when she went back out with the woman in the woods, and they were talking about losing your inspiration for what you want to do in life, and then finding it again. And then I cried when she says she finds her inspiration again to go save Tombat? Nope.
Combat. Tombo. Blombo. It's the worst.
We're gaining
It's just
steam.
the worst.
We're gonna get it here.
Tombo.
And
Wombo
when
Tombo.
she gets on that street sweeper's broom, and all the sound drops out.
Yes.
And she goes, fly.
Yeah.
And then she does.
Yeah.
And just saying right now, I got a little goosebump.
I know. And she flips
It's
around.
very moving
and then
to
she's
me.
like, fucking fly.
Yeah. I wanted it.
Come on,
I wanted it to just be like she just zips through like Matrix style and like just, like she's going so fast that things are flying. But I appreciated that it was like a little, wonky. I really loved it. But here's the other thing that we talked about yesterday. I watched Kiki with the dub. And I'd be curious to go back, because you said the dub on Kiki was good, but it's no comparison to the one in Spirited Away.
Is phenomenal.
I want to go back and watch Spirited Away with the dub, because I was like, the subtitles when I was watching were going so fast that I was really having to pay attention to what they were saying. And I felt like maybe I missed out on some of it. And like, look, I loved it. I really did. But maybe I'm not as imaginative, and I just needed something a little more conventional. I just felt like this was more conventional.
I definitely.
And I wrapped my head around it a little bit more, and so I engaged my senses and my emotions a little bit more.
Yeah.
And there were little things throughout the whole movie that I just, like when she hides in the bathroom when the guy comes out, the husband to the pregnant woman.
Yes.
That's such a small nothing moment.
Say that again.
She goes to the bathroom.
Right.
And then she comes out and she sees him, and she doesn't really know him yet.
Yeah.
And he's just stretching to go get like more wood for the fire. Yeah. But she had just gone to the bathroom, and she was in her nightgown, and she like just kind of hid. And even like as a dude, but being a kid, I was just like, I don't know what it is about that, but I was like, oh, that's really, really true.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's true.
Yeah, because you're like, there's no reason
like,
to be weird. It's just a weird, I just don't want to.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not necessarily even scared of him.
I
just don't want to have an awkward moment, and it's very strange.
Such a specific thing that adds nothing to the movie.
Well,
I mean, in terms of like plot or moving anything, it was just
because we're in the real world.
Yeah, and I just loved that.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know why, but that just stuck with me.
Sure. I had early on, and I watched it a little fractured, unfortunately. Like watched it. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, I watched it and then had to stop and then and then watched a lot. I watched most of it yesterday, then more of it early this morning, and then more of it on the way home, and then a little more on the on the toilet. It's fine.
I mean, that's how I end up watching all my movies.
Yeah, you go,
Final 15, I'm always like,
Toilet!
I'm gonna be on the toilet.
just so you don't have to get up.
I just anytime the end pops up, I want to be
Boom.
loosening my bowels up.
Yeah, and you go just in case, because sometimes end of 21
I'm
grams,
like, it is
you're just
the
like,
end.
yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. So I watched it, and yeah, for me, early on, the moment like that, the first one that I took notice of was when she's like, okay, I'm a witch and I'm gonna fly, and they go, okay, Kiki, you're gonna go fly away. You're leaving today? Oh no, are you leaving? And she's like, yes, I'm leaving. He's like, not today. Yeah, today. Bye, Dad. And then he has this thing where he's like, why didn't you? Why didn't you tell me you were growing up so fast or something? And I'm like, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's terrible to watch me cry. It's really, really weird.
And he makes those noises.
I know.
Because I watched the first half. You were over. We had a lovely day yesterday.
It was a lovely day.
And he brought his daughter over, and I watched him watch the movie with his daughter. And it was really lovely to see you, you'd pause it every once in a while and be like, do you understand what's happening?
And she's like, Dad, shut the fuck up.
And she'd be like, more than once, she was just like, she's like, turn it on. And then you'd be like, okay.
And she's just like, and it's so funny. We were talking about it because she just has, poor girl. She just doesn't have any control over what happens to her. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I'm like, boop. But she, I would stop and be like, are you okay with that?
Yeah,
How's
sure.
that? Is that all right? Are you okay with that? And she's like, yep.
Yeah, when the bird scene happens, it's pretty intense.
That's terrifying.
And so you were like, are you good? But she was just like, yeah, it's good. Let's go.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. Are you okay, Dad? Are you okay? And I'd be like, I'm working on it.
You got to fear birds?
Yep. Huh? Yeah. But no, and she's like, oh, okay, when do we go? And then she goes downstairs and she's like, here we go, and this room, no, this room, and then all that stuff. You know, you watch the movie.
Yeah,
everyone's seen the movie. Everyone's seen it. Yeah, cool. We can fast forward. And she gets on the thing, and then she's like, here I go, and then it's like,
yeah,
and I was like, oh crap.
Yeah.
And then she takes off, and then she just flies for like that. It's like she's on the way to where she's going. I mean, between the time she takes off and the time it starts raining and she lands.
Yeah.
And everything, that's a whole thing. It's wonderful. Like that narratively didn't necessarily need to be in there, but it established this is how she flies, and it's just this really wonderful, and it's kind of quiet, and then she's there with the cat, and they're like, you just feel. There was all this activity with people and family, and then it's all of a sudden relatively, again, kind of quiet, and she's flying, and it's just this really, it feels very real. He's just doing the thing again, where he's grounding you in the story. He's taking you along right as you're right here with the character. I feel like I'm on that journey with her.
And I never ever two in, and I just don't. I like how he can tell, quote unquote, a children's tale.
Yeah.
But it never is saccharine or in the storytelling or the devices that he uses for storytelling.
Yeah, that's
or how
true.
he pieces it together or how he uses music. None of it. It all feels very economical and just to the point.
Yeah.
And he's like, we're going from here to here to here, and that is incredibly hard to do. But when you do it, really, a master can do, and he is a master. You can do it, and it looks so simple.
Yeah, and it is like weapons grade cute.
Yes,
but it is not cutesy.
Right. That's a really. Can we make that a T-shirt?
Yeah.
Weapons grade cute.
Not cutesy. Oh, but we could switch. Weapons grade cute.
I want to be weapons
not
grade.
cutesy.
Yeah.
I'll be like,
And you're just like, this shirt doesn't work.
Yeah.
Unless A, people have watched this.
Or
B, we walk together.
Yeah, exactly. What? No. Kiki made me go. Yeah, she took off and hit 2 trees. Right. She goes, bye.
And I like that she didn't come back.
Yeah.
I really liked that she hit 2 trees, and then you expect her to come back.
Yeah.
To be like, okay, she's cool. She's got a handle on it. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
And I really liked that.
And the dad's like, please be with our little baby.
And
it's
like,
just like,
all right.
But it's like, yeah, and she I love.
Kiki made me go, oh, no more than most movies. Oh, man. When she dropped the birdcage, I let out an audible, oh, no.
Yeah.
I did. I really did.
And then when she picks it up and she's flying with it, I saw in there and I was like, I don't think that cat's in there. I don't think that cat is in there.
Yeah.
Blue Templar, thank you for those 11 months of unbelievable support, my friend.
Build for weapons grade cute.
Weapons grade cute. Weapons grade cute.
Yeah, you really do want her to succeed, and you really, you do get invested.
Yeah.
In like silly things. She's like, oh, is she gonna have time to make it to the party? Oh my god, I don't know if she's gonna make it to the party on time.
Yeah.
It's the party. She's gonna be late, and she's like, she's nervous, and she I know she likes this boy, but she's really torpedoing this relationship because he's being really nice. Yeah. She's being, really bitchy towards him.
Yeah, she's really not reading the.
But I liked that, like, because it was so unreasonable for her to be acting that way towards him because he had been nothing but kind to her. And then on the flip side, you could see where all that insecurity and doubt and like an inferiority type complex type stuff was going on, and I bought all of it completely. Mm-hmm. So like when she ends up saving him and like they do become friends for a little bit, like it was really like just hitting all the notes for me personally. Like that's why I was so invested, and that's why I say I liked it. And when I say I liked it more, I just responded more to it on a more visceral level on my first watch through.
That's interesting.
Because I watched Spirited Away and I'm like, oh, there are jaw-droppingly beautiful moments, like transcendent moments. Mm-hmm. Like the train sequence did give me goosebumps too. Mm-hmm. But, I feel like maybe that's one I'm going to have to rewatch a couple of times to fully grasp everything that's going on in it.
Can we talk about the elderly dog, Jeff? I mean, like, later. He's right. Yeah, what a sweet dog, right? Hey, what a sweet dog!
Was it really named Jeff?
I think so.
Because you said that too, and I was like, I think its name was...
Yarf.
Yarf.
Because it's a dog.
What a weird... it's not a dog's name, guys. It's a man's name. Strong man. Handsome man.
Very weapons grade cute man. I mean, what a wonderful... Like, I honestly... Because I was watching this with my daughter. When he brings him out, and then Gigi...
Oh, she loved Gigi.
She goes... Yeah, she was pretending to be Gigi.
She was pretending to be Gigi for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
it was
she's like,
fantastic.
I'm Gigi, and you're... I don't care.
She just kept...
I'm Gigi, whoever you are.
She just kept walking around like a cat. And then we were like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm just Gigi.
Yeah, she's like, what?
I'm just Gigi, you know?
Bruh. Yeah, because that's how you can tell that she really likes the movie is when she pretends to be the animal from that movie.
Yeah.
Does it with Secret Life of Pets. Did it with Homeward Bound: The Incredible Journey.
I was going to ask if you've shown her Homeward Bound. Which, Sassy?
She pretends to be, sometimes she's Sassy and I'm Chance.
Who's Shadow?
That's good. My wife.
Cool.
Yeah, she gets Shadow. Too bad.
Yeah, she has a quiet dignity. Like Shadow.
Yeah.
You're Chance.
Yeah. Sometimes she'll be like, you're the guy from Airplane. You're the dad. And I'm like, okay. He's the guy from Airplane. Anyway. I'm like, how'd you see Airplane? And so, anyway. Also, anyway, she pretends to be Bolt. She's Bolt.
I haven't seen Bolt.
She'll be Bolt.
She likes Bolt. Yeah.
Bolt is great.
Yeah.
Great.
Is it Disney?
Yes. Fantastic. John Travolta is the voice of Bolt.
Really?
Yes.
Is he good?
Yes. He has a wonderful quality to his voice. It's like Miley Cyrus is the voice of the girl before she was like Miley Cyrus. I mean she was already Hannah Montana or whatever.
Yeah.
And she's like, Bolt, hey Bolt, and then John Travolta's like, yo, check it out, Mr. Cotton, you want to be like that, and you're like, what?
I have seen he's wonderful. He got on Instagram.
Yeah.
And like I'm not really on Instagram that much, but his Instagram story videos were apparently like so bizarrely wonderful that people would rip them and put them on YouTube and like they went viral.
That's great.
And he's just been famous for too long.
Oh.
He's just too famous for too long.
Oh, I see.
It melts your brain, man. You just act weird.
Yeah. That's what happened to me. Wait, that's not. Spirited Away here, you're all on magic buttons, but Kiki's had a more down-to-earth story. It had a very, very down-to-earth story, despite how not down-to-earth in every way parts of it are. I'm a xenomorph. Cool. Wait, what? Hey guys, first time here. Do we watch it on stream or did we already watch it? It would be great to watch it on stream, but I would be arrested. So what we do is we talk about the movie we're going to do the next week. We watch it in the intervening time, and then the next time we come back, which would be next Monday.
Yeah.
We do it Mondays. We talk about it with a picture.
I gotta
that
say,
way we don't get arrested.
I gotta say, when we did it with Night of the Living Dead,
Yeah.
when we actually watched it on here,
Yeah.
I kind of like that we watch it beforehand.
Yeah.
Because I really like the sound, my voice,
Yes.
and I like to talk
Yeah.
at length.
Yeah, it's great.
I felt like we were just watching that movie on the stream.
Yeah, fair, yeah.
And then we were almost afraid to talk because we were like, this is a really good movie.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But thanks for asking, Rogue Bolt. We do this every Monday. And we're doing Miyazaki month, as you may have gathered. And we watched. Well, you get it. You're picking up on context clues. Anyway.
Can we talk about how the lack of conflict in at least the two movies we've watched so far, and how is that like a common? What are we doing next week?
It's a good question.
I thought we decided.
No, we've gone back and forth. So.
Oh, is it Howls or?
It's Howls or Cagliostro, and I kind of have swung back toward Cagliostro.
You want to do that now?
I kind of do.
Okay, let's do that.
But I don't know. We'll talk about it.
Let's do it. Decide. I'm deciding.
Okay.
Is it good, guys? Like, is the first one good?
I don't think anyone's seen it.
Oh.
Which I think is cool.
Well, these are the two that which are some of his more well-known ones.
Yeah.
Were already really hard to find.
But this one is on Netflix. Someone told me.
Oh.
And Howl's Moving Castle is downstairs because I got it from the library. But yeah. So suck it. Do you have a library card? I didn't think so. Do you have a library card? I didn't think so. I've got a library card. I am a king.
Isn't it? It's just so weird that you can just go into a building.
Yeah.
And they're like, sure.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Take it.
Yeah, they go, take it. And you go, how? Okay, but how long? And they go, like, 5 weeks. And you go, okay. All right. And then you go, and then you've had it for 5 weeks.
Yeah.
And you go, hey, listen, I know I was supposed to have it for 5 weeks. I kept it for another 2 weeks. What do I do? And they go, just keep it. We checked it out to you for another 5 weeks. And I go, okay.
Oh, so there's no late fees with books?
There can be.
It's
Our
like
library
30 cents?
doesn't.
Really?
Yeah. And they go, and then you go like, hey, listen, I'm sorry. I've had it for too long. Can I recheck it out even though I kept it for another 2 weeks longer than I was supposed to? And they go, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And I go, all right. They go, but please just bring it back someday. And I go, fine. 2 years later.
And they're just like...
No, I just go, yeah.
It's like, this guy's a real Nesbo head because he's...
Nesbo?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, I know that you're keeping these Joe Nesbo books. Girl with Dragon Tattoo.
Oh.
Snowman.
Oh, okay. The Snowman.
This guy really likes his airport thrillers.
Yeah. We've been over this and over this. I've never read one, but I judge them very harshly. So then you go, then this is the deal. This is the kicker. You go like, cool, I've had it for like an accumulated 3 months longer than I should have had them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry. I'm going to bring it back, but like to a different library. Is it cool if I bring it back 5 months late?
You're really,
to a
really
different...
mean.
Yeah. Well, it's like we're just in.
You're like, give him an inch.
Exactly.
He's like, oh, this is free. Cool. That's so generous of you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep this for 6 months.
Exactly.
And then when I return it, I'm not gonna return it to you.
Yeah, I go over there. Can you? And they're like, that's cool. We can ship it. And I go, have some self-respect, library. I am taking advantage of you
you're just walking
on
up
purpose.
to that library building, and you're just like, you like that? Huh? You like that?
Yeah.
Oh, pull your ear off a little bit.
Yeah. Do you want one? Yeah. Do you want more? We got some very, very inexpensive films for sale over there for like 50 cents.
And they have a movie collection.
They definitely have a movie collection. It's
I was shocked. I went to like the
You can
Austin City Library, and I was like, this is like a huge blockbuster.
Oh yeah.
with like a dense catalog.
They have incredible stuff.
Yeah.
They have incredible stuff. Every time I walk in the library and like look, I go like, I was just thinking about that movie that no one's ever heard of the other day. They have Ben, which is a sequel to Willard, which not Willard. You know, they remade it with Crispin Glover. It was a movie before.
Yeah.
It's the rat one, whatever. And I was like, I only heard that movie existed like 2 weeks ago, and there it is staring me in the face, and I can take it if I want, and I can keep it as long as I care to, and I can come back.
So you get a real
and I'll be
power
like-
trip
and
when
I
you
go,
go to the
here
library.
you go, but I'm stealing your bike. And they go, son of a bitch, but it's fine.
It's like, we don't rent out bikes here.
I go, you do now. Come here. Give me your pants. And they're like, yeah, okay. We're the public library, sir. Thank you very much. You go to...
Do you want a book? No, I don't want a book.
Shut up. Don't you talk to me. Nobody look at me. No one. Cast your eyes down. You go out, they have like a wall of laptops that you can just pull them out. And you can
What?
Yep.
I'm starting to think that this is not true, and that you're just on a
true.
massive power
It's true.
trip, and you're just walking in
Go,
there.
here comes that guy.
It's like they give you money. If you ask them like really like
Yeah.
aggressively, they will give you money.
Absolutely. I go, hey, yeah. And you come in, here's your stupid bike back. Here's my unemployed friend. He's going to date your daughter. And they go, son of a, but all right. He's got a library card? No, he's using mine. Where's yours? I shredded it, you jackass. Fine.
Oh man.
I know. You can also, they have a service where you can sign up and you can get audiobooks online for free. You can stream them. You can stream movies. It's great. It's called Hoopla. Hoopla.
You're telling me that, like, because I was paying $15 a month for Audible.
You're a jackass. I'm sorry. I'm in library mode.
Oh, this guy.
You're a maroon.
I got knowledge coming out of my ears.
I checked out Moneyball and Stieg Larsson's Girl, the dragon, whatever. What's after the tattoos?
Yeah, what is Joe Nes? I just love the term Nesbo head, which is, I guess, what they're called. Someone told me that.
Didn't Stieg Larsson write Girl with the Dragon Tattoo?
I don't know.
Oh, what's net? Who is this Joe Nesbo guy?
I don't know.
What?
I thought he was the. Hold on. He's got some books.
Okay, we'll be back to you in just a second.
He's like the Gene Roddenberry of like serial killer genre. Joe.
I don't understand that analogy. Hold on.
It's exactly.
He created an interconnected universe of serial killers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's Nesbo, but like, with like a line through it.
Because he's
Like
Norwegian or
Nesno.
Swedish.
I would say he's probably Swedish, but I have no idea. He wrote The Snowman, Headhunters, Jackpot, Dr. Proctor's Fart Powder.
Shut up.
And it goes like this, and it goes like that.
And over here you got Dr.
declining.
Proctor's fart powder, and down here you've got whatever.
Yeah, see? Dr. Proctor's Fart Powder.
Get it? Because Proctor.
Oh, and then there's Dr. Proctor's Bubble in the Bathtub. Yeah, that's weird. So he's got like a whole family thing.
He's got a fart series.
That's weird. Anyways. What are we talking about, Kiki?
Kind of. Not really. Anyway.
Yeah, Audible's cool. Audible's awesome, but it's just too much.
Yeah.
And then Criterion came out with their own channel,
do
and I
you
was like,
get-
oh, shit.
Yeah.
Just repurpose that
Audible
money.
and Criterion, that's got to be great. Do you get to, however, prey on their low self-esteem by taking advantage of the
No,
services?
I'm a decent human being. I'm a decent
That's
human
what the
being.
library's for.
And I have my own bike.
Yeah. And they go, yeah, it's true. And you walk in, and you go, right, cool, here are your books back. Is that a sandwich? Pick it up. So it's weird. Did you like the movie, Lobro? So here's the deal. So here's the deal. No. Come on, man. Hold on a second. Yeah,
I already know.
That
I
could-
already know,
that
I already
could
know how
mean-
the remaining 2 hours is going to play
That could
out.
mean
I already know how it's going to go.
anything. Oh yeah, how's it gonna go? Give me an impression.
There's going to be the stench of condescension is already like filling the room.
And also,
Because you're gonna be
What
like,
other
yeah,
stench?
I liked it. I just like I have library. I watch a lot of movies and read a lot of books at the library, and I ride a lot of bikes. So like I'm up here, and and you didn't even like it as much as Spirit or what? And so you're like down here. You're like, I liked it, but it was pretty pedestrian to me. But you're not gonna say that. You're just
No.
gonna do it with your eyes. You're gonna be like, I liked it, and that's what you do.
just
Say
say
like, I liked it.
I say
You
I
know,
like
and
it.
he always does this to me. He's like, I liked it. And he does that like, and I'm like, This fucking guy probably smacks the sandwiches out of people who run the library.
And they deserve it.
When they deserve it. When they need to be taught a lesson to stand up for themselves. None of this is true.
Oh, you're going in there teaching lessons. I got it.
None of this is true.
I see the
None of this
angle.
is true. Okay. So here's the deal. So Kiki's delivery service, right?
Yeah.
Is the story of Kiki and her delivery.
You're already saying like it's the dumbest plot line you've ever heard.
It's not.
It's about a girl who's a witch and she delivers packages and it's good. It's good. Yeah.
What's it about?
I mean that is it.
She goes, this is what is like it is unrelentingly wholesome, like so much. And
Too much?
No, in a very wonderful way.
Yeah.
I was watching it with my daughter, and Jeff was over there, really weirdly just watching us instead of the movie. It's weird.
Yeah, I was just like breathing on his neck.
Yeah, I was like, come on. But no, and like there were just things that would happen, just like sweet little interactions. I was like, that's just full of the milk of human kindness. That's just wonderful. And I was like, I teared up at one point. There wasn't even. I was just like, oh, that's sweet.
Yes.
And I was like, cool. And so, but basically, it's about this girl who's helpful, and she just wants to be helpful, and then she like has some trouble being helpful, and can't be as helpful as she wants to be, and then she's helpful, and that. I mean, that's it, and it's like.
But I like.
But it's and I'm just saying. Well, yeah, like, and that's it. Those are the story beats. It's like.
Yeah.
And it's great.
And the conflict is within herself.
Yeah. Here's. I just like. So. At the end, right? There's that moment where she's like, she's kind of like, oh man, like I've lost my magic and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Which I thought was out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, is that going to be something I'm going to have to point out as like something that feels like it came out of nowhere?
Mm-hmm.
But then when they explain, she's like, oh, you're just doubting yourself and it'll come back and it's just, you need to be inspired again. Like, I just love that she was like, they clearly established the idea that she's like, I used to love flying all the time until it became my job.
Yeah.
And when they said that, that struck a chord with me so much. Sure. Because I've had that happen to me many times. Mm-hmm. And so that I really
100%
really identified with that.
Absolutely.
And it does happen out of nowhere. So for me, on a personal level, I was just like, that all works. What I thought was a flaw, I was just like, I felt it was intentional and it worked.
No, when because for me, I kind of felt sort of the opposite about it. Like I didn't, like when that happened, I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like, you know what I mean? Like something
happened.
is happening. And I don't mean it like that, but I do mean it like that. Yeah, but I gotta go like, oh, okay, here's where something's happening.
Yeah, right.
And when she like can't talk to her cat anymore, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then when she can't fly anymore, I was like, dang.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa. And then
I also love that she couldn't talk to her cat at the end. For different reasons.
And there are two different versions. And I was like, oh, how weird.
It would have ruined it for me if that cat had talked again.
Yeah. And
I was so happy when he popped back up at the end and he didn't say anything except meowed again because I got it instantly. Mm-hmm. And then to know that they went back and they had him talk, I was like, that was a big mistake. So they just replaced his meow with Phil Hartman.
What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm back!
Yeah. You may remember me from such cats as that other cat that I was, you know. What? Soy Raid! What's up, Soy? Hoot! Me Raid. How you doing?
Yeah, me Raid.
Soy's delivery service. Delivering eyeballs. I mean, technically. Just,
Yeah.
You get it.
I got it. Boom.
Bam. So anyway, yeah. So I was like, oh, crazy. Something's happening. And then like, and then she's like, but then when she was like, I just liked flying when it wasn't my job.
Yeah.
And I was like, to me, I was like, that's on the nose. Like, I was like, that doesn't really apply to flying. Does it? That applies to
applies to
animation. That
any-
applies to writing. That applies to
It applies
acting.
to
That applies to
anything
anything.
that was one that you're like, this is my passion. I want to make
I
a
get it.
living.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's the ins and outs of. Anytime, like I experience, I mean, that's just how it goes.
Sure, I get it.
And everyone has that phase where it's just like, I'm finally doing it, and it's not as great as I thought it was going to be because it's such a grind sometimes.
Yeah.
But then you always come back to it's like, man, I get to do it. Like how crazy grateful is
Totally.
You know?
And I understand that. I totally understand that comparison, that simile, that analogy, whatever. Here's honestly, this is a thing where it might be like a translation thing.
I thought it was handled great. The way she was just looking straight out at the beach.
Yeah.
And she just said it, and there's like almost no emotion. And she because he wanted to like talk about it more, and she just kind of said, she's like, yeah, I just don't like it more. I don't know. You know, like it was just like she had accepted it and didn't even want to talk about it. I don't know.
Yeah. 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 I never loved video games, but now I play them more. Is a movie for a certain type of person. If you have a smaller attention span, it probably won't keep your interest.
You're just part of
because
an
it's
ADD
simple.
riddled generation,
Because
bro.
which stuff, nothing super obtuse happens. It's real. No,
It's real
I get it.
And it's authentic, and you don't get it, bro.
There we go. Yeah, I don't have a small attention span. But what's that? No, I just here's the thing. There are certain things where I was kind of like. There were some things that by the end of it, so in the end of it, she goes like, "Oh, he's in trouble! Like he's in trouble. He's the Zeppelin's going up, and he's having to whatever." And I was like,
which was awesome. I also didn't need that. I didn't need
Sure.
this classic thing for that because I was just so happy with how it was moving along that I was just like,
yeah, and I kind of was like, I saw that happen. I was like, okay, cool. She's gonna go save him, and she did, and then whatever, and then I was like, here we go. And then she sees the thing. It's cool. She grabs the thing from the dude. And he's like, no, don't take my broom, you little girl. What's wrong with you? And then, total asshole.
Yeah.
And then she goes, and then, of course, it just... Yeah. And that was great. It's beautiful. Right. Fantastic. Wonderful. The sound drops out. Great.
Awesome.
Just... Fly. Jeff cries. It was great. And it flies. And then I loved how... It's just something I've never seen. Like, those are kind of... my favorite moments, that first flying sequence.
It's great.
And then
I thought
pretty much all the flying sequences. And when she flies and then just whirls around, I was like, that's amazing. Like I've never
all the flying stuff was magical to me.
Yeah, and
the
it's
way
a thing where you go,
I don't know how they animate it, but
I know.
like when she was I think I even pointed, I was like, I love this shot when she's rising up and you can see the town below. It's wonderful.
Lober likes to pretend he doesn't like anime and say his favorite game is Ninja Turtles. If that's not anime, I don't know what is. Ninja Turtles? Ninja Turtles is literally not anime. It's American animation. But yeah. Description. Thank you.
Do you think one of the
some
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles took over the time slot?
Description. You talking about
for Neon Genesis Evangelion? So it's anime.
Are you talking about the current iteration of Ninja Turtles? I haven't seen that. Subscription? In no way, no one on Earth considers Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles an anime. It's not even. Anyway.
Do you think you didn't like this movie as much as you should have because you hate anime?
No. Thank you so much, Gusto, for those 8 months of unbelievable support. Thank you so much, man. They have pre-assigned colors, swords, catchphrases, just anime boys in turtle form. But do you know the country of origin?
America.
It's also, it's just not. He-Man, Transformers. Those are if you come. Then those are anime. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway. But. So, no, I definitely like Spirited Away far more. Spirited Away is just beautiful. It's fantastic. This was here are my real issues with it. Because it was wonderful. I watched it with my daughter and she enjoyed it. She got a little stressed out at some parts, but Because toward the end, I was like, oh, I was like, I'm so glad. This is so nothing stressful is happening, and whatever. Then there's a giant. Then the Hindenburg. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, oh my gosh, goodness gracious. But here's the deal. Like the whole, my issues with it were, it becomes this thing about her living in this town and kind of navigating the slight difficulties of having a job. This is fine. I was like, oh, okay, cool. But she's a witch, right? And I go, and at the beginning they front load all this stuff about like, you're going to go off on this training. It's going to be hard to be a witch. I don't even know how to fly yet. She's not even ready. She meets that other girl who's like, oh, well, I'm from this other town.
Yeah,
and I've had this training.
I thought
blah,
that
blah,
was
blah.
going to come back in.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, okay. And then she goes, then like an hour and 45 minutes later, or like an hour and 10 minutes later, after all this stuff, and she's like, really the main thing is her trying to deliver stuff on time and dealing with this boy who likes her, and that's it. She gets sick. I mean, there's some very touching things. Like she goes over and then the girl's like, oh, grandma's stupid, whatever. And it's just like, oh man.
I loved how she just stayed in the doorway after the door slammed.
She has these moments.
She couldn't, because she knew how nice that woman was. Yeah. And she couldn't fathom. It's like, I just love how long they held on her face there, because she couldn't fathom how someone could be so mean.
Yeah, exactly. And she has a couple
I really like that.
She had a couple very effective and interesting moments where she just gets sad. And she just goes and she's very quiet. And it's like, oh, interesting. But they front load all this stuff about she's a witch. She's going to this very intense training.
I was confused about that.
Then they find it. And then she goes something and she goes, Kiki, are you okay? And she goes, no, I'm just training. I'm still in training to be a witch. And I go, where? When? Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You at no point.
I was expecting her to land in a city and then like have a Hogwarts type mentor of some sort to like guide him, because like how else are you supposed to?
Yeah, because I'm not saying you need to follow any whatever. It doesn't need to be like Harry Potter, but she's talking. They set you up for this training.
I was expecting
that she's not training that she's not ready for. I thought they talked about school. I thought they said something, or maybe they just said
was something
training.
About like, because you turn 13 or 14, and then
you're
it's
ready.
Like, and this is the year that you go, and like but you have to leave on a full moon. And they were like, her parents were like, oh, I thought you were going to wait for the next full moon.
Yeah.
And she said no, because it might be cloudy.
Yeah, right. And it's okay. And it's like,
and
okay,
she wants
cool.
to leave on the best moon.
And I go, cool. And then she's going to go to this town, and then she's going to go off to training, and then I'm going to see this whole world. I didn't. But I don't have to see a whole world. I just go, what happened to the witch part?
I expected a mentor. That's what I didn't expect it. I did not expect a school, because once I figured out that she got to pick her own city, I was like, oh, she's not going to a school. And then so when she landed, I expected there to be some sort of witch headquarters of some sort where you check in, but there wasn't that.
And he goes, and the other girl goes like, my skill is this, and she goes, I haven't figured out my skill yet, and they all can fly. And so she's like, I go, oh, cool. So she's going to figure out what skill lives inside her, what talent she has. She never does.
Well, she's not talented.
Well, I guess. And she goes, and then they go, she can't fly yet. She barely can fly. And then like that doesn't really come into play because she just boomerangs around.
Yeah, I mean, she does a terrible job saving Tombo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this. Hold on. Tombo! Tombo!
I'm like right here.
Yeah. You were there and we didn't try it from Cook. And then it's like, and again, this is all like, okay, but you set this up and all this stuff and all this like very potent emotional stuff at the beginning that sort of really hits home when she takes off and goes flying, and they go, there goes our daughter. And I go, yeah, I care about this.
They never come back until after the credits.
Yeah. And then you just meet this baker, and then she goes, I'll deliver you stuff for you. And then she goes, I'm in witch training. And I go, no, you're not. I'm in witch training then. We're both in witch training. I'm doing a job. You're doing a job.
That's true. That's accurate.
We are both in witch training. And then
that was a big thing, yeah.
And then she goes, you have to find yourself, you're like, find it in yourself, find your own inspiration. And then she goes and she finds her inspiration, which is saving a life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go, oh, cool. So she learned to fly again because she wanted to save a life. And then she just goes right back to delivering bread. And not, which I only know because of the credits. Like the movie ends when like she's like, he's safe. And I go, that's not what I cared about.
Yeah, like I was confused about.
And the one thing, sorry. The one thing, but the one thing is that I got, and I was like, oh, because I read the thing and I go, oh, that's what that meant. I don't know if some part of me understood that or whatever. But when he comes back and goes, meow, instead of talking, it's like she's grown up. She doesn't need him anymore.
Right.
And that is something. But I go, why? Because she saved his life from a Zeppelin accident? No, that's not. I care about this girl. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see her go through more. Mm-hmm. I wanted to watch her emotional journey. She goes, I can't fly. The other girl goes, hey, come here. What? Hey, I'm going to draw you. Ha ha, check out my legs. Woo-hoo, ha ha, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. La, la, da, da, da. You got to find your own way. You got to find your own way. Do you think I will? Yeah, I don't know. Zeppelin's crashing. Boom. I saved him. Everything I've grown. And I go, no, you took so much time with 90% of this movie and then rushed it at the end. And I just kind of go, and then ended it with the saving of that kid. And I'm like, that's not the important part. It wasn't about her ability to save someone. It wasn't even about her ability to fly until the last 5 minutes. It was about her finding something to connect with. And
do you think it was about her like confronting her own feelings of inadequacy and...
Which were like barely there.
But she clearly had an issue...
Like twice.
With Tombo trying to... Here's a man. Here's a teenage kid reaching out, being very friendly, and her own insecurities and doubt, and like she thinks she's ugly and she hates her dress, and she's a witch, and like
she says, "I'm not beautiful." Like 95% of the way into the film,
she says it a couple of times.
Does she?
I think
she says the dress thing. She goes, my dress is weird. And I go, oh, interesting. And then the popular girls walk by, or whoever, whatever. And I go, interesting. And I go, oh, and she's also, there's just so much here that they set up. And I was like, interesting. Comparing herself to other witches and their talents and finding her talent, whatever. And maybe that's a more conventional story, but it's more conventional in the way that you follow up on things that you set up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I go, there's so much here that's rich. I care about this character. You've done a very good job of making me care about this character. I care about the cat. I care about their relationship. Put them through more.
Yeah, it's a fine line because like I agree that like I really like how it bucks convention without having a lot of conflict. But at the same time,
they set up conflict.
I completely agree that they set up conflict and also little things which are not little at all, but like if they had just included some type of thing where it's like, here's your witch training, and we have a whole witch training subplot, I feel like just by having that, it would have all made everything click a little bit
Absolutely, more. And there's just so much more interaction and self-discovery there in this witch training, where she discovers that she wants to be a witch or doesn't want to be a witch or whatever.
You're right, she just is like, I guess I'm good at flying.
It doesn't, like...
Yeah, we're starting to unpack this, and now it's starting to fall apart.
The thing is you go... It's about a little girl who's a witch who's going to witch training. No, it's not.
Nope.
It's about a girl who...
But what I just need to... We need to go back through all this because they're chiming off. But what constitutes witch training? That's what because like I was so confused because you meet that one girl who's really not nice to her when she's trying to find her city at the beginning. And she's like, I'm really good at telling fortunes. But what do you do? Like, is there just a witch per city? And then, like, what do they do? So that witch becomes a fortune teller in that city?
I guess.
Do they run around, are they like a superhero? Do they run around saving people?
This is what I'm saying. Like, and we haven't read through this, but like, it's not that I got mad that nothing happened.
You're very angry.
Yeah, it's not that I'm.
This is not the library.
It's not that I'm disappointed that nothing happened.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed that they promised a lot of things were going to happen.
I
cut those things off. Mm-hmm. Let it just be about her going to the town, and because that is what it's about.
Yeah,
I don't need. because it goes.
Yeah,
it
that
goes,
woman in the woods was. It
goes,
had one of my favorite moments, but it wasn't.
Who cares?
You didn't need her.
But that fits. Like that fits. I spat in your face. This is the deal. Like that woman in the woods thing fits with this sort of like nothing. Like it's just subtle slice of life stuff. That fits. Who cares? Put it in there. The Baker stuff fits. Who cares? Put it in there. Boom, boom, boom. All this stuff. It's just at the beginning they go witch training. It's going to be hard. I'm a witch. I've got it all figured out. See if you'll ever live up to me. I feel inadequate. Never mind. I'll never compare myself to any other witch ever because I don't meet any other witches. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, she met like two not nice people when she first arrived.
Yeah.
Like,
and they go, this town sucks. No, never mind. The town's fine.
Yeah.
Which is fine. All that stuff is fine. I just go, the movie set these things up that pretended, like it hinted, not even hinted, it promised these things. Mm-hmm. And I go, cool. Well, we'll see where that goes. And then if they hadn't done that, and then she hadn't gone like, I'm in witch training, because I was like, no, you're not. You're not training to do anything. You're doing a job that other people would do biking.
There's a big question mark as to what witch training is, and then training for what. Because her parents
be the witch of the town.
Because they said it's a year-long thing.
Yeah. And
then they don't stay there?
Yeah. And then...
So they go home?
I don't know. But, and who cares? Who knows? Because we don't know. And I don't have to know these things. I just go, these are the things you said were going to happen. They didn't happen. Then you set up this very, very, very minimal sort of like plot, like very kind of sort of like European kind of unfolding, just this happened and this happened and this happened today. And then it's just a day in the life. And that's fine, except that's not fine because you go, these things are going to happen. And then you go day in the life, day in the life, day in the life. Zeppelin blimp crash. She saves him and her life is figured out. And I was like, no, that's not the movie you're making. This is weird. And I get that it's a kid's movie. It's fine. Kids deserve narratives that make sense. I'm
agreeing with you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's see what's going on.
Like you've ruined this movie for me.
Sorry. Oh, goodness gracious. Here we go. Lover likes to pretend he doesn't like anime and then says his favorite game is Ninja Turtles. So I love Spirited Away. I understand and appreciate My Hero Academia. I appreciate the good things about this film. I just feel narratively it didn't work for me. Bread and stuff. What are we talking about? I've never seen this movie. She actually delivered. Yeah, bread. If that's not anime, I don't know what is. Then you don't know what. Dude, I'm so glad you got to say anime done well. Yes, the delivery, was the friendships you made along the way. Ghibli animation is top tier, if not the best. Absolutely. Totally agree. More nonsense about Ninja Turtles. I feel that says something about Evangelion. Oh, no, Neon Genesis is from the 90s. I don't know. Ninja Turtles was invented by American people, and it is not anime.
It's a cartoon.
I don't know. It's just not anime. I don't know. Animaniacs is an anime. Like, I don't know. They're preassigned... Okay, whatever. Transformers is just a ripoff of Robotech anyway. Certainly a superior film. Yeah, ninjas have nothing to do with Japan, Shouty. Silly me. Okay. Lover is Avatar: The Last Airbender in anime. If not, then watch it now because it's so good. If yes, the Ninja Turtles is anime. Korean TV animates a lot of airbenders, so I'm not sure what that puts it. Avatar is in Japanese, so no, it's not anime. Trying to trick Lover. Okay, don't run. All right. Anime origin in Japan. Gosh. Oh, so it was, it was all about pretending the Ninja Turtles anime. Okay. Have you ever seen Little Nemo Adventures of Levelland? No, I haven't. I'm aware of the game, and I'm aware that it was a long-running comic series. A lot of American cartoons are animated by Korean animators. That's absolutely true. Yeah, there were Japanese animators who worked on the title sequence of Ninja Turtles. Yes, a lot of Batman animated series is done in Korea. Yeah. Man, Americans can't do shit. Futurama was mainly animated in Korea. I love the scene where the older lady is riding on the broom in the other room.
Yeah.
It's such a pure yes.
Yeah.
Those
old ladies were fantastic.
That was a great part of the movie. There are wonderful parts of this movie. There are wonderful,
moments.
sweet parts of this movie. I just go
genuinely sweet, like really pure, really moved me. But I'm agreeing with almost all narrative fronts.
You didn't make the movie you wanted to, or
it still moved me.
It's great. Yeah,
it moved me deeply.
It's beautiful, beautiful parts. It's wonderful. I loved that. My daughter loved it. I loved this character. That's what I'm saying. It's like I just go, what a missed opportunity. Personally, because I love this character. I love to see things happen. She's just very, very sweet, and it's great. And
that's not how witches work. That's just our Western. So what does
what's
that mean?
How witches work?
Is it you're talking about the school or? Because like one of my main things with anime is I love this completely different worldview, and it's why I really like realistic, quote unquote, realistic anime, where you
Right.
just see the inner workings of like just architecture and
Totally.
cars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like the beginning of Spirited Away, I was just
Ugh.
like, oh, this is so fantastic. Like I just love that stuff so much. I buy into it completely. I want more of it. What he's saying about the witch thing, though, I agree with. It's just they did make a big deal about it, and she keeps saying it throughout the whole film.
Yeah.
And I was never figured out what witch training was, or what her goal was in terms of how,
And-
like
yeah.
it. She says I think she's born a witch.
Yeah.
But then she goes to witch training.
Mhm.
Okay, for what? And then what is witch training?
To-
To what end? And then what do you do once you finish training?
What I gathered is that you become the witch of that area, of that town. The witch, because
to do what?
to help them out with whatever your talent is. And she comes down and she goes, "Do you have a witch yet?"
And so
they
her
go,
talent's
"No."
flying, so she does the deliveries.
But every witch's talent is flying, and she doesn't do it well. It doesn't.
Agreed.
It doesn't matter. Not like none of this is like all this is fine. Whatever. Like I kind of got that. They're like there are witches because like when she shows up, they go, "Oh, it's a witch." Because
Oh yeah.
and they're not afraid of it, right? And she
Yeah.
knows, and blah 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 blah. And every town, maybe or many towns have witches, and that witch like protects it or helps the town with their whatever. That's
I don't know.
fine.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't. That's the thing where I'm like, I don't need to know that if you don't want to tell me everything distinct. Like, definitely, that's fine. I'm just saying, you said witch training. You set up this rivalry and comparison situation where she learns to value herself, not in comparison to other people, which is a very Americanized thing. But I mean, maybe not. I don't. No, I think that's pretty universal. But it could be. It's definitely a
What's
pervasive
universal?
theme. The whole like comparison versus being secure with yourself
Sure.
theme is very pervasive in American animation and film, and really everywhere I think. But they set that up
I
don't know.
but I like how
from Pichelle.
I like how they dealt with her insecurities and feelings of doubt
Yes.
without having major conflict. I appreciated that, which is why when the dirigible stuff came in, I was like, oh. And then the solution was big hero moment with it, like, Superman, Man of Steel,
And I was- yeah.
Rocketeer. It was Rocketeer,
Which
like,
is
it was
fine,
like-
and I was ready for that to be like the beginning of her sort of dealing with like, because I don't even really understand necessarily. I mean, I guess I don't know. She's just like I'm poor, so I have crappy clothes. I don't like my clothes. I'm not like
But
rich.
was that
witches.
it?
I don't know.
I think it was just that's her witch garb.
That's what I'm saying. But the other witch had, I don't know. Like she was like, my clothes aren't as cool as those other. Like I'm like this. There's a lot of rich stuff for mining here, and they don't. And you don't have to mine all of it, but there's so much that's set up that never pays off, and until it just pays off. It's weird for me to say. It's weird to say this because, so like Spirited Away, the way we talked about how he like storyboards as they're doing it and kind of writes it along the way. And I go, Spirited Away does not feel like that. It feels so meticulously planned and then organically sort of mussed up on the way, not mussed up, but just sort of like made organic on the way back, like cover your tracks kind of whatever. It just feels like it unfolds organically, but also has this
It does
this
feel
integrity.
like it unfolds organically, but
This
I could
one,
also
I
could also see how it was doing it.
Sure.
I could see. I was like, and there's that idea finished, and then you spend another couple weeks figuring out what your next idea was, and
Sure.
this is what the next scene became.
But I think
could see that.
the experience of watching it for me was just discovery after discovery after discovery,
Yeah, it
and
was
then all
lovely.
fit together. This one, looking back at it, I go, I don't know if this one was done that way. This does kind of feel like something that was like, we're setting this up and we'll just end it. Almost to me. Even
Yeah,
though
I mean, now that we're unpacked, it did not feel like that when I was watching it.
it's based on a novel. I mean, there's source material, so I don't know why it's like that. Am I playing the gun?
Well, they took the novel apart apparently to the point that
There was another-
the novelist did not. I don't think he liked the direction that they were going with it.
And there's a script. There was a previous.
think I read that.
There's a previous script, and Miyazaki was like, I don't like it. I'm doing this one.
Well, he was going to
he
produce it
trashed
for the longest time.
Right.
Yeah.
I know I'm jumping the gun on the bullets. Jumping the gun on the bullets. But what's the next on the list? We're thinking Cagliostro, but it's not. We're not totally locked in on that. Well, they had less. Well, they only had less than 2 hours. Yeah, but that's every movie on Earth. I also want to see more of that. What, the witch training? Extended version, please. It's not Harry Potter. It's a vocational self-directed training abroad. How do you know that?
What does that mean?
Like it's an independent studies project? But where did you get that? Did you read that? Hey, you try flying on Luigi's janitor broom, you big meanie. So Lobo didn't like this one, huh? No, I liked it. But I definitely have holes in it. Lobo is big dumb. I don't think he didn't like it. He's just being very critical of it. No, I'm just being basically critical of it. Like on a story level.
Everything you're saying is, I would argue it.
So the main complaint about the movie is that we needed more movies. Seems plus clearly it did a lot of things really effectively in his opinion. KIKI'S delivery service to me is about 20 years. For about 20 years was that movie that would just be playing when my parents took me to someone's house who has a daughter. So like Little Witch Academia without the character development. Or was set because the cat stopped talking and anyone wants anime with talking animals like Ninja Turtles. Yeah, sure. In the same way that Ninja Turtles is American animation that has talking animals. They could agree that themes are very subtle and subdued or abandoned. The style of subtle storytelling is kind of common in anime movies. It's not. So what I'm saying is like, there are threads that are set up and abandoned. That's what I'm saying. Life isn't about having one problem to be constantly hung up on. Glad they didn't set up one thing to be majorly disappointed by. But they set things up and didn't. You would like when Marnie was there, though, as the protagonist, is set up moment of her problem, which follows a recurring theme in her character. Lobo wanted this to be Suspiria. It's about surviving the gig economy as an average youth. Lobo rage. Woodsy Art Girl is life goals. Is so invested in this. In what? I don't know.
You're very passionate.
Yeah. Yes. Because, right. And I believe what I believe. He would like when Marnie was there. I see that as a backdrop. What's the backdrop? The witch stuff? But it's not even a backdrop. It's like if I went...
Well, it's a crux of who she is.
What, the witch thing?
Yeah. I mean, that's a major part of... She's a witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big part of who she is.
So they should deal with it.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's like if you go like, it's the year 2057. The sun has gone out. We all live on burned out husks of earth. Mm-hmm. The world is underwater, and then the world is about a clerk at a convenience store underwater, and people
even
come
that would
in.
Be fine.
That
I
is,
would enjoy
that.
that.
That is
but
fine.
But
it's like the personal.
But when the character is like you know, the spawn of the sun.
Yeah.
And of the death of the sun, and you know, imploding, and then there's an integral character trait. Yeah. Because of that, I'm gonna need, and then you set up something where it's like I'm gonna go to sun training school to reignite the sun or something. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna want to know at least, and you could solve this with like 5 lines of dialogue, like. Just to give me a parameter as to what training means and what the goal is. That's my major issue.
Why did they tell me about
what the training is and what the goal is for training? Mm-hmm. Because and it wouldn't have been that big of a deal if they hadn't have spent so much time on it in the very beginning before she takes off, and then have her constantly reference it as a big point of worry and contention in her own life. Yeah, that gives her a lot of self-doubt and stuff like that throughout the whole movie. And then when she loses her powers, you know, it's like, well, because you know we keep unpacking this, and I'm just like. On its own, I like the idea that she lost her powers because of
I really like that.
Insecurity.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it kind of goes back. Now my initial gut reaction to when that first happened was, oh, that's weird that happened out of nowhere. Because now we're talking about all these other like these threads that haven't been I mean, that tied up or I don't need things tied up. I don't need what I love so far about Miyazaki's work
is that he doesn't
feel it necessary to have a conventional 3-act structure where this happens in the first act and it's delivered on in the third act,
Sure.
and there's a lot of conflict and doubt and a moment of doom in the second act, at the end of the second act.
Right.
Like I don't need that.
Yeah, right.
I'm very intimate with like that structure. I like that structure. It's a good structure to use as a template than to fuck up.
Yeah, but it's not.
But it's not the end all be all.
Sure.
So I love it when people do things differently. It's what I like about this movie. His main arguments, though, I am agreeing with because I do think it would have made it stronger and it wouldn't have required a lot of extra work to address those issues.
Yeah. Miyazaki specializes in slice of life, not slice of perfectly planned character
Sure.
arc. The thing is, he had a wonderful character arc in Spirited Away that was very satisfying and didn't feel canned. This is, this isn't a poorly planned character arc. These are elements of the story that were introduced and emphasized at the very beginning of the story, and then just not
Followed up on, yeah.
not followed up on, but then mentioned to remind us.
Like this movie worked for me.
Yeah.
Like he clearly did something very, very right. Like this movie worked very well for me, and I really enjoyed it. And I cried 2 times, and not like a little cry, like I cried.
Yeah.
Like it really, really was just wonderful. I so far it's my favorite one. I kind of wish that we had ended with Spirited Away because I think going into Spirited Away as my first one, it's weird to me that people suggest that as like the most accessible one because I didn't find it very accessible. It was a lot for me.
That's interesting. I really
loved it. And
Yeah.
I loved
Yeah.
it. But it was also like there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
And every scene is something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
And like this, I think so for this one, this was more when I say conventional, it just
It
didn't
is,
have every scene was like, here's the bug monster, and here's 3 heads that are supposed to be dogs, and here's a guy, a no face who eats until he's evil, and you know, like
I mean, this is like Call Me by Your Name. It feels.
seen that.
Oh, okay. Well, Call Me by Your Name. Okay, whatever.
Don't ruin it because I want to see it.
Okay. This is like, what's another movie where
Don't.
almost nothing happens? No, I'm not.
And I like movies,
no.
and, like,
I'm not.
like
That's not a knock. at
no,
all.
I know.
Yeah.
I love movies like
I
that.
do too.
I love
I do
movies
too.
like that.
It's meant to explain supernatural. Okay, wait. Training isn't. But like seriously, if there's a movie like so, Call Me by Your Name, whatever, is like the story of a summer abroad,
Yeah.
and stuff happens.
Okay, stuff.
I mean, you didn't tell me not to. But if at the beginning of that movie, they had said Timothée Chalamet is a witch, and then he kept
What did I just say?
and then he kept kind of going like. But he doesn't even keep saying it. He just says it like she just says it once. She goes, I'm still in training to be a witch. And I go, yeah, I remember you mentioned that an hour ago. Like, I haven't even. There hasn't even been any indication that what you're doing. What people are suggesting is that what she was doing was training for witchdom.
Well, the
You're
training
right.
isn't I'm learning how to do witch shit.
It's I need to learn who I and what I can do, like telling fortunes or alchemy or all that. Well, Kiki not learning what her talent isn't lack of character development. She didn't need to learn her talent to find out who she is. The moral is be yourself and don't let anything or anyone else define who you are.
I don't see how those two connect though.
So the thing is, like, I understand that. I've seen movies like that, and I've taken in that message from other films. I didn't see her going through that. I didn't see her.
They clearly address that she's like, well, I'm good at flying.
The solution is that she saves a guy, and then she's better. Like it's like,
because
you know what I mean. Like they did this big this big.
Well, she
big
says,
ticket.
I guess flying is my thing. So okay, let's say that's what it is. I have questions about that in and of itself, but let's say that's what it is.
Sure.
So
Or
it's kind
even-
of like what I said at the end when she's like, the best moment in the movie was like she gets on the broom, she goes, all sound drops out, and she goes, fly.
Yeah.
And then she doesn't fly well.
No.
And it's not that I needed a Zack Snyder flying sequence.
Right.
But character arc wise, it felt like it would have been satisfying to see her crush it flying.
Well, the other, just even aside from that, I'm not I see that and she saves him, and then I go, I can extrapolate from that. I go, okay, cool. Like if she tried to fly tomorrow, it would probably go similarly. And then like if she tried to fly the next day, I mean, is she on her way back, or was that just a one-time thing? Or can she? I mean, she can kind of fly again. And
I
she's
was
getting
confused
back.
why she was having trouble flying, and I guess, and I assumed, I was like, is it the broom? Is it because it's a weird broom?
And I think it's she just because you said that you had the feeling that it was because she didn't believe in herself or something. Or something
I didn't
like
say that.
Sorry, you said some weird
I said
shit.
I said I was like I was like, I love that moment. I kind of felt like I wanted it to be like her to like
No, sorry.
go off and zoom, but she didn't do that, and I was like, and that's cool.
Yeah.
But now that we're unpacking it further, I'm like, my brain was like, oh, you just wanted some Zack Snyder stuff. But now that we're unpacking, I'm like, no, I wanted it because that's what, in terms of narrative storytelling,
That's what the issue was.
I felt like that's what her issue was. So to see her gain her confidence back, I wanted to see her fly very well.
Sure.
Because she hadn't had trouble flying until she lost all her powers completely.
I mean, she
stumbled out of the gate, and then she was really good at flying.
And she was fine. Yeah.
She was fine for the whole time.
And then she lost it.
And then she lost it.
And I was like, that's interesting. That's what I was saying. Sorry. So when she lost it, I thought you said earlier that you believed that she lost it, and you were like, that's out of nowhere. And then you were like, oh, it's because she.
Yes.
Yeah. But I didn't feel that way, and I was like, oh, it's just because witches lose their shit sometimes. And I was like, that's cool. And then she talks about how like I couldn't paint for a while, and then I came back and found my own voice, and that's what I had to do. And I was like, cool. I'm looking forward to that happening with this character. And then she comes back, a blimp crashes, she immediately flies exactly the same way, like gets flying up again, but like not in any way unique to her. She doesn't seem to have any sort of whatever. She just goes, I gotta save that dude, and then saves him, and then goes back to making bread, which is exactly what I was doing before.
But I think what he was trying to convey there, and what is one of the best themes that I got out of it, is she lost her ability to fly. This is my interpretation of it.
Sure.
She lost her ability to fly because she lost her passion for it, because all she was doing was using her witchcraft abilities to deliver stuff. And that grew, she says it in the movie, she's like, she got bored. I know she's saying she's bored because she's working in the bread shop, blah, blah, blah. But she does say, I think she says, she's like, I'm just bored.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just bored. And like, and then she loses her powers. And then she says, she's like, you know, it was my passion, but then my passion became my job.
Sure.
And like, and
it was never her passion.
Well, to be a witch.
Was it?
Yes. I think that was clear enough.
I guess at the beginning she goes,
She's
okay,
like
I'm
super
excited.
stoked,
That's
yeah.
true. But like that never.
But so she so she loses her power, right?
Yeah.
Because she's working her job. Her passion has become her job.
Yeah.
Her job is becoming mundane. She loses her power.
Mm-hmm.
Then she has this relationship with Tombo and she goes. She's very resistant to it, even though he's incredibly nice. Then they have that moment on the bicycle, and they have a really nice moment at the beach. But then her friends show up, and she gets weird about it.
Right.
Which was a very real, like,
Right.
I really loved that.
Totally,
Because,
me too.
you know, at first I was like, you don't need to be that way. But I was like, oh, but, you know, I've been that way. You know, like, you get weird about it, and then you go into defensive mode because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Right.
Cool. Great. And then when she flies at the end and she saves him, her purpose now is I do have a purpose. It's to save someone, and it's to save someone that I realize I really do care about. So she's finding herself within her social, like, it's like she's finding herself as a person within her social construct. And on a witch level, that gives that bleeds into her witch ability. But so that kind of all works for me. But then she goes back to doing. I'm unpacking this as I'm talking. So she goes back to delivering,
which is fine if she's had some revelation.
If she's had a revelation.
But
so I guess it all is satisfying to me. It's really the witch thing. It's the witch training and how that bleeds into the entire movie.
Yeah.
Because it felt directionless. not in a slice of life like that's the purpose,
Right.
but in a you did set this up,
Yep.
and then it was picking at me the whole movie. I didn't realize how much until we started like really getting into it. That was set up to be formed, and then it just wasn't formed at all. And it should have been peppered through the whole movie, not like set it up here, answer me at the end of Act 2. It should. I just didn't know what it was, and it was such a huge part, and it wasn't there.
And I feel like slice of life stuff is kind of like there's like a low hum of a theme maybe, but then it's really just kind of like day-to-day stuff, boom, 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 and at the end there's like a very, very subtle whisper of theme and meaning.
Yes.
This movie was like, witch movie, flying, set up comparison with other witches, slice of life. Oh, interesting, like comparing with these girls who have this thing. Maybe that will feed into her feelings of inadequacy or whatever, which I could infer that they do without having really seen that. It didn't come back. These are all very interesting things to me. Deal with other witches who have great powers. Deal with the fact that maybe she doesn't, and be happy delivering with what she can do. Or decide she doesn't want to be a witch, or whatever. Or decide, or come into her own and kind of go like, I don't need to look like this, whatever. All that stuff, all these things could have happened. They don't. Just kind of slice of life, delivering, getting little slices of other people's lives. All that stuff is great. All that stuff works. All that stuff hits. These people, I care about them. I care about them. I care about them. Slice of life, tiny thing, tiny thing, tiny thing. Zeppelin accident. She saves him. Credits. Everything's fine. And I go, nothing. You didn't tell me what was wrong. And then you said it was solved. Like, it's not,
well, I think,
it goes slice of life, disaster movie, and then end. And I was like, that's so tonally and rhythmically and weird, in every other way, weird.
I think what they were trying to do was they were trying to use the dirigible as like just this outside force that forces her.
Sure, totally.
To confront her feelings and inadequacies.
Yeah, but in such
and she has no time, so it just happens.
But that is
it just puts everything to focus for her.
Of course, but that's the most conventional way to end a movie like that. Mm-hmm. You go, big crazy thing, you finally have to muster up your courage and boom, and do it. And it's like, that wasn't...
Yeah.
Didn't seem to be her issue.
I had an issue with the dirigible from the get-go.
And then it goes, because she's being celebrated, that... I don't even know if that was supposed to be like, now she's got it figured out because everyone's like, she saved him. Like, who? Whatever. And then I was like, the credits started and more stuff started happening in the credits. And I was like, oh, good. Because like, maybe I'll find out what, and then they go like, she wrote a letter to her parents and she goes, I'm enjoying delivering bread. And I go, cool. Mm-hmm. So like the first 5 minutes of the movie. Cool. Like, whatever. I don't know. Believe me. So
here's the thing. All this would have made me. She ends up and she's like, I found meaning in my delivery service. I found the purpose of it. I found it. Blah blah blah. I found it. A lot of these things would have been fixed for me if I had known the goal of becoming a witch in the first place. Because I don't know. I was like, well, are you a witch? Like, is your training complete now that you have your delivery service?
Or did you forget about being a witch? Are you not being a witch?
Are you not being a witch and you're just a delivery person now? Like, I didn't know how stoked I should be for her.
Right.
Because I didn't know what the rules were in terms of what witch training was. It all comes down to witch training for me. I really like the movie. I see how it's all paying off and everything. Even the dirigible stuff, which did seem like it came from another movie, it worked for me. It just would have worked way better if I had more rules peppered throughout the entire movie.
And we're gonna dive back into comments in just a second. But before I read all these things that are mad at me, I want you to understand that the reason
he is the way he is because he thinks he's right.
Right. The reason I'm speaking passionately is not that I hate this movie that you like.
I can tell you care about it.
I get this passionate about a movie when there are things that really work for me, and then the experience is not paid off for me.
I haven't seen you this passionate about talking about a movie since the opening 5 minutes of Michael Mann's The Insider.
which we're going to refer to every single filmography from here on out. We should start every 15
That's
minutes.
because we talked about it for 2 hours.
Yeah, that's true. We should talk about the opening 15 minutes of Michael, opening 15 minutes of this movie. So anyway, okay.
Dive in.
The training isn't, okay, blah, 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 blah. The moral is be yourself and don't let anything or anyone else define who you are. I feel like I'm left to infer that far too much. I don't know. Or I don't even, anyway, whatever. It's meant to explain the supernatural in the world, but they don't explain anything. I think he would also like Mary and the Witch's Flower. I don't think it's fair to say it sets these narrative arcs up or that her victory at the end solves her life per se.
But she does solve her doubt that was the main conflict for her and why she lost her powers.
I don't know.
Because at the end, she's like, I love my city. And she's like, I think it's going to be all right, or whatever she said. And then she flies off and she flies into the city. Like, it did cap that arc that they had established in the film.
I mean, it's fair. I feel like it's fair to say it because it's the experience I had with it narratively. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Probably even the Secret World of Arietti. Animaniacs. That one is
Boom,
easy.
roasted.
Is this the filmography that finally breaks Lowbro? I don't. This is what happens. Anytime I don't like something, it's like.
But you're not even saying you don't like it.
I'm disappointed in the experience that it gave me. Whatever. Mod's permission to post the link. Links are permaban. I think Little Witch Academia is more the thing Lobo was looking for. His characters go through a lot of trials. No, I was looking for a movie that seemed to be together with itself.
Harry Potter. That is not what I wanted.
I'm not either.
I wanted a couple lines of dialogue or some type of scene or something to reference throughout that just clearly established what witch training was.
Yeah. So Spirited Away works beautifully and seamlessly and organically for me as a film with a character who goes through something, all of it. Also as a sort of slice of life of that world. Spirited Away works beautifully for me. This one definitely left me wanting. That's what I'm saying. Sending links to a mod. Is it permaban? Little Nemo. Lower, even if you didn't like Little Nemo, I think you would find the development concept really interesting. Yeah, I'm aware he goes to Slumberland. I'd have to check it out. Need to see more Hayao Miyazaki releasing Totoro and Spirited Away. Lower cop, oops. Oh, yeah, no problem. The movie never gets to the part where she establishes herself and finds out what her talent is. Yeah. You're saying it's fine. It's just that the film doesn't get to that part. Like, it's not about that part of her life. My issue with that is that they set that up a lot, and they go,
yeah,
expect that. And I go, okay. Guys, never messaged or posted a link. I got permanent. Was it worth it? Rest in peace, sweet Zygander. Both are my favorite. Cagliostro and Howells. I love them. Nice. I think it's just implied by the history of how witches are outside of Harry Potter shit. I've never seen Harry Potter in my life. More nomadic. You keep saying they set things up, and I think that's the wrong mindset entirely. I mean, that's based on how film works to me. I don't know. Yeah. These events in our life aren't supposed to be each step of the hero's journey. I'm not saying... I completely
agree with that.
I'm totally agreeing with that. I'm saying at the beginning...
I'm talking about context. I wanted more context of what a witch's world is so I could know how that world, how she played within... However, it's not even that I want to change anything in the movie. I just want to add something to give me context for all the decision making and why she's feeling the way she's feeling a little bit more. And I don't know, just
focusing too much on the fantastical nature of witches abstracts it from being a real life coming of age story. I agree, which is why they should have just excised that from the movie. It's not escapism, it's relateism. Right. Again, she doesn't need to be a witch for this story. So if they talk too much about magic, it's not about the everyday lives of the viewers anymore. It's further from something they innately feel. So I disagree with that. There are many very fantastical movies that speak to me very personally within the metaphor that they've set up. What I really did like about, speaking along those lines though, is that first flying scene is very much like you're just there and this is what it would be like flying with her. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that's great. They're grounding it. It's wonderful. But then the rest of it, I wish the witch stuff had been woven through more, or had just gone.
I love world building, in movies, and I especially love world building in movies when they world build it and it's all in the background.
Yeah.
And you don't focus on it at all.
Yeah.
It's my favorite kind of movie.
And that's what Spirited Away is to a T.
Yeah. It's where they set up all this fantastic stuff and it's only on the edges of the frame or it's in the background and it has nothing to do with the main plot. It's just about characters and what they're going through and their emotions and their feelings and blah, 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 blah.
Take a look.
The only issue I have with this one is that I needed a little bit more world building on the witch's front so they could go off and do all the slice of life, all the meeting the woman and the delivery service and all the minor interactions and subtleties that she has throughout the movie. And I feel like they could have done that without having to change anything in the movie and adding not a lot.
If they started the movie with her coming to the town, I'd be fine. They would go, I mean, from that, at least on that front, because they go, a witch came to town. I go, cool, a witch came to town? Great. She's now doing this, and she just found her way doing this thing. Boom, boom, boom. That first 5 minutes sets up this world where witches go to training. It sets up other witches that do other stuff, boom, 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 and then it just doesn't. Like, the slice of life movie about a witch is in there. It's just wedged on the other end of this other thing.
It could have been, you're a witch, but now you're going to go, it's like being Amish. It's like you have the option to go spend a year in the real world.
Sure.
And like, that's all. And it's like, cool.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go survive in the real world. People are aware of witches.
Yeah.
That's cool. But you have to go and survive on your own, and you need to have that life experience before you come back and take on your witch's duties or whatever.
Yeah. Like, it's like, but again, it's like if I just seen a movie where there's a baker lady and then a witch flies in and then it goes KIKI'S delivery service with the opening credits that it had and it's like boom, 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 whatever, and then she just does exactly what she does in the movie. Great. They set up this thing that's a very specific thing. They talk about it, and then they set up a relationship that foreshadows other relationships with other witches and blah 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 blah, and then it just doesn't do anything. I cut that off. Take it off. And I'm fine. I'm left with a very charming story about a witch who came to town, which is what this is.
My favorite kind of movie.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what this is, but it's with this
thing added
this
on
thing
that,
at the
that you're like,
beginning.
well, oh, and then you didn't, and so why?
And I don't know. Approaching this movie in a Hollywoodian way will frustrate you. I'm approaching it as a viewer. Yeah. I'm getting Last Jedi YouTube review flashbacks. In what sense? Totally agree with you. I think they're hung up on the opposite of what the intent of the movie was. What is the intent of the movie? Because for me, the intent? I don't know. I feel like it didn't. It just feels like a movie that didn't. I don't know. Get what it was going for. Not everything that appears on screen has to drive plot forward. I know. I like a lot of movies.
Yeah, we're
where
not
that doesn't happen.
like we don't.
We
don't really even like Hollywood movies as much, all that much. Like, it's not coming from that, and it's not coming from like a.
Hey, what's up, Techie?
Plot structure has to be this. This is how you got to have your save the cat moment. It's not coming like it doesn't have anything to do with that at all. But when it feels odd, and we both watched this and we're agreeing on the same thing. I really, really, really like this movie. And I'm also agreeing with what he's saying. It's worth looking at.
I feel like a lot of these threads are set up and thrown out to make the world feel alive and bigger than it is, so you feel like you're seeing just a part of the overall story. They do that in Spirited Away. Also, there's just a lot more amazing things going on, so maybe it's easier to overlook it. So in Spirited Away, you're right. They go, here's a peek into this part of this world. Here's a peek into this part of this world. Here's a peek into this part of this world. In this movie, they go, this is a movie about a little girl who's going to witch training. And that's what they throw away. It's not, at least in my, and if there's some sort of cultural
Can someone tell
thing
me
where
what witch training is?
If culturally I was supposed to be Japanese and understand what witch training is before I came to this movie, that's a thing. And I go, cool, this movie just has a very limited audience.
Yeah, right.
But that's not, I don't believe that's what it is. Spirited Away has tons of very specific references to Japanese myth and folklore. I did not feel alienated at all.
Right.
So to me, it's in the storytelling.
Yeah, it's in the story. Right.
Spirited Away absolutely does not have a perfect character arc, especially knowing the background of the development. I think you would have to superimpose those guiding principles from your own perspective, as I don't think they're inherent in how the director approached it.
I mean, yeah, he made it up as he went along.
Sure.
We do know that, yeah. Which is,
to
frankly,
me,
that's the best way, like, what a gift to be able to, like, okay, okay, this works, and then we're going to move on to the next part. Let's feed off that. Okay, that works, and you feel it, and it's great, and it works, and it's awesome.
Yeah. Maybe it was more successful in the Western world because it was more accessible to the audiences. I
think this is more accessible.
And I don't think there's an inaccessibility problem. I think that there's a narrative issue for me. Now might be a good time to bring up this is from 1989, Spirit Away. No, yeah, I totally realize that. But stories in there are a lot of stories that I don't feel this way about from 1989. Luckily, Castle of Cagliostro does have the kind of story beats Lorwell feels are important to the kind of narrative he's interested in here. It's by the book. It's fun. Guys, this movie wasn't as effective for me as it was for you, and that's fine.
Look,
it is
you
not
like your cookie cutter storytelling.
It is not an innate problem with me. It is the fact that stories land differently and different storytelling techniques pass or fail on an individual basis. It's I don't know.
Look, okay.
I don't know.
Here we're establishing the world. Okay, you get that? All right. Here's your setup. All right. Okay. Now here's our catalyst right here coming in.
Yeah. I really want them to watch Howl's instead. Guys, so like, is there a way that, because if you feel that I'm just totally missing the point, or we're just totally missing the point,
I prefer watching whatever movie is going to lean into this issue more.
Sure. I would like, if there's a way that you can respond specifically to the things that we're talking about, as opposed to saying you just don't like movies that aren't Hollywood, or maybe if you watch this movie that hit these story beats that you can understand, then I think it would be a more instructive conversation if there is something that I'm missing.
You just don't get it, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? Has it been a week already? No, it has been like 2 days. I don't feel like flying was her talent. I don't think we got to see or figure out what that is yet. Miyazaki prefers young protagonists to make the kids feel accepted in their flaws even when they don't quickly overcome them. He rarely sets up easy zero to hero stories as he feels it isn't true to life, and rather than inspire kids, makes them feel inadequate. How he talks about this is very specific in his interviews, especially with young female protagonists. Big moments of confidence for his uncertain characters are rare, except when a fucking blimp comes into town.
But here's the thing: that dirigible thing. What we're saying is
Hollywood.
That is the Hollywood ending.
Are rare because it kind of tells those quiet kids he models his protagonists out to simply be someone else, louder, more confident, constantly working. What I'm saying is that there is a movie in here that works, but it is beset by the beginning that sets things up that are not that are much more Harry Potter-ish, and then by an ending that suggests that her saving this kid from a blimp was a cathartic moment for her, when it doesn't seem to specifically address the nebulous feelings that she was having that we don't necessarily see the origin of. This slice of life, very kind of intangible thing that she's going through is not solved by a blimp thing, or it just doesn't feel like it addresses it specifically. It feels like that's an answer.
It's constructed to make you feel that way.
It feels like that.
I agree that it
feels like it goes with the beginning.
An intangible, like, young, preteen kid, new city, self-doubt, shy with other friends who she's like, are they making fun of me? Do they like me? I feel this way about Tombo too. Like, I'm not sure where to get I'm not on my, have firm footing. This self-doubt, now it's seeping into, it's causing me to lose my powers. Yeah. And then all this is brought back and then wrapped up because she has to save someone. Yeah. But it doesn't address, it just doesn't address all those issues. She sees someone in danger, who she does realize that she's like, you could infer that she does realize I do care about him.
Sure, but you have to.
But you have to infer it. You could also infer that's a person in danger, and I think it's clear because when she sees that it's Tombo, she leaves the two women.
Sure,
she runs. I
have to go.
So you can infer that, but it doesn't. You could make the argument that it doesn't. It to me, which is why the dirigible thing from the get-go, I enjoyed it on its own, but I was like, that doesn't feel right to me, considering what the rest of the movie was. I was like, that's a choice. It's a big choice, and it's also a big, simple choice. Yeah. It's big and it's loud and it's Hollywood. And they've constructed in a way to where it's like, this solved this thing, her doubt. That's what it's saying. Because at the end, she's good to go and she's flying around.
And the cat goes meow and she's grown up.
Yes. And he has said as much. He's like, I don't want the cat to speak again because she's learned her lesson and now she is confident again. And she has found her footing, essentially.
Right. Well, I think the point is that it wasn't solved, maybe.
But it was solved because that cat doesn't speak again.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the intent of that.
And if it wasn't, then that's just a distracting story point.
It's okay for it not to be solved.
It is okay.
But they clearly constructed it in a way where they're like, it's solved.
If it was solved, it wouldn't be life. You just don't identify what's wrong with you and fix it. That's what I'm saying. I think he tries really hard not to make kids feel like here's what's wrong with you. Here's how you get over it. Right. The delivery stuff.
I agree, but I think that dirigible thing is exactly that. That's what that is.
You were so invested. It's kind of ironic for this very specific movie. What do you mean? It's very ironic for me to be invested in what? I'm always invested in narrative discussion.
Yeah, this is a fascinating discussion to have.
Have you?
I'm also fascinated that I feel like we're delivering pretty valid, at least things to explore, and I feel like you guys aren't responding to it.
Well, it wasn't Citizen Kane, so I did not connect with it. Brian Villalobos 2019 put that on the back of the Blu-ray. Oops, Freudian slip. Too late, Lowbro. For what? You can't unsay things. Anytime I don't like something, got him. I'm disappointed in the experience. Yeah, he loves this movie.
He doesn't love this movie.
No, I don't love this movie.
But I think he's talking about its merits as well.
Yeah, I think the reason why they don't have her go away somewhere or visit some sort of outsider world of witches is because this is their world. They don't want to divide it. This is their world. They don't want to divide it. Whose world? You see other witches she encounters, and they're not from a magical elsewhere. I get it. Yeah, they're from essentially this plane of reality. I think they managed to well avoid separating what makes her special from her normal life by not addressing it. I think, maybe. I don't know. Oof, I'm back. How's everyone doing? I don't know. It probably surprised her, too, that she didn't just find her purpose right away and get straight to witch training. I get what you're saying.
What is witch training?
I get. So, yeah, I thought
Someone tell me what witch training is.
I thought you guys were saying, which I don't think is borne out in the film, but I thought you guys were saying that working in the bakery was witch training. I feel like people said that. You're saying she just never got to witch training? I get what you're saying, though. For me, this isn't as good or well put together as Spirited Away, not even close, but I love it for what it is. What's up, Sunny Bits? In the context of Soy's comment about bursts of confidence, you guys were talking about wanting to see Kiki fly more confidently. I didn't necessarily feel that. I just wanted, I don't know, at the end, so it would be more satisfying.
My gut was telling me that. That was not a need, though. But I felt like on a character arc level, wouldn't it have made more sense? But that was not a...
If you want to watch more movies like this to see if it's about problems with this slice of life specifically, or Ghibli's SOL in general, Whisper of the Heart, The Wind Rises from Up on Poppy Hill, Pompoko to an extent, only yesterday. So, but that was like 20 minutes ago. I have narrative issues with this story. For me, personally. I personally have narrative issues with this story. And I think if I watch a film and have narrative issues with the experience, but the solution is to watch 5 other films like it, to watch 5 other films like it, and then go, oh, now I get it. That may be, I guess. But then on an individual level, as not a box set, this film, in this instance, has not, we've not connected. The storytelling and this and me. And that's all I have to go on, and that's all anyone has to go on, is their experience
Absolutely.
watching it. That's what I'm saying.
He also loved Spirited Away.
Wouldn't
So it's not like it's pertaining to his entire Miyazaki's entire filmography in terms of like, or just how he approaches storytelling in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't doing something inter-community but flying on a broom to accomplish it be witch training?
I don't know, because I don't know what witch training is. That's my issue. I don't know what witch training is. If that's what it was,
if witch training
I wanted to know that.
If witch training is go to a town,
get a job, and use your witch abilities to help the community,
great.
Awesome. I just wanted to know that.
Great. Witch training is the leaving the house. It's probably a translation issue, but the witch training is finding yourself and learning your talent. That is a translation issue, and she didn't get to that yet.
Okay, I've loved to know. It could have been whatever it needed to be, but they didn't explain that.
I'm not saying you have to like those or watch those, but it might fill in some sort of cultural style barrier that's being met here. I don't know. Is it weird because I watched another film by this director and didn't feel there were these storytelling issues with it at all. In fact, I felt it was one of the most wonderfully organically integral pieces of storytelling that
beautiful.
I've ever seen.
And honestly,
this
was
did
beautiful
not
too
feel
for me.
like that.
But it doesn't solve my witch training issue.
Well, it can't be a translation. It's clearly about witch stuff. I think we're reading too many comments out of context as we were making them earlier. Yeah, it's like a summer internship. It's going to be different for every witchy.
I stand by what I've said.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you stand by what you say.
Yeah. I mean, just
from the sounds of it, yeah, the whole concept sounds like it is the witch training to me. I can understand needing the movie to tell you instead of dancing around but freaking personal. I'm okay if it's not there.
There's enough distinctly Japanese stuff that you can feel there are foreign things that are being drawn from. I mean, I don't think that was it doesn't rely on classical Japanese folklore, so it's not hitting that warning buzzer. I didn't watch Spirited Away and go, okay, this is Japanese folklore, so I'm not gonna get it, so I'm just gonna dumb it down.
Yeah, loved it.
It didn't feel that way.
Right.
I didn't go, those monsters are Japanese or not Japanese. I was like, these monsters make sense. Like, they made sense to me.
Yeah.
Everything made sense. And then I read it later that they were based on Japanese folklore, which if someone had asked me, I'd be like, I don't know, probably.
Right.
But there's this silkworm guy who's a thing here with and I'm like, sure. Well, he said earlier they understood Spirited Away as drawing from Japanese folklore. Right. But I can't remember what that was in reference to. Yeah, that is definitely a thing I said. That's definitely true. Like, I imagine the movie constantly saying witch training and the audience being like, so is this the witch training then? Or is that the witch training? Would be frustrating.
Yeah.
Sure, but like I wasn't constantly thinking about the witch training. Like she goes, I'm going to witch training, then that goes away. She does this whole thing in the village.
Well,
she saves me for that, and then she goes, I'm still in witch training, and I was like, at what point?
I got frustrated because when she lost her powers, she seemed so at a loss, and I didn't know why. Because I understood.
I feel like
on a fundamental level, I was like, oh, she's a witch and she doesn't have her powers anymore.
Yeah.
So there's that level. But it's like, was she frustrated because she's not going to be able to do witch training now?
Yeah.
Is it the delivery service thing that she's already... Is she frustrated because she's doing the delivery service and not witch training, and therefore she's not pursuing the thing that she was supposed to come to the city for in the first place? Anything... And it's not that I need, again, it has nothing to do with structure or conventional storytelling. It's just clarification for emotions.
Guys, hold on a second. I don't feel like I was waiting for witch training to happen. I was just enjoying the story. I wonder if it was amplified by watching it in a more fragmented way. I don't think so. So I've never questioned the witch training thing. I don't know where you guys got like hooked on the idea from. I just knew the witch training was everything she was doing. So here's the thing. You're saying you know that the witch training is everything that she was doing. Other people are saying she hadn't gotten to the witch training yet. It's unclear.
Yeah, I don't need it to be a school
saying?
at all. Like someone said earlier that it's like witch training is going to find yourself. and become the witch that you're supposed to be or whatever. It's like all an internal thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Love it.
Yeah.
Need it. It would have been nice to have it stated so I can understand what the intent is from the get-go of why she's leaving in the first place.
And I'm not saying that this movie doesn't work for me because I didn't find out what witch training is.
Yeah.
I'm saying this movie starts with her very excited to go to witch training. It sets up a relationship and a dynamic that I found very promising.
Mm-hmm.
Then it sets up other relationships and dynamics with other girls in the city for her to feel kind of whatever. Then she delivers a lot of bread. She deals with different people, which are very fascinating. Like I like the people she deals with. The lady the lady with the drawing seemed a little plot devicey, a little to me, but still fine.
Delivered one of my favorite moments.
Yeah, and then she loses her power, which I was like, that's fascinating. And then she gets it back because someone is in peril, which feels very like, what's the first thing you can come up with that would make her do it? Mm-hmm. Her friend is in trouble. Okay. Which is not whatever. And then it ends. And I go, I'm a bit not here. It's not, I think it's intentionally left vague. Witch training isn't supposed to be too fleshed out. It's more about self-discovery. It's not school. It's just learning. So again, guys,
cool.
there
Awesome.
doesn't seem to be consensus within the chat of whether she was at witch training by delivering stuff and living in that town, or whether she had not gotten to witch training yet and she got hung up in this town living something, which
is a big thing to me.
And it's great.
That's a huge...
Either one of those is
that's
fine.
That's not a plot thing. That's like, what is the driving force for the character in and of herself? Because that right there, that's awesome. And if you state that clearly, then you that completely alters how you view the rest of the film and her interactions and everything, because then she's completely succeeding throughout the whole movie by having life experiences. But is it that? Because it seems like there's some confusion, because if it's not that, then it becomes an outward thing. And then is the job in and of itself that thing? And then she loses her passion for witch training in general?
Yeah.
Is by her using her powers to help society through her delivery service, and then she becomes disillusioned with having to work, her passion being a witch and then having to work. Does that mean she lost? So that means that she lost her entire passion for witchery or whatever. And those are two separate things. Yeah. And so what I'm saying is, if they had defined it with a line of dialogue
or a look or
anything, whatever it needed to be before she left, just so we knew that, it would have brought everything into focus. Yeah. And understand the weight of situations that you viewed for the rest of the movie.
I don't think people here have perfect analogies for it, because it was taken by a lot of us as just something that made sense. I'm not saying for analogies. I'm saying people are disagreeing on whether the witch training had started or that whatever, or that she hadn't gotten to it. Either of those is an interesting story to me, if it's indicated either way. And I'm saying, you're saying it's just taken as, you're saying we just all instinctively understood it. Well, you all instinctively understood different things. So it's like, I feel like there's a lot of, you're going like, oh, well, this is vague and it's intentionally left vague. There are hundreds of movies that I've seen that are intentionally vague, and I can tell, and I love it.
Yeah, ambiguity is a great...
This movie is not vague. It's very specific, and then doesn't... It's vague. Being vague is going, there's an issue in my life, and I'm not sure what it is, and whatever. Being vague isn't like, I went to the DPS, and something terrible happened, and then walking away and not telling you the rest of it.
Right.
I think she was also confused about what she was supposed to be doing, which would be great if I had seen that. What makes you think that? Is there a scene that makes you think that gives you that scene? Like, that's what I'm saying. Lady with the drawing, or her name is Ursula, yeah. Like, the story doesn't unfold perfectly and things are left out. It feels more like real life, but real life doesn't have a...
I agree with that completely.
And there are movies...
But also... movies like that can still satisfy on the basis of what the parameters are within the 2 hours. giving the necessary information to have maximum impact for your character's journey, whatever that may be, however ambiguous, however specific, however Hollywood, however independent, like whatever it needs to be. I'm all for that.
Me too. I don't. Yeah, there are movies that are vague and feel nebulous, and I get it, and I like them. There are movies that don't that feel uneven on purpose to mimic the unevenness and randomness of real life, and I like those. This feels like a movie that is not like those movies. This feels like a movie that set things up and didn't pay them off. To me, it's fine if it doesn't feel that way to you.
And it is because you again think of the context of the narrative being delivered. Like, we've been discussing doing Tarkovsky.
Yeah.
Which, when you talk about ambiguity, like it's 3 hours of that nonstop, but within the context of that world,
are you talking
that's going to work a lot better because that's the framework from the get-go.
Guys, if I was like, go watch Knight of Cups, I don't know if you've seen Knight of Cups.
Oh my God.
If I said go watch Knight of Cups and you came back and said that was a meandering piece of shit that didn't say anything,
I would say that.
And I'd be like, I get it. Here's why I think this, blah 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 blah, but I totally get it. I don't, like, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be like, you need a more Hollywood movie. You needed this and that. This, like, I'm like, it's more of a discussion if we just discuss it instead of, I don't know. Like,
I will say this, before we came on, he said he wished Zack Snyder had remade this.
That's true. That's definitely true. Also, the reflecting on other girls thing is so cliche, but they included it. After school TV, to me, that they focused any more on her feeling inadequate in relation to other people would have been a much more depressing story. When Marnie Was There absolutely does this, however, it's a good movie. Please watch. I don't think they explained it well, but the vibe. What's the first part of that sentence? But the vibe I got was that she was just leaving for a year to find herself, and that was it. She's on her own. That makes sense.
That would have been awesome.
But they didn't explain it.
I just wanted to know that.
Called it witch training. And I don't know. And talked about finding your skill, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure what Ken just said is basically how Chat feels, or at least how Soy and I mean, I've never really needed a way to explain what she's doing to someone confused by it, because it seemed pretty like as is. You're just saying you've never had to explain this to anyone because everyone's been smart enough to understand it. But you guys are saying different things about the same movie. The scene I mean, where she was confused about what to do. Thank you. She arrives in town, it's very London-like, with busy city people, and she says hi to random people on the street like she's expecting them to welcome her as the new witch. And that means, so that meant to you that she was confused about what witch training was, to the extent that it's okay that we don't know what witch training is, and it's okay that they set it up specifically in the beginning, and then I don't know if she didn't.
I was just very I didn't know what the stakes were for, because when she gets depressed and she loses her powers, I don't know where that depression is stemming from. Is it because of Tombo exclusively, or is it because she's not fulfilling her dream of becoming a witch? Is she just disillusioned that she's now doing witch training, but it feels like a job, and now she's disillusioned by the entire idea of being a witch?
She seems surprised by that and a little. Sorry, I didn't finish you said more. Sorry, Ken Caldwell. But they're busy. They have other things to do. They're not going to help her. She's on her own, right? She seems surprised by that and a little upset, which is why she overreacts to the boy talking to her on the bike. Mm-hmm. Go watch some Marvel movies, film guy. Did they already talk about which characters they like the most? Not trying to change the subject, but yes, obviously trying to change the subject. Okay. I agree. I don't know what's going on in their heads right now, to be honest. It seemed pretty obvious. I mean, guys, are you trying to be snide and passive aggressive? Like, I feel like, I don't know. Are you getting that? You feel like it's mean?
But
it's mean because I'm saying I don't like the movie you like? Is that what's going on?
But what seems pretty obvious?
Yeah, like, we're just as befuddled as you, Lobro. She said why she lost her powers. She was bored. We're a little at a disadvantage here without being able to smile and be conversational. I mean, I'm not. Bio seems like he is. Like, we're just saying we don't get where you're coming from. I think you're reading too much into chat because there's no tone. You're both talking. We're just typing. I understand that. I might start reading stuff back. I mean, okay. Well, great. I don't get the conversational value of being like, I've never had to explain it to someone before. I don't get it.
Well, it's because they haven't.
I know.
Because we're both little dum-dums.
It's okay. No.
Do you not get
yeah.
what witch training is?
I don't disagree with you at all, really. You make a lot of good points. No one's trying to trigger you over a kid's witch cartoon movie. I don't know about that. I just liked it a lot anyway. That's a very fair point. That is the fairest point. Totally. There are many films that I love where people can go, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. Or this was abandoned, this was abandoned, this was abandoned, this was abandoned. And sometimes I disagree. And sometimes I go, no, that was what you're talking about here came back here. And I disagree that it didn't come back. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I go, that didn't come back. I was so taken by the rest of the film and so engaged with the performance or so engaged with some part of it that it did not bother me at all.
That's what's happening with me on this movie.
Yeah.
I still love this movie. And you know what, another scene that really, like, this is the one that made me shoot tears out of my eyeballs instantly, is when she went over to the old lady's house. Yeah. And then she's like, I need you to deliver this cake.
And it's like...
And then it was a cake for her.
Yeah.
I cried real hard.
Wow, man. Because
those old ladies... And it kind of added to it when to know that that the old lady's like granddaughter was such a little fucking shit that she got to give this cake to someone who would appreciate it. Yeah. And that hit me real hard.
And someone who really, really likes herring and chocolate together. I was like, what is that? It's a fish cake? Cool. I'm not worried about it.
And she so selflessly helped her bake it in the old oven.
That was wonderful.
It
yeah.
was just,
I was like,
oh, you found like a surrogate granddaughter. You found someone who is gonna, even though she doesn't realize what a little shit her granddaughter is. She found someone face to face that she was like, you're such a nice little girl, and she got to, pay that back. Yeah. In that, which I could tell meant a lot to the elderly women in it, and then you could see how moved Kiki was by that. I think she burst out crying.
She was. She goes.
Yes, she goes crying.
And she goes, Kiki, are you okay? And she goes.
And they do that.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
They do that that wonderful animation where their eyes start going like glistening. You know, I just yeah. But that's great. So, but going back real quick, I loved the ride this movie took me on. But I can still have a major issue with which, like when Interstellar first came out, I hated it. I hated it. And he loved it. Mm-hmm. And then we talked about it for like 6 hours. Yeah. And then I did almost a 180 because once I talked with him about it, I went back and I watched it and I was like, oh, I really, really, really like this movie now. And I still have an insane amount of issues with so many things in that movie. Right. So
here's the thing. I can understand wanting some more context for the world building. I think most people just overlook it as experience. Here's a question, and I don't mean please don't take. How old were you when you saw this movie for the first time? Honestly, I don't think Lobro would like Avatar. Probably not. I also want you to watch Avatar, Lobro. Okay. Oh, The Last Airbender, not the Blue Man Group. And not something terribly important as part of the film experience here. So to me, I very much disagree, but that's fine. Yeah, we can watch. Can we watch Avatar next week? Absolutely not. Lobro would probably like Samurai Jack more than Avatar. I am not attracted to Samurai Jack from what I've seen at all. I'm gonna make him watch American anime. I don't want to watch American anime, man. The first Avatar I watched was the live action movie that I started watching this show. Legend of Korra has nice and neat villain chapters. I like how they tried to make them politically different from each other, like they wanted to all rule in different ways. Yeah, I soured on Korra the more it went. Okay. Dropped the ball. Game of Thrones style is sick fights. Interstellar. Well, that's because here, I've just never met a person who had an issue understanding Interstellar. That's okay. It's a joke. It kind of looks like Kiki has moobs and a belly button. I think I watched it when I was 19 first. Nobody doesn't like Avatar. I watched Avatar the first time at age like 27 and loved it. No, I don't mean I don't mean Avatar. I mean Kiki's. Late teens, probably a bit early. I was probably 8 or 9. Yeah, I was like 6 when we watched Kiki's. That makes sense. I don't mean that insultingly. Hey, wow, funny joke. Yeah, no. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We need to like rewatch A Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen that. Like that was my favorite movie as like a kid.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen it in 25 years probably.
Yeah.
So it'd be really interesting to like break that one down.
Sure.
To see, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Except
I have a
19
quick this is completely off topic. I have a quick question. Has anybody seen Inuyashiki: The Last Hero? Because when I started rewatching all the animes that I own, someone gave me like a set, like 4 movies. They gave me Ninja Scroll, Grave of the Fireflies, Ghost in the Shell, and one other one, and I flew through those again because I was like, I want to like really dip my toe into anime. So I watched all those, and I was like, cool. Felt really good about that, and then on a whim, I put on this anime series called Inuyashiki: Last Hero, and it's like 10 episodes, and it was on Amazon Prime. So I watched one, and then I ended up watching all 11 episodes in like one 6-hour stretch, and I really really liked it. And I didn't know if anybody else had seen it because it's really good.
I've seen Inuyasha. Jeff and I liked it, and we just watched it. I'm not saying anyone who liked it was a dumb kid. I'm saying that makes more sense to me that people weren't bothered by things. As they said, people were like, it didn't bother me. It didn't seem like an important part of the story. And I'm like, okay. And to me, it is hard to understand because to me, I came from a different point of view. I'm not saying you're stupid at all. I'm saying I feel that way about things. I don't know. Also, by the way, sorry you guys intelligence. I was just confused. Sorry I came across that. No problem. Well, Avatar doesn't seem most suitable for super young kids. It's still got lots of fighting and like oppression and people doing bad things to people. Sure. Makes more sense to you that they weren't bothered by these things because they were dumb kids. Yes. 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 Because you were dumb kids. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, but you say everyone who likes Avatar is a dumb kid. I would love to talk more about Avatar, but that's a lie. What I just said. No, what I'm saying is, if you connected with it, like I was saying about, say, Interstellar, although I don't, whatever. There are films that I love where people will be like, "This is an issue with it," and I go, "I understand that." Sometimes I'm like, "Yes, I get that. I get that. You're right. That is an issue." Does that bother me? No, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
There are things
it's the back and forth of we're saying this, and then instead of being like, well, that could possibly be an issue, it's, well, that wasn't the intent, or we didn't get that, or whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm like that with Interstellar too. Yeah, yeah. I actually don't have that many issues with Interstellar because to me it is not at all like people. I mean, I don't know. To me,
Do you want me to get out my list?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Matthew McConaughey got a shirt on. Nothing. Don't like it.
Lack of bongos.
Yeah. As Interstellar, like Interstellar, from all reports, they consulted with NASA more than SpaceX did, and I don't know. That's not true. And they tried to blah 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 blah. But that movie is not about science to me. Not about science at all. And they nailed the parts of it that I care about. For some people, they nailed the parts of it that for you care about. For me, the story left things hanging or didn't. I don't know. It felt unfinished. It felt unsatisfying to me. It just felt unsatisfying to me because.
Are you talking about Interstellar?
No, I'm talking about KIKI'S.
Gotcha.
I connected with some parts of it, but I wanted more out of that.
Yeah.
And then it hit hard on some structural parts and didn't with others, and it felt like several movies together, not in a way that works for me. Fine. Dot Lowe has seen any cartoons since the 90s, other than the anime he's watching now. I want to say don't, but do you understand why I hate it so much and why Lowe does do? I think we're not going to talk. we're going to talk about Interstellar, and boy, is that going to be a good knockdown drag out that I'm really going to enjoy.
That's going to be really fun.
I love it.
Mainly because I do like it now, but like I can still rip that movie apart.
I'll watch it as soon as I can. Is it like 4 hours long though? It's like 3 hours long, sure. I had things with Interstellar. The whole love is a part of the fabric of the universe fell out of place in that movie. That's what everyone says. That is what I love about it.
That's what he turned me around on, but I still absolutely hate Anne Hathaway's monologue in that movie.
I think it was okay. So now that you all got, now I know, like everyone is like, oh, people. I've heard people are like, Interstellar is a screed against science, and I'm like, do you think a person who doesn't like science can make that movie? That doesn't matter. You have your reaction to it, and whatever. We're not going to talk about Interstellar right now. We're not going to talk about Interstellar. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about Batman vs Superman anytime. Oh, hey, I'm totally down for an Interstellar free for all. So am I. I'm totally down for a Batman vs Superman free for all because I'm on the other side of this. And I just like, I wish this is going to sound, I wish more often I liked something that people hate. I wish that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like too often I'm like, I don't like that because of this and this and this. And then it's like, well, whatever. And like, I don't know. I'd love to do Batman vs Superman. I'd love to. There's this thing where like,
you like Batman vs Superman?
Yes, I do. A lot.
Oh, you do?
Oh, a whole lot. It's
we should do that one then.
It's like yeah, I mean, I have to think about whether it's my favorite Batman movie.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I have to no, it's not. It's not. I have to think about whether it's my favorite superhero movie.
Oh, that's horseshit.
Nope. But I can't wait for this.
Oh boy.
What movie are you talking about? The audio keeps cutting out whenever you mention the name of the film. That's funny. Then go. Unpopular opinion, BVS is P good. I agree, it's P good. This is a better discussion than everyone just gushing over the movie, though.
Yes,
it can be. If people aren't like, you're dumb for not liking it.
I think this has actually been a really fascinating breakdown of like how people respond to some people liking something and then other people not liking it and how we respond to that.
I really like Blade Runner 2049. I also really like that. The movie's sad with people. Also, I love it because it has really good composition. That movie is very, 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 very well made.
Which one?
Blade Runner 2049.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Incredibly well made.
That's a worthy sequel that hits harder on an emotional level than the original Blade Runner by 1,000,000%. It could not have been a more worthy follow-up to that movie.
Very true.
He crushed it. I walked out of the theater. I could not believe it.
Pretty much like did everything as better than could have been expected. Better than could have been hoped for.
He made a great movie.
Yeah. I still rarely think about it.
I do think about it.
I don't think about it. But it is, with the task that he had and what he did, I think it's
that ending
incredible.
Woo!
Yeah.
Hand on the mirror.
Unpopular opinion. Batman vs Superman is a very good Batman movie, but not a good Superman movie. I have a thing about. I think I know why you're saying that. I disagree thoroughly, but it's fine. Yeah, we're not dumb for liking it. We're just little babies who can't understand movie structure. See, Lobo can be mature about it. So do you think it's what I'm saying? Do you think that's what I'm saying? Like,
I just don't know why
scroll
you're
up
on him so much.
Scroll up and see where I was like, I have narrative structure problems. This didn't come back. And people are going, I just have never had to explain it to anyone because we all just got it. Like I'm not saying that. And I feel like that's literally been said here, which is fine, but goodness. I think 2049 is a bit too long. Like some things that got their points across and then kept going. But again, the camera shots inspired me. Camera work is unbelievable. The girl in the bubble in Blade Runner 2049 is amazing. Yeah. I do feel like a little kid watching KIKI'S or a concerned parent. Yeah. Apparently this guy who did like concept art or something for Blade Runner 2049 designing the new Batmobile. Well, there you go. Yeah, I don't blame them for getting anyone from that movie for anything always, all the time. My feeling when watching KIKI'S, according to Lowbro. Okay. I mean, yeah, for other reasons, I would say. But Logan, what you're saying is because this movie wasn't Rocketeer, it wasn't good. That's fair. That's definitely fair. I agree with that. I could have used another hour 25 and beam it directly into me. Me too. I think it mirrors how you feel about what people were saying about you not understanding it. Bio already explained that. At least he didn't mean you not understanding. It isn't about you being dumb. What mirrors that? We don't have time to debate the merits of Batman Super, but I thought it was awesome. Yeah. The fight alongside the seawall with the Zimmer score, chef's kiss. Yeah. But instead of saying we don't understand why you feel this way, you went for they must have been literal children when they first saw it. I wish I could rewind.
I think there's.
I asked
think
how
what's happening here is because Soy said dumb. He was like, because we only like it because we're dumb kids, and then you said yes, and you said it big, you said it loud.
It was a total joke,
and you said it boisterous.
Clearly, that was a joke, right? That was clearly a joke.
Unless I missed something.
I didn't say they must have been literal children. I asked how old people said they were. People were. Many people said they were kids, and I was like,
and I think they took that as.
And I said that makes sense.
Yeah, I can actually. I'm understanding what they're saying.
Sure.
Because they're saying, oh, we had to be children, and this had to be ingrained in us before we could look. So that's the only reason we like it.
That's not
as adults.
I understand that,
and why we were able to overlook it because we saw it as kids. And
yes.
They're saying no, that's not true.
Well, and I'm saying I'm not. I know that makes sense. I'm not saying you like it, or we disagree because you were kids when you saw it. I'm saying it makes sense to me to overlook things that to me seem narratively absolutely necessary. If you have something else that bolsters you during that, right? Or something else you connect with, like I do with Interstellar. I don't care about these other things because I'm so connected with the story.
So you're saying
that's one possibility that if you liked it.
Because what I'm saying is, you're an adult who feels that way. You should be able to criticize a movie that you can still say that you loved it.
Yes.
I loved watching this movie.
Yes.
I think it's a great movie.
Yes.
I still have issues with it.
Yes.
We've addressed them thoroughly.
Yes.
And would that make it a better movie for me? I don't know. It's not what was made.
Yeah.
So I appreciate and fully. Will I watch this movie? Will I be watching this movie again? Yeah, I'm gonna get all these movies on Blu-ray because they're fantastic. I'm 2 in, and they're both winners for me. But also, I think this one has got a narrative flaw in it, and I can say that.
Sure. Justice League was laughably bad. That's true, unfortunately. I like, at least for me, I think I would have liked the prequel stuff that led up to the blackout. Would have been, I feel like I would have liked the prequel stuff that led up to the blackout. Would have been the stuff I'd like to have seen in the movie. Maybe you guys are talking about something else. I prefer the director's more self-contained movies like Arrival.
Oh my god, Arrival. Ugh. He's like 5 for 5 for me. Like, have you guys seen Incendies? Yeah. It is. And like The Prisoner, like everything he does to maximum effect, whatever storyline he is like a child kidnapping movie or whatever. He turns those dials in a way that just rev my engine, man.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Like, people are like, yeah, Prisoner's just kind of conventional. I'm like, nah, he does it in a way that, like, it just, to me, it shows the power of good direction and how you approach a story, because every story can feel unique in how you approach it.
You can turn back time. My friend, really liked Arrival, and my friend guessed the story like 3 minutes. Like, I'm dumb, or my friend is really smart. I think I also get not 3 minutes in, certainly. Arrival. There are some things about Arrival that I love. I don't connect with it.
Have you seen it twice though?
No.
Watch it 2 times. Because I liked it the first time, and then I went and saw it. I was like, I feel like I need to give that one more try. And I went and saw it in the theater again, and it destroyed me. If
you could turn back time, I knew he was being facetious. Lowbrow, I think so. He was just trying to push your buttons. 2049 was still solid. I'm not that dumb. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm referring. He said he thought people took it seriously, and I wasn't talking about you. I said I was I was joking. Clearly, that was a joke, I think. Oh my gosh, a bit, but also because I feel like Lowbrow got hurt about how people were reacting. I'm not hurt, but then kind of did the same thing back. Okay, I can't believe I came here just to be called dumb. Oh boy, that's fair. Everyone's being a little dicky, to be honest. A lot of passion. Do you guys really feel like I'm being a dick? You feel like I'm being a dick?
I feel like you're getting a little sore.
I get very passionate,
Yeah.
and I talk loudly, and I talk
I
emphatically.
feel like you were thinking that they were being they were saying that we didn't get it, and I think that got you a little frustrated. Did it not? When their answer was, I just feel like you guys didn't get it because it was pretty basic as is.
Yes, I
Like,
reacted to those
more of that.
words.
Yeah,
yes,
right.
Yeah, sure.
And I feel like that
After
got you frustrated.
a while,
I think because we're on camera, they saw that.
Sure.
And then I think it devolved very quickly from there.
I think chat got a little offensive since we like Kiki's, and Lobro got reversed offensive. Because here's the thing, like this is true, and this has been true forever, and this is always true, and this is always like when there's a disagreement, I pursue that because I believe that there is an agreement within that disagreement, and I'm always going for that. And so I'm like, if I go, oh cool, boom, and then I go like, I am full bore, and I go, the way to resolve this disagreement, for better or for worse, this is what I believe. I go, oh cool. If we're both cool, I'm gonna go boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna as hard as I can make my case. You as hard as you can make your case. But we're open to each other. And da, 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 da. I felt like, and then I get frustrated with deviations that feel like
excuses.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. Like I don't know anyone's making this, but like if someone,
No, I don't know.
if someone's
I don't
like,
either.
you don't get it. Or like if someone's like, this, I go, no, let's keep going at it. Let's talk about the specific things we're talking about. Don't, anyway. So
I just don't understand. I've never understood, and this is across any criticism of art, how I just have never understood people like digging in their, and I have never. This is gonna sound like I'm holier than that. That's not what I'm saying. I've just never understood when someone can say. When you say, I don't like this part of it for X, Y, and Z reasons, and then someone says, no. And I'm like, what do you...
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's my subjective opinion. Sure. And I think on a narrative level, if I explain it, and it's like, do you at least understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
And this is why I do get frustrated. I'm not... sure, I guess it's insulting for, like, I'm not personally insulted deeply because I don't believe I'm too stupid to understand Kiki's delivery service. But if I feel that's being implied, I love
that this is about Kiki's.
Yeah, I know. Maybe a little. I go, this is what this is about. I
meltdown.
Maybe there is a bit where I go like, do you really think I'm that stupid? It's weird that you think I'm that stupid. That's strange. It's strange based on our interactions and our conversations that you think I'm stupid. Because I don't think you're stupid.
Where do you think that's coming from? Why do you think that they're saying it? I don't think they were saying that.
No. Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe I'm trying to dig deep and be as honest as possible. Maybe there's a part of me that responds like that. Maybe that's in there in the cocktail. What I'm truly responding to, if I feel like that's being said, is that part and parcel with my going full bore and like going like all guns blazing on my side, you come at me all guns blazing at your side with your side, is I am going that way, but I am desperate for someone to say something that is different from what I believe that I agree with. I really want I want one way or the other. I don't want to win. I want to come together. I go, tell me something. I go, I'm going to go for it. And you come at it and tell me something that I agree with that addresses my issues. And I'll try to address your issues. And we can do that. And then that's amazing. It's happened. It's happened here. There was, what the heck?
It's happened.
It's Die Hard. Die Hard not being a Christmas movie.
Yeah, that's right.
Counter damage to some extent. We had huge knockdown dragouts about counter damage. And there were parts where I was like, yeah. Anyway.
This might happen on Heavy Rain because I started it and...
Oh, you don't like it?
Does it get better?
People hate Heavy Rain. I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to keep going.
I love it.
It's very unique to me, but I'm like, does it get better? Does it get more involved?
I think it, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Are you just walking around taking a shower and looking for your kid?
I got to my office finally, and I'm stuck at my office. I don't know how to get out of my office.
In your house?
My office is on Mars.
Oh, okay.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I gotcha. So you consider yourself kind of an emotional baby for Interstellar, for lack of a better phrase. No, and I'm not saying this is what I'm. The other thing is that I'm not saying you don't. When I'm saying so, like as a child, right, you connect with the heart of something, which I do. I would not say I'm an emotional baby for Interstellar. I would kind of say I'm an emotional baby in general. I kind of like when in the sense that like I go and try to connect with something heart first. But if there's enough stuff, if that's not strong enough, then I go then I start paying attention to other things. This had a bit of that. It didn't. I think so. What I'm saying about Interstellar is that the rest of me was engaged. My intellect was completely engaged. I was fascinated by the story, but the people and I was fascinated by the mechanics and the physics and the whatever otherworldly physics of it. But the people and the heart and the story is what I cared about, and so fully that I didn't even think about any of the other things. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that might be a similar situation for you. Not that I'm saying. These gripes that I have are absolutely right, and the only reason you're not agreeing with them is because you were a kid. I'm saying, if you were a kid, I totally understand. You were totally engaged with this child's story, as I was in some cases. And if these things that are very real issues for me do exist, it makes sense that people would brush them off and not think about them if they were very, very engaged in the story, as you say you did.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, and you acknowledge them, but they don't bother you, and you still like the story, or they do bother you, but you still like the story.
Yes, I had to get past a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But it was almost all just writing. It was just how the story.
You're talking about Interstellar.
What are you talking about?
I meant KIKI'S.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, KIKI'S. You feel
KIKI'S I responded to on a gut level, and I love it.
And you were like,
and now that we broke down the mechanics of the story,
you're like, cool, but I still love it.
Yeah, cool. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Lover, what did you think about when Kiki was doing everything to make her father proud in the scene where they just say proud back and forth to each other for an entire minute? I love that movie. I love that part. Yeah, I get that a lot with animated stuff in particular. There's this movie called Cars that is almost incomprehensible in its plot, but I watched it because of the crazy animation and love threads that makes some sort of sense. It's weird because I usually hate that. Proud. Want to hear something controversial? I never liked Princess Mononoke. Well, we'll see how that goes. That's what we're ending with. I'm sure this is not going to be. Prisoner is solid. Prisoners is solid. I love Prisoners. I haven't seen Mononoke for like 16 years or something. Wow, yeah, I bungled that sentence. No,
you got it.
Makes sense. Yeah. Arrival was real nice. Even this is. I can't. There's a thing that I drop when I look at chat and I go, oh, this is 30 minutes ago. Now we have to go through this, and I'm like, it's because I talked for 25 minutes and I'm a jackass. Arrival was a bit wonky. The more I sat on it, I was like, yeah, I enjoyed it. I wasn't totally sure when I finished it.
When I watched it a second time, it destroyed me.
David Villeneuve is a genius. I'll see anything that he makes day one. That's interesting. I don't feel that way, but I really.
Oh, I think he's the best director working today. He's better than anyone. He's better than anyone.
That's interesting.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
It's true.
Okay. Enemy was the first Villeneuve I said blew me away. I love to see Enemy. What did you gain the second time you saw Arrival? I'm assuming you're saying knowing the ending, you pick up on it. And I feel like I guessed the ending early enough that I reflected on stuff and kind of got that experience a little bit, but maybe not. You know what I mean? I kind of was like, boom, boom, and I was like, oh, this is what's happening.
I don't even want to attempt to talk about the intricacies of that until I give it another rewatch, because I haven't seen it since that second time in the theater 4 years ago. But I remember what the ending is, and yeah, I would love to do that movie so we could break that apart.
Yeah, that was just a bit of a sore knee. What does that mean? And I ended up poking at it a bit. I'm sorry. What is my sore knee?
She just called you disabled.
Yeah. He took that way out of context to what people meant, and it kind of snowballed from there. I just feel like you're totally blaming me for this.
No.
I'm a bit of a sore knee. I took it way out of context, and it snowballed because of that. That's all my fault, all of it.
No, it's not. It's not.
That's what that says. I'm going to make some spaghetti at midnight. Can we go 1/4 boar, maybe a small pig? My sleep schedule is garbage. I was at the hospital for like 8 hours yesterday. I'm fine now. What? For what? You're fine now. Okay.
Out of whack how?
No, you don't have to share, but please feel free to share. I'm glad you're okay. Goodness. Yikes. I missed the start of this. Would you be able to give a quick rundown of what you feel KIKI'S
No,
lacks?
we will not be. You're going to have to rewatch it.
I feel like it sets things up that it posits as very important with the very first scene, then refers to it within this very kind of cool slice of life minimalist story that unfolds, and then kind of tries to wrap things up with this big kind of literally Hindenburg, this big save someone in peril in order to find something out about yourself moment, and it felt uneven to me. I think the problem is you felt like it was being implied, and then when you feel that, you jump out like, you think that I'm that stupid? Is that what you think? And everyone was like, well, hold your horses, Jimmy. You do that a lot, where if you think something is being implied, you ask about it at full force. You mean with my voice? We've been through this. When I'm talking like this, like right now, you think I'm angry. Not angry.
You got passionate.
Yes, I get passionate. I get very passionate all the time.
That's definitely why this has turned into this.
Because I talk like that?
Because of your reaction to them assuming, or no, not assuming, but saying, well, we understood it as is, and then you did not like that.
Because it distracts from the conversation that we're trying to have. I don't know.
No, because you did you feel like it? I'm trying to walk a very fine line here.
Wait, why?
I just want.
Because you're scared?
No, I'm not
gonna
scared.
yell at you?
But I want because it feels like you took that and then you were like, well, wait a minute. You're calling me dumb, but they didn't say that. But then, is that where the reaction stemmed from? Because they were like, well, we just got it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you were like, well, what? Are you just calling me? Because they didn't say, and I think that's what Soy's trying to say. And they were like, whoa, we're not saying that you're stupid. We just said we understood it as is. And so there was there was a transfer of like, we understand it as is, to you receiving it thinking, you just think are you saying that I'm dumb, which they never verbalized, and then that's where it started.
I think there were things that were said like, I've never had to explain it to anyone. We don't have anything ready because we always just got it.
But how why did that set you off that way? Because I agree with everything you're saying.
Right.
And I'm also super confident in my answer.
I'm very confident in my answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So...
What do you mean?
Well, how did the passion get so stoked in that moment?
You mean why am I talking like this?
Well, yeah.
I always talk like this?
No, we went off into a whole thing for like 15 minutes.
Because then it became a discussion about... who said what and what yeah. Which is frustrating to me because I'm like, I want to talk about the movie. Anyway. Yeah.
I just think it was I don't even know. Like this is why it's always interesting to me when people can have a discussion. Mm-hmm. And then when there's a disagreement of opinion on anything artistic or creative, mm-hmm. I'm always just fascinated how emotion can come into it.
Sure.
So quickly.
Sure.
Because it's a subjective piece
where
they can say, well, we just got it, and that's cool, and that's your answer, and that's fine. And they're like, well, we don't need to, it's because like I'm over here saying, what the hell is witch training? That would have added so much for me in terms of just laying a base for me to plant all my emotions on. That would have answered a lot of emotional questions as to why she's feeling certain ways in certain scenes, instead of me having to play guesswork as to like what that is.
Sure.
That would have been awesome for me, and that would have been great, and it would have made the movie even better, even though I already loved it, because he's just really good at what he does in terms of everything.
Yeah.
What? But that I'm just confident in that, in that answer, and so when they say, well, that's just what it is, I'm like, okay. I do get frustrated when the answer to what I feel is a logical question is a workaround.
Sure.
But I don't know. I never took that they were calling us stupid.
Didn't we? We were saying that, right? Like, didn't we have a moment when we were like joking about like Hollywood stuff and like, and I mean, sure, I don't think that's what I think truly frustrates me about that answer is
that Hollywood stuff came in as we were working through what exactly we were saying.
And I don't think,
and I think we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah, no, and I think that's fine, and that wasn't a thing. I'm just saying, if I go, I have these specific questions, and then it's like, we just got it, and I go, got what? Like, right. Got what?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, is like, and I'm getting frustrated, not frustrated, it's what's frustrating, this is what's frustrating, is I go, this, like these two, this thing, and then this thing, and then this thing. How is that not true? I go, I don't know, we just got it. And I go, got what?
Right.
And I go,
right there with you.
And I go, just got it. And I go, but like, how is this and this and this? I go, I don't know. I never explained it to anyone. I just got it. I go, well, explain it now. Got what? Got what? That's what we're talking about. People are saying different things. Everyone's saying they're on the same page. It's not the same page. And I go, this, I just like, I don't know.
Because I think there's...
And my friend... And I understand. Like, I'm not
going to put any words in anyone's mouth.
No.
But I do feel like there's that thing of like, well, this is a movie we really like, and we like it.
Sure.
Type thing.
Sure.
Maybe not. I'm not saying nothing about no one.
Sure.
But all that
aside,
I do get frustrated when you're trying to have like an out and out debate.
Yeah.
Where you want to hear the other side, and then you want to hear the other side retort to your question.
That is all, because I go, that's how we get to something. Is I respond to your points specifically, and this is now, and you respond to my points, and then we compare notes, and we go bum, and then I go, that's something I believe, that's not something or you do the same, and whatever. Now that, to be 100% fair and transparent, is a very specific way about how to go about an argument. And
it's a healthy way.
And that's what I want. Well, no, but that's what I want. And I'm not saying it is incumbent upon anyone to go, like, if you just go, I just got it, and you don't feel, you don't have the words to articulate, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, if you're just like, I just connect with it.
Because you're wanting to...
I want to know
get to the bottom of...
what got it means.
Yeah.
And if you're just like, I don't know, that's where it stops for me. I go, cool. Like, I don't go cool. I go, yeah, exactly. I go, I want to know, because you getting it is the condition that I want to understand. Mm-hmm. And if you tell me what that entails, then I can take those things and say, well, you get it because this, and this. And this is not true for me. This is not true for me. This is true for me. This is not true for me. I understand where you're coming from. And I'm trying to lay out my things like that so you can understand where I'm coming from.
And I think there's also a little bit of like feeling you're doing all that groundwork, and then to be told, I just got it, and your opinion is not legitimate, or that's not right. But
no, I mean, I get you, but I don't even think it's not even like a personal insult thing. It's a thing where I'm going like, no, like, here, dude, my 6 things, your 6 things, let's do it. And then any divergence from that, I go, no, because this is hard enough, and we're really driving at a real thing here. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but that's a very specific mindset, and it's not necessarily, I don't know. How come this hasn't happened before on filmography?
I don't know.
Because we've been
because I feel like
we've disagreed on stuff. We've disagreed on
I
stuff.
feel like we're going into a world that they seem to have quite a bit of knowledge about.
That's
we do not have any knowledge
that's
about
true.
it.
Absolutely.
And so we're coming in as outsiders being like boom, 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 boom,
yeah,
boom.
sure.
Boom, 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 boom,
That's
boom.
fair.
And so I do understand that too.
Sure. That makes sense.
But I'm also going to be like, I need to know what witch training is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, yeah. And that comes, okay, hold on. KIKI'S, that comes off as, you do that a lot where if you think something is being implied, you ask about it at full force. And I think we're talking about my method of communication. And that makes sense and is unfortunate. I guess I just mean like, I talk very pointedly, I guess, sometimes. But don't I do that all the time?
You do
like
it a
what
lot,
I'm doing right
but
now?
you can tell when it
Sure.
when it goes from one thing to another.
Sure,
And you can tell.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is frustration there, but I honestly, genuinely feel like the frustration that is there is from being off course of this thing.
I agree too.
I do not think because here's the thing: if I really thought you were calling me stupid, then I would dismiss it because I have a giant ego and I'm like, I'm not stupid. If you think I'm stupid, that's weird to me. Just like if I thought you were genuinely stupid, or if I thought you were like that's weird of me to assume that you're stupid. No one is stupid.
Right.
I don't think anyone is stupid. Like I don't think that's a real thing. I'm not afraid of being stupid. I'm not afraid of being stupid.
Nor am I. I'm stupid a lot.
I'm not scared of being stupid. I'm stupid all the time. Yeah. I really genuinely, after having searched myself for these last 15 minutes, think it is more about me going like, we're going toward this. I get so engaged when someone disagrees on a deep level because I go, that's the real shit.
Yeah,
give me that.
Totally.
And I go, boom, let's go at it. Let's do it.
Right.
And it is 100% like I get into arguments with Akasha and she's like, whoa. And I
put that frying pan down and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. And I'm like, it's, I get it. It is very like, but I'm just so excited about it. Mm-hmm. And then when I'm very, very excited about something and I want something very badly, and then I feel like it goes, meh, I go, no, come on. Come on. And then like by the third or fourth time it goes, meh, I go, no, stop. This is not what, like this.
And that's when the knife comes out.
And that's not when that is when when I'm talking like this, if I'm talking like this, I go that. The thing is, and this is the other thing, is that I have an awareness of what I am like when I'm angry. Mm-hmm. And this is not it.
No, sure. I understand that.
But
I also can understand what Soy's saying as that just comes off as being frustrated, offended, or misunderstood.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I understand that having been told that. It's hard for me to understand it because I don't feel that way. But then I go, dang it, that's unfortunate.
But it can, I mean...
Sure. No. I totally, I go, okay, crap.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about that because I can't stop getting excited.
I don't think you were, but I completely understand because I saw it happen. I saw the tone shift. But I also knew that it was in the heat of debate.
Sure. As soon as establishes the witch training, oh boy, and Lola doesn't, those are like they build up around this witch training, whereas never established what exactly her training is. And then is dropped by the end of the film and was sort of a hanging thread that wasn't addressed.
Thank you,
anyway.
That's very succinct.
I think Lobo was correct. Die Hard is the only battleground I'll win on.
Sorry.
I don't even know what that means. That would be a Christmas movie to feel that I'm prepared to bury it in. We got it on the VODs. That's interesting because doesn't Kiki start at the end of her training? What? No, I don't think so. Wait, what? As in she's a witch already and now just has to find out what would be equivalent? That is not... Like she specifically said she was beginning witch training.
Yeah.
I thought. Fight me now.
Man, if that's true, then there's... but I don't think that's true.
No, I think there were several lines that... Okay.
Yeah.
So the chat can't agree on what the training is. Some people believe that some people believe that. Some believe the movie is the training, and that was more frustrating. And that's what I'm saying.
And to me, I don't care what it is.
Yeah, I don't
just
either.
want to know.
I'm just saying a direction, and then the here's the thing. I think this is what it is. Like people are going, we just got what witch training was, and I was like, you did? I don't think that's in the movie. And they go, we got what witch training is. Witch training is the town, and they go, no, and we got. And people go, we got what witch training is. Witch training hasn't started yet, and I go, oh, okay, it's not in it because, but I think
not a collective agreement.
There's not a collective agreement, so it wasn't in there. But I also think more importantly at a base level, people were like, that didn't bother me. I loved the movie. And I go, that was to me, they set that up and they didn't pay it off or explain it. And some people it didn't bother people. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's how I interpreted it from the first time I watched it. Gotcha. I'd like to have some other directors' anime films on Wolf. Wonder what you guys would think of Wolf Children. Well, we do have plans to do Perfect Blue next month. That's part of another thing. Yujo Serujo. Thank you for the follow.
I'd love to go down an anime movie rabbit hole.
Yeah. I think they prefer. We'll see. This didn't go that well.
It went great, though.
Okay.
This was a great debate.
Was it?
Yes.
I feel like everyone thinks I'm an asshole, and
No, that's not true.
Okay, and I think.
You're a good boy.
Thank you, Talking Cat. Thank you, Phil Hartman. I think they prefer. Well, no, it's Kiki. Maybe you shouldn't talk so forcefully like an asshole.
You know, you shouldn't run across the road like
You're
that.
being a dick. And here's the thing. I think I prefer that it's not something to be interpreted and was instead given at least like one line of dialogue to make it clear. It's just something Lobro noticed and wanted us to talk about. It's just Artifact was like talking
Wait,
like
hold on. And I think
this is very measured and kind, and Artifact is going like, just don't make him pissed off again. I think you got frustrated that some of us said we felt like we inherently understood what the story was about or what her training was, but that we had different opinions about what exactly that meant. And that's not fundamentally what bothered me, but I think that points to something. Yes, but that's valid. It's just a bunch of different opinions, and don't really invalidate your point that it wasn't well explained in the movie, and that a lot of threads were left hanging. Yes. Wolf Children is so good. I can understand that. Studio Ghibli has a tendency to never be about specific things, though. Lobo, your camera keeps losing focus on you and Jeff because it's locked in on Kiki. I don't know if that can be improved. Oh, it probably can. Like this. We'll just do this. Yeah, Lobo's new to Ghibli and more anime stuff in general, so there's stuff to talk about. Kiki's delivery service has the same setup as the Hudsucker proxy. Think of it that way.
What's the setup for the Hudsucker proxy?
He tries to get a job
at
that,
and then he goes to, and it's in the boardroom.
And he invents a hula hoop.
And then he invents a hula hoop.
Hudsucker Proxy is a 2-hour exercise in beautiful production design.
Oh my god, the opening flying through with the music.
Yeah, and the narration. It's great. And then then he
jumps out of the building. Yeah. It's like one of the first things that happens. It's fantastic.
Yeah. And I just love the movie, but when I think about the movie, I just go, the production design is beautiful. It's really great how stylized Jennifer Jason Leigh is. Everything's It's like a
what's that kind of dialogue called? Where they talk like this and they go like that and then they do like this and it's a term for that.
Yeah, and it's like the
I'm not a huge fan of it.
Hepburn and Tracy. I'm not a huge of the dialogue or of the.
I have that style of communication.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. It seems.
I mean, it's a whole genre.
Well, it is, and it's odd to have. And I don't know that it's absolutely flawless the way she's doing it, but I really enjoy it. Mm-hmm. I'm glad. I'm like, thanks for that flavor. I appreciate it. Tough to rewatch, but amazing. Oh, Wolf Children. Lobo just flips a coin when he watches the anime, decides if he likes it or not. Both sides of the coin are tails. Yeah. So you just did the thing up there again, where you feel something's implied, so you blow up about it. And it's like you're asking us if we really think that, but it's very overbearing. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you feel like I blow up. I'm sorry. Can we get like a mod to turn off chat for a second so Lobo can catch up, please? And maybe when you read the above, you'll feel the need to ask if we really felt you're blowing up about it. But channel that energy into telling us about Spirited Away again. Not just with your voice. It's not how loud of a man you are. Okay. I'm just saying, I guess I have a right. I just respond to specific connotations of words. And yeah, absolutely. If someone says, so you blow up about it, I feel like that implies being unreasonable and being a dick. Like, to me, if I said that you just blew up at me, I feel like that, like to blow up at somebody, is that?
I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
If you said, you're right. If someone said you blew up at, if I said like you blew up at me the other day, what would that mean to you?
It would mean someone yelling in a normal amount.
An abnormal amount.
In an aggressive way.
Yeah. Like mildly unreasonable.
Yes. For an unreasonable, yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm responding to. And so maybe I think it's a connotation thing sometimes. That's maybe just not connecting. Maybe you mean one thing but yeah, if you say I blew up at you, then I go, do you really feel like I blew up at you? I feel like that's not what happened, but that's okay. I mean, it's just a persistent, it's the thing that happens. All the people we're talking to in Vermont, this is like a write-in show now. A write-in. It distracts from the conversation because I think you felt it was a slight or insult. It doesn't distract from the conversation it doesn't distract from the conversation if it's not taken as an insult. Sure. But, and just as a very specific example, because in the interest of working this out, when you say you blew up at me, I feel that that's what that means. And I don't necessarily feel like, based on the connotation of those words together, that is a misinterpretation. It may be a misinterpretation of what you felt, but I don't feel like it's a misinterpretation of what you wrote. Does that?
I have no idea.
Okay. We're going to assume positive intent from here on out. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've found your Lobocop Twitch channel. Thank you, Mother. It's always funny. Oh, this is a bot. There we go. Jeff is a good chat to Lobo translator. We should have him sift through our comments and put it in a friend bro dialogue, which again to me feels like you're saying I need.
But it doesn't. Look,
I know.
I'm
sorry. Like we've had this. I know.
But like this is like, because there is that thing of, I feel like you just took that in a antagonistic way.
Yes, I definitely did. That's true.
So why?
Because
I don't think she's being antagonistic at all. Here's what she's complaining about is that you're reading her reading Soy's comments and taking the most negative way possible and then reacting based off that.
Yes. And so
which is why Ken Coldblood was like gonna assume positive intent from here on out. And because if we view it that way, then we can keep the conversation positive and you know what I mean?
I totally agree with that. And so I know we've kind of gone through this before. I think you are a very sensitive, intelligent, kind, talented person. I hope you know I feel that way. I'm reacting to like, so just most recently, because it's just the most recent example, and I'm not trying to say anything. Hey, it says, so you blow up about it, right? And I feel like those words imply yelling an abnormal amount and being unreasonable and kind of being a dick. And then,
well, I think, and I think on Soy's end, it's
just a casual.
It's more of it's maybe not to the definition that you're describing, but enough to where this is what we're talking about now.
What?
Sure. This is what we're talking about instead of the movie. So it was enough of a point of how you reacted to where it then became the topic of discussion, and then now that's what we're talking about.
Because I feel like there was discussion about my reaction, so I felt like I needed to explain my reaction.
But you did have a reaction,
right? And
to say that you didn't is not true. You did have a reaction.
Sure.
So now we're talking about the parameters of your reaction, and then we're getting into a debate of the definition of blowing up versus getting enthusiastic and passionate in the heat of a debate.
So here's what I'm saying. I don't know. I guess I'll try. Yes, I guess. And I brought that up as a specific example because it was the one I had on hand because it just happened. I guess. In the same, I don't know if the answer is for me to just assume positive intent, regardless of any words used. Can I say that the opposite answer is for you to assume positive intent if I'm speaking emphatically? Is that fair? Like, not think I'm being a dick? I don't know. Oh, for hospital stuff. I'd injured myself during exercise, had some long-term effects I thought were going to interfere with me working, anxiety exacerbated the situation. Turns out I don't have career-ending incurable supracarpal tunnel, and that's fine. Well, good. I think it's more of a chat reading thing, and chat sort of easy to. But by the way, my tone is really cool and super awesome. Yes, my tone is that of a furious 3-foot-tall gremlin from the Bronx. Yes,
Totally.
some of the like Lobo received an initial impression of what the film should be, and that that's true, and that formed his expectations for the film from that point on. I can understand having the film fail to meet those expectations lead to disappointment, regardless of how good the film is or isn't. That's true, Shawnee. I appreciate it. Yes, that's true. Name Ched. Ched sounds like a good guy. People explained it for a good 20 minutes, how they got it, and then ended with people being defeated and just saying, okay, well, I just got it. That doesn't mean they didn't have a meaningful conversation about it. They just got tired of reiterating points that weren't landing, so they were ready to move on. That's how I felt too. I think a lot of people are ready to move on. Nobody started with, I just got it, doesn't need explaining. Right. To answer how I feel I just got it, I assume the movie itself is at least part of the witch training because it seems like community service or like a summer job thing, internship, some kind of real world placement, part of a presumed program that I just know exists in real life. Honestly, probably no actual hard evidence to support it. Hard evidence being the lines of dialogue, character moment that you were looking for. I don't think it's there.
Right.
That's a great, yes, great.
That's perfect.
That's wonderful.
And then, so you didn't need that, and I did.
Yes.
But it still didn't take away from my enjoyment of the movie.
And I did need it, and it did take away from my enjoyment. So
There you
that's
go.
it. Hi, Lobo. It'll be 20 minutes by the time you read this. Yes. I'm not afraid of being stupid. Oh my gosh, that was 40 minutes ago. Having convos this far back isn't the best way to discuss these sort of meta topics or movie conversation, though. I know it's hard to catch up on all chat, though. Lobo, do you need a hug? No, I'm fine, thank you. I mean, I'll take a hug. Sure, hugs are great. I mean, we're all here because we like you. I appreciate it, Mr. Ego Fart Knockerhead. There you go. It's more like that wormhole in Contact than a rabbit hole. Oh my gosh, we're still talking Interstellar. Dang it. Thanks, Tark. I love talking about movies. Well, this is so long ago. I wish we didn't have to have convos with like century-old chat. So do I. Maybe if we use the power of love to send messages back in time, we can get back in a real convo. Yeah, I feel like my throwaway in the moment comments are being read in more seriously since they're old. This has become Marvel Comics letters page now. Low bro, don't. Thanks. We don't need to do this. Oh, he means soy. It sounds like Lobro is breaking up with you. Oh my gosh. He. There's no hard feelings. Although, yeah, I think Jeff is right when he says you took something in the most negative way possible. And I want to get to why you do that. Blow up to me meant, going over the top, a bit overbearing, a crescendo of emotions. But we don't need to do that if by proxy, we don't take things in the most negative way possible. We can just talk about movies instead of feeling the context of how people mean that. Yes, I will say.
Are we done with the comments?
Yes, we are. I'll
cool.
say that on the other. This is why because I feel like this is maybe the issue. I don't think I would say blow up to somebody, unless I felt they were screaming at me. And so I'm using my interpretation of the way, which. So we're here. The future is now. Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is that there's a misunderstanding. There's two sides of it. And I'll try to do better with my side. And then that's what I'll say. I just respond very specifically to specific words and connotations because that's why I interrupt myself so much when I speak. Because I'm choosing specific words.
Mm-hmm.
Not that people don't do that. Not that other people don't do that. I'm just saying. Well, to be fair, you were screaming. I don't feel like I'm screaming at you. I don't feel, but like in a good movie, excited way, like a happy volcano.
In an enthusiastic, that's how you talk.
Okay, but so then that's interpreted as.
But just how Soy said screaming, I think it's the same way in which Soy says. Blowing up. You don't think you're screaming.
No.
But
sure.
When Soy says that, it's enthusiasm is what she is talking about. That's what she just said. I'm sorry, Soy. Blow up to me meant, going over the top, a bit overbearing. That's not positive. That's negative. I'm talking about the screaming.
Oh, okay. So you have to be honest with how loud is Lobo in that room?
I mean, I have earplugs in right now.
Yeah. Nothing is more frustrating than feeling like people misunderstand your intent. Yes. I don't know which one you're talking about, but I feel like we both feel that way.
And like, we're never getting out of this.
I know.
This is KIKI'S.
Literally call them a happy volcano. Right, a happy volcano. At least he's not filling your mouth with his particles. How about that woodsy girl's legs, though? They sure didn't look like a boy's. Right. I guess what I'm saying is, like, just because this goes back, we've had this. I feel like we've had this issue before, specifically, you know. And I'm sorry to whatever. We've had this issue before. Yeah. So I just feel like there's some sort of in my brain and in your brain that kind of. So I'm happy to talk to you about it, if you'd like to. If you don't feel like we need to, that's fine too. I'm going off of the comment you said that you want to figure out why it is that this keeps happening. That's fine. How about that? Yes, we can be out right now. Let's climb out of this volcano. Remember the cat, funny cat, cute cat. It's funny cat, cute cat.
How you feel?
I feel like everyone feels like I've been unreasonable for the last 25 minutes.
No, I think that a lot of it's been miscommunication. There's been something lost in translation between chat to you and then back to chat. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I'm trying to think about how this all started.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
But I see the validity. Maybe a longer in-depth convo with Soy would be able to just... I still think it's just a communication of, like, verbiage. Like, I think you're both... Once you both understand what each one is saying to each other,
sure, it'll
be understood,
sure.
and I think of both parties. But I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah.
Nor do I think we should continue to talk
about
it.
Sure. I think I'm just more
as good as I think this has been. This has been completely derailed.
Yes.
And I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's not the first time.
And I don't think it's a bad thing.
Sure. I think I'm just more forward about it. Not to say everyone in chat thinks it. But I think I'm willing to push these buttons because I know you're not like legitimately wounded by this.
Oh, I'm gonna have to pick him up off the floor after this.
I mean, I'm like maybe
he does genuinely care,
and I do genuinely get hurt by things. And newer viewers might think we're like murdering you by talking about it because of the way I'm responding. Okay, what do you guys do? Lober usually streams Fortnite. Oh, as one of the oldest spots I pick up on vibes people have a lot. And try to filter it into one point of convo. No, let's not, please. So how cool are movies? Real cool. Let's not what? Gosh, I don't know. Low Bro is genuine, and I like it. Thank you, Cole. I like you guys too. Hey. We're going to watch Interstellar next week.
Do you want to?
No.
I don't know if watching anime is healthy for you.
Yeah. I'm fine with it.
I know.
I'm so fine with it.
I know.
Oh my gosh. This is like, you know how, and I say this often. Sorry. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
How are you doing? Everyone's been talking about how
I've been playing Mediator.
Fortnite? Yeah, okay. You have been, which is nice. And I like doing that as well. This is the thing where I feel like, it's like, prove you're not crazy. I'm like, I'm not crazy. I'm like, well, that's what a crazy person would say. It's like, and it just feels like that over and over. That's fine. We don't need to talk about it.
No, I think text got read, and
that's fine. It's fine.
I don't know.
It's it was genuinely like a physical over ice cream. I'm totally fine. Maybe we should take a month break before Perfect Day. Anime isn't healthy for Low Bro, but it's great. Become a new volcano. So emotionally drained now. I'm not emotionally drained. Hoi.
No, but you've been talking for like 30 minutes straight.
I know. That doesn't drain me emotionally. I don't know. So this collapsing timeline as we follow the next filmography is tomorrow. 2 days becomes 1 day in earlier. But we're watching Howl's or Cagliostro next. I think it's Cagliostro.
Yeah, I think we're going to do... I don't even know how to pronounce it.
Let's talk about that.
Cagliostro.
It's like a pasta dish. I was hoping you'd do Mononoke next. We're doing that last. But I'll check out whatever's next too. Cagliostro is very good, by the way. I know I quipped that it's by the book, but it's because it draws from those hero stories. I think... So, the reason...
It's going to be right up our alley.
Yeah, we're going to love it. Maybe that's the way to handle it. Is to just joke back. I think that's it. Also, please stop pronouncing the G.
I'm not even. I have just been
It's
saying, are we watching Hal's or the other one? Because I don't know how to pronounce it, nor am I going to try.
Yeah.
I also have been drinking a lot of Arnold Palmer's recently, and I have to order them like that because I cannot say that word correctly.
Those are fun.
They are fun.
They're really fun. They're tea with lemonade, and it's great.
Tea with a splash of lemon.
And you get to go. You get to go. Can I have a drink named after someone?
Yeah.
And it's fine. It's a child's
I'll have
drink,
that golf
it's
drink.
great. Super fun.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. Cagliostro. I'm gonna say what I say. Let's check. Also, where are you guys finding these movies? Because I just can't find them. So Cagliostro is supposedly on Netflix, which is how I pronounce Netflix.
Yeah, let me look that up right now.
I haven't seen Cagliostro, but House is fantastic. There's great action story and animation, so I'd vote that, but this isn't a democracy. High Lord Lobro will pick. Castle Cagliostro is on Netflix. Yeah, Miyazaki is Lobro's neighbor. He comes over. Hey, hold on a dang second. Hold on a second. Hold. Someone came in here and asked a question.
What is it called? Castle of Cagliostro?
Future Drone. Future Drone, if you're still here. Yes, Castle of Cagliostro. Or The Castle or Castle. Future Drone, if you're still in here. Sorry. We do this every Monday. I think Fridays we're going to start continuing doing a blind playthrough that my friend is doing of Dark Souls. And then on Saturdays, I just play whatever, which has been recently anything from New Game Plus run through of Sekiro. Last time, we're currently on Curse of Monkey Island, which is one of my favorite games of all time, and we're probably going to finish it next stream and maybe play some more of those. I don't know. I also want to play FMV games in the future, which I've been saying for years, but I'm starting to get more serious about. We used to play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but that whole thing broke. We used to play a lot more games, but my capture card doesn't work. So as soon as that gets up and running, we'll be open to more stuff like SNES stuff. I still haven't finished my first playthrough of Legend of Zelda. Anyway, that's that stuff. So where you guys find? Yeah. I haven't seen Castle Cagliostro. Miyazaki's love it. You're right. I know a guy who named me on Discord if you really want to not get a copy of one. Netflix makes this one easy to find. What a coincidence we need easy to find movies. Yeah. House is a favorite of mine. So here's the deal, and I'm totally...
I want to bring this to like a vote.
Yes, I agree.
Because I'm looking at this, I'm sure it's wonderful, but like out of sheer enjoyment and frankly further debate, is this one going to be too simple to do, aside from the angle of it's his first film?
Yeah.
Or is Hal's genuinely going to be the more interesting one to dive into?
Here's what I've heard, and this is what I've gathered from literally nothing but what other people have said.
Okay.
So Cagliostro. So initially I was interested again because then we'd have one from each decade. Although Cagliostro is from '79 and it's not really '70s.
Yeah.
And also that's
I'd rather dive into like, if this is more conventional,
yeah.
I would find it far more interesting to explore this I don't know if this continuum of like non-conflict in his movies and stuff, which I'm fascinated by because he somehow makes it work.
Sure.
So I would like, if Hal's is more, it's latter, so it's just more of him fully developed and he's continuing to explore those kind of things using those techniques. I just think that would be more interesting than his first movie, which might just be a traditional anime in story and plot and everything.
And I've heard from a number of people that either Hal's is fantastic and beautiful and you should never skip it, or Hal's is good. It's just kind of it's kind of conventional in the sense that it's just kind of like I don't, that it doesn't go very deep places.
But then I thought this was conventional until we unpacked it.
Yeah, I thought it was very unconventional, but. In some, I'm back. What did I miss? Literally nothing, Subaru Kayak. You didn't miss anything. One day I'll convince someone to play The Missing. Did I hear Curse of Monkey Island? Yeah, I love that game too. Will there be a return to Odyssey once the capture card is... So that's not a capture card issue. That is every time I try to play it, it has to re-download and then I tried to play it and there's some issue with it within Uplay. I don't know. Also, what up, Lowbro and everyone? What's up, some media geek? No, it's good. No, it's good in a complex way. You're talking about Howls or Cagliostro?
No, Castle. She's Castle there, and then...
Oh, good. Howls will be more interesting in your opinion, but you're biased. Howls will definitely be more interesting to dissect. Oh, you're saying Howls is good in a complex way. Cagliostro is just a cheesy adventure movie, no real deeper themes. And I think there are more movies Lobo may have seen where Cagliostro draws inspiration from some sort of a deeper dialogue with Chad or Jeff. What do you mean? You mean it's more conventional? Just do one extra movie and make it Howls. Problem solved. Just watch them all. I know, like that. There's a semi plausible possibility where I'll just watch both of them, but I don't know if that's true because sometimes I just have trouble within the week getting one done. Who said Howls?
Could tackle both.
Yeah. Who said Howls isn't fantastic? I'll end them. Howls makes me feel nice, but I think it just makes me feel nice. Howls is an interesting character. There's a lot of conflict. Oh dear. What if we watch Cagliostro and Howls in the same week? Impossible. It can be tough. Okay. So let's just.
I mean, we could totally do it and just. There's a whole debate. There's a whole interesting perspective of doing his first work
right next to each other.
His latter work and then discussing them in tandem.
Yeah, because Howls is 2004, which is one of the latter ones. It's 3 years after Spirited. It's before.
Oh, it's after Spirited.
It's after Spirited Away. The most recent one is 2013, which is The Whisper of the Wind or something. I thought it was 98, year before this. What if we watch Cagliostro? Impossible. Straw poll? Good. I think Lobo may be able to dissect Howls. I've had to dissect personally. It would be a forced experience. It'd get me a B- as a paper. How come? That's interesting. Howls pairs better with Princess Mononoke. In what sense? That's very interesting. So if you're pairing them up for a dual filmography night, we're not necessarily... Oh, so you're saying possibly do Cagliostro next week and then Howls and Mononoke the last week?
We could also do Cagliostro and Totoro.
We're just going to watch 10 movies.
And
yeah.
then do...
Oh, mother goodness.
I don't mind doing that.
I know.
I am enjoying these. I would like to get through all of them.
Oh, and it's not a like, I don't want it. It's just a like, the week is so full for me all the time. But, boy.
Howls and Mononoke would be way too much for one. Yeah.
I feel like Howls and Mononoke would be a dense session. Just because like it's possible, it doesn't jump out to me as ripe for breaking down. Sure, it's more, and that's part of the breakdown experience. Honestly, that's what Spirited was. That's what these kind of are. Spirited Away wasn't really. I mean, we did kind of go like we like this and this shot and this structure and whatever, but sort of. But really, mostly it was just like it moves and feels and it was great, and that's fine. Yeah, what Shani said. I feel like. Okay. Just continue Miyazaki movie as you finish them all. We can always revisit this theme later. That's also true.
Do Totoro?
Oh, well, I mean, people pick this over Totoro.
Oh,
but
right. Because there was a poll.
But that's fair.
That's cool.
Gosh, if Totoro...
I just want to know if we're only doing Cagliostro because of it's the first movie. Yeah. And if that's the only reason, I think we should do something else.
Sure.
Because if there's so many good ones in his catalog,
I think
to solely do it for that reason.
In terms of themes, especially in terms of environmental themes, world building, those two pair. Well, but we'll be certainly able to refer back, because that's sort of the point of all this, is to be able to refer back to the things we've already seen while we're talking about. So if we watch Howls and but so maybe that's what you're saying instead of pairing them up. In terms of themes, Cagliostro has a ripe history of animation and movie making, easy for the discussion pickings. But isn't that true of the others as well? Because I just really like this, especially he's got old anime style like Cutie Honey, James Bondy anime is interesting. All right, well maybe so we'll talk about it.
KIKI'S was made in 98?
89.
Oh, okay, that fits much better. I just love that look of that animation.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'll just listen while I grind T-Hunt on Siege. That sounds nice. Didn't you say you liked the Speed Racer movie? I honestly don't remember. I watched it and was like, this is crazy. And then came out and was like, all right, that was what that was, and it was itself. And then I think Speed Racer is a movie that over the past, since it's been released in the past like 5-10 years, people have been like, it's a work of art.
Yeah, no, I watched it and then I was like, I don't think this is for me.
Yeah, sure, that's fair.
And that was it.
We could drop Princess Mononoke.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Ken, calm down, buddy.
It is fun to look at. I agree with that. For chat's reference on Cutie Honey. Oh, I feel like I shouldn't, but... Huh.
Oh, so does it even take note that Cagliostro was not a property that was created by Ghibli? They were just hired to make the movie, I think.
Interesting. Speed Racer was an unashamed love letter to the Speed Racer cartoon. Yeah, definitely. Don't you dare drop that one. I don't think we will, and I don't think that was a serious suggestion. Okay. What? So real quick. One for just never mind. Don't say one. Say howls for howls. Say cag for cag, and say Totoro.
No, let's just keep it to two.
Sure? Say Totoro for Totoro, just to throw it off.
Because then it might completely throw it off. We need to give him two options, and either or.
Howls. Cag is on Netflix. Father. Oh, I got Howls from the library, and you got a week. If you can get it from the library.
I've been finding him on archive.org.
Is Howls on archive? I like Totoro, but I think Totoro vs. KIKI'S was the right choice. Yeah. Interesting. Because I want to see Totoro. Because they're similar tonally, because they're both just kind of like sweet little... Because that does seem like a little slice of life thing. They find a monster, and then they just live with them, and that's fine and sweet. Seeing Howl's Mononoke, so they're the easy choice for you. A unanimous decision, it seems, although Howl's isn't on Netflix. Are you saying Howl's as well, Soy? Hoi. That's 7 for Howl's and 1 for Cat. Oh. Cowboy Bebop. KIKI'S is like halfway between Totoro and Spirited Away. Oh, so Totoro is like full adorable whatever. Although I'll say Chad is saying Howl's they've never seen any Lupin movies and it shows. I'll probably watch both. Yeah. Loba, do you know who the dub actors for Howl's are? Oh yeah, Christian Bale and somebody. What is Lupin? Isn't that a disease?
I'm checking to see.
Sure.
I think if this is correct,
you have to log in.
You're gonna have
to make an account.
You're gonna have to make an account, which is free.
That's weird though. Verify the email. I think what we may do is officially say Howl's.
I think we should. If
and
everyone's saying Howl's.
Yeah, and then possibly.
We can watch if we can find time. If it's on Netflix, I'll watch both.
Yeah, I'll try.
And then if we want to talk about it, we can talk about it, and we'll have that in our back chamber to make comparisons.
Yeah. They're only like an hour and 40 or something. Cog for the arrow change up. Gotcha. I've only seen Lupin the Third, not OG for Lupin the First or Second. Lupin the Third, the character it's based on. Yeah. Oh, Lupin the Third was an anime series. It is, but just starring that character right. It's not related to Cagliostro, Houston Astros. Yeah, and I feel like we need to do both. All right, like I need to do both.
Yeah, if I have time to watch both.
Yeah.
Which I just watch them at night, so I think I can do it, and I enjoy watching them.
Night is when I stare at a wall and do my screaming. No, my existential screaming. It's not like you know.
Oh, that makes it
silent screaming.
So much worse.
Pawnbroker screaming.
It's just you sitting there like this.
Yeah. And then,
but then if someone was to like turn the volume up on your brain, it would go.
Yeah. Absolutely. Cool. Nausicaa. Yeah, that was on the list. The top. So a long time ago. Both is good. Yes. I know that from a GIF. Goodness gracious, man. Oh, balls.
Hold on, guys. I'm checking on archive to make sure this link works.
And I'm just looking up stuff because I'm bored. No, I'm looking at the initial. Yeah, so the initial poll said we should do. I said pick 4, and people could choose more, and the top 4 were Mononoke, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, and KIKI'S Delivery Service.
Cool.
That's it.
So there we go.
That's it. Everyone says the same thing. No one has ever really deviated from that. Individual people have said, it'd be interesting to see Houston Astros. So we'll try to throw that in. Keep me posted on your progress on that.
On my progress?
Yeah, like if you go like, I watched it, just let me know.
I'm going to watch it. I'll watch it both.
Okay.
I don't think that'll be an issue.
All right.
Howl's is on archive.org.
Whoa!
There's a working link. You're going to need, for whatever reason, the past two, because I saw Spirit Away and Kiki on archive.org, and I didn't have to sign in with an account or sign up for an account. You need to for whatever this link is.
Well.
But if you just sign up, it took me 3 minutes, and then you just search for it. It's like it says Howl's Moving Castle 1080p, and it seems to work.
I saw,
and they're good quality.
Yeah,
they're
they
like
really are.
Quality.
They're very nice. Which is it's so weird to me that it's like we can't find it anywhere.
I searched
can't pay to download it.
Every single
The only place
app.
you can find it is a government website that gives it to you for free.
I went to Amazon thinking they have everything.
Totally.
So I was like, cool, I'm just going to pop this in. I'll pay for it. It'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it. I was like, that's weird. Check Netflix, check Hulu. Knew they wouldn't be on there. Checked them anyways.
Yeah.
And I went to iTunes being like, well, this is a little, because I have a Roku. It's like, well, I guess I'll just have to watch it on my computer, whatever. And I go to iTunes, not there.
I know.
And then I look it up, and they're like,
you
they're
can't find
anti-streaming to the extreme.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Because how do people watch these movies except for buying them?
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, a business tactic, but in this day and age seems kind of weird and backwards to me.
It might be Disney that snapped them up.
Oh, that's right, because
Disney snapped them up.
But so why haven't they vaulting them?
And why haven't?
Oh, they're vaulting them until
for
the app
streaming
comes
thing?
out?
Yeah. And why haven't they? Well, and I don't know if that's a recent
dumb.
thing. Apparently, historically, they've been hard to find. But also, if Disney is snapping them up, why haven't they snapped it up from archive.org? Why haven't they been like,
yeah, that's weird.
Hey, U.S. government,
that's really weird.
Who observes copyright law?
Yeah.
Why do you have it up for free? And the Library of Congress. I mean, it's like.
And so far, 3 for 3. Like they're all on there.
Yeah.
Every single one we've watched.
Yeah.
I'm sure if
I looked for Howl's and I couldn't. Yeah, Spirited Away. I just saw because like, what made you look there?
I searched Spirited Away streaming, which thinking that would immediately pull up
Amazon.
A slew of options for me to find it.
$3.99.
So I was checking like Cracked or Crackle and like all the other like Voodoo.com, like all these weird ones because I was like, this is impossible.
Yeah.
And then I just searched it in Google. And the first thing that came up was like I think a Reddit forum.
They said you could find an archive.
Where someone was asking the exact same question. Yes. It was like, hey, these are really difficult to find. Where do you find them?
And someone said archive. I clicked that. It didn't work.
Me too.
Ah.
So I didn't give up because I'm not a quitter.
Yep. Fair. I really feel like you.
Hey, guess what? You're getting it from all sides.
Yeah.
And then I just Googled it and it showed up. It was very easy.
Oh, you.
I took it one step further than you.
And like typed it into archive.org.
Yeah.
You go. I think you might be a liar.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just trust people. And then they hurt me. And that's fine. And then I scream at the wall. La Puta has Mark Hamill in it. I said that too vigorously. That's enough reason to watch it. Picturing Lover doing that shot of Danny from The Shining where it's just him screaming and it's silent. Yep.
Can we talk about Heavy Rain for a second?
Please.
Because boy, do I have questions.
Oh, that's great. And this is something that I love that everyone else hates. So I like this.
This is the David Cage guy that you were talking about. That you were like, this guy's pretty polarizing.
Yes.
He did that Ellen Page one that you were playing?
Yes.
Cool.
That
puts it... I knew that almost instantly because I started it, and the second I had to...
Brush your teeth.
Brush my teeth and shake my controller, I was like, oh, this is that piece of shit that he was talking about. Because I was very upset.
Because I was like... I thought of telling you that it was the Beyond Two Souls guy, and I was like, you're going to love it. It's amazing. And you're like, is this a detective story? And I go, yes.
And that's why I'm still playing it, because I really, 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 really... What I love is detective games that are like borderline monotonous and repetitive, where it's just like nitty-gritty. I'm like, wow, this is almost boring, but that's kind of how real police work would be, and I get off on that.
I love L.A. Noire.
L.A. Noire played the shit out of that game because I just loved it. And so my mentality going in was like, oh, it'll be more like that. It's not.
It's not.
It's not at all.
It's not.
And it is not so far. So I am to the point where the detective in the story arrives at the police station, and he is given a desk.
Yeah.
He's got these really dumb glasses with a glove.
Oh no.
That allow him to kind of
is...
just cheat and and read clues and whatever. And he looks like a dork. And so he sits at this really. They're like, here's your office. And he's like, this is my office, in a non-Mark Wahlberg Boston accent that I think is done by an Australian, but I'm not sure.
He might be a French guy. No,
and,
I don't know.
And he's like, I don't like this office. Time to clean up. And then he takes his glove out and he puts it on. And he goes, Zh! And then your first option is like, do you want your desk to be underwater? Do you want it to be on Mars? Or do you want it to be in the mountains? And then I did that, and I picked Mars, and like, okay. And so then my brother walks in, and he sees a guy on a desk with sunglasses on, sitting in the middle of Mars, not doing anything, and me trying to figure out how to do the next thing, because I'm trying to look at his files, and it brings up the origami killer, and then you go around, and his victims. And I cannot open those files. And it also won't let me out of that menu. Yeah. So I don't know what to do now. Yeah. And that's when I threw down my controller and I went to bed. That was last night. So I was going to go home and play it tonight. But how do I get out of that? Because I don't know. He's just sitting on a desk in Mars right now. I don't know how to get out of that.
How does he get out of that? You literally don't know how to leave that?
I don't know how to get out of that menu.
That's weird.
There's no exit option.
That's really.
Do I press start or select? I guess I didn't try that.
Here's the thing. I've never had to explain it to anyone because I just got it. Right.
You brought it all back. That's great. High five for that.
Yeah,
one.
okay, right.
That was very well done.
All right.
Oh, that was good. That was a great way to bring it all back together.
Nothing but love.
Everyone's loving each other now.
I did. That's my way of letting it go. Sorry, nothing but love. Nothing but love. I literally don't remember how to do that. You do have to.
I'll just Google it.
It's not. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember because I remember I feel like I had the same thing for a little bit of time where I was like.
I'm sure I'll get used to it.
Where I was like, how do you do this? And you have to. You can look at them, and I can't remember, and it's not because it's been a while.
I'll figure it out, but I gotta say the quick time actions for every single.
That's not gonna stop.
I know that.
But there are more action-packed ones.
It's just, I'm like, oh, I immediately, because you were like, this is kind of divisive. People love it or hate it. And I understand why. So it's, because I read a review and like people are like, you're either going to love or hate the story. But like the story, it gets very, very good is what I heard. Yes. It gets very interesting.
It reminded me of
you
Seven.
You get multiple endings, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So I'm going to play it. Cool. But we'll see how...
If you like, how far do you feel like?
I read that it's slow for the first like 2-3 hours, and then once it picks up and it doesn't stop.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I just because I was just like, it's great, I love it. I did say it was divisive, okay, because I knew that.
You did say that.
Yeah, because I knew people hated it, and I was like, I'm into it. I've always been interested in it, and I do not
hate it. I am just getting used to the controls of it. I'm into it. Yeah. But it's frustrating to have to, right now just be like R2's always walking and then like the fixed camera. It feels like I'm playing like Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
On PlayStation.
I think the issues that I've heard people say they have with it are that it is like cheesy, which I didn't find it to be, but
I haven't encountered anything. I mean,
you said his dumb glasses and dumb stuff.
Well, that was just me like ripping into it.
Yeah, like me with the Matrix.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Well, I mean, I know you love the Matrix deep down. That's how I'm doing this.
Hey man. Yeah. Especially because some of the story was written as DLC, like an extra level. Female reporter's story doesn't fit well in the overall flow, but a lot of times.
I feel like next month we need to do movies you love or I love. Yeah. Like opposite of like so like Matrix. Yeah. Interstellar. Even though I'm on your side.
Matrix is good. The Matrix is a good film.
I know, but it would be great to like unpack that one.
Sure. It's not, but it's not going to be any more than what it was.
I think that is like one of those rare perfect movies. I think that. I know. So like I know that's such a dramatic thing to say.
No,
like,
it's not.
But
It's not.
to me, for what it does, it does it so incredibly well.
I'll say
that perfect ride of a narrative to the ending. I've watched and own the sequels and watched them many times.
Yeah.
But if you just view that story as a standalone one piece, it does it freaking amazingly.
I think this is what I really truly they got what they were going for. 100%. I just don't connect with certain aspects of what they're going for.
Yeah,
and that's not its fault.
I find it an emotional journey.
Yeah.
Like it pays off big for me at the end when she it's all sparks flowing around. She kisses him and then he wakes up and everything like that works for me.
So it's more than like.
It's not like on a technical level that I think it's a perfect
no.
I
know
story
you're
level. Like it works on every level for me.
But like
I don't think it's just a cool movie. I think it's a great movie.
Okay.
I genuinely
put it on a level with something else that's going to piss me off. Do you think it's as good as 7?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say.
Well, now I'm pissed.
No. Well, I'll say honestly, I'm like I think it gets what it goes after what it's going for in the same way and with the same aplomb and with the same effectiveness as
I think
what
it's hard.
does.
I think it's hard to say that it's like as good as like because they're
so
different. Like
yeah.
I would say it's as good as Die Hard 2, but like they're still they might be action movies, but they're different.
Yeah, totally. I think yeah. Do you think it's as good as? No, it is. It probably is. I just don't dig it as much. It's probably as good as Terminator 2. Interesting.
That's a good debate to have.
Yeah. So, but
then I don't think most things are as good as Terminator 2.
No, I know.
I don't think most things in not only film but in life.
Because yeah, it's true. It's true. The comparison for me is that Terminator 2 is like deeper than an action movie, deeper than a sci-fi movie,
yeah,
but not like
Terminator is.
But not like
in that argument, Terminator 2 is the clear winner
over the Matrix.
Yes.
But not over 7. I mean, but Matrix is
7 is too different.
Okay, that's interesting
because Terminator 2 is sci-fi action with heart.
Yes.
And
so that's what I'm getting at.
And Matrix to me is sci-fi action with heart, but T2 does it better on all fronts.
Okay, cool. I'm with you on there. I'm with you there because I think, but
that is not to say that means the Matrix is even lesser because T2 is just T2.
I feel like Terminator 2 and even the Matrix, even though I don't dig it stylistically in the same way that most people do, like both of those I'm kind of like that's hard to. I don't feel like saying that about the Matrix, but with the understanding that I don't whatever. Terminator 2 is about as good as a Hollywood blockbuster.
Yes. It's the epitome.
Yeah.
It's
It's like I go, oh yeah, this is not going to move me in the same way that like 21 grams or something is going to wreck me or something.
But it will though, because this at the end is as emotionally powerful as any drama.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Like it truly is.
Yeah. You know what we're doing. You know what we're doing is we're going for that like. Yeah. It's like that Spielberg thing where it's like it's a great blockbuster. Mm-hmm. It's a great film. It's a pinnacle of the art form.
Yeah.
In a certain direction. Mm-hmm. Like, yes. I'll buy that. And I'll buy that about the Matrix. Yeah. I'll definitely buy that about the Matrix.
I'm just talking about the first one as a self-contained story and movie.
I feel like T2 has better characters, yes. Matrix has intriguing lore and ideas, which I think T2 has as well. I saw 7 like last year. Didn't really like it as much as the first time you watched it. Interesting. I think T2 is better than The Matrix. Yeah, I think so. What is this genre shaming deeper than an action sci-fi movie? Well, given that... Okay, here we go. Given that...
I think you can explore sci-fi in...
I think
sci-fi
sci-fi
is actually the seeding ground for the most complex... stories ever.
Because 2001 is like not the same thing. 2001 is something else.
I do think that's fertile
It
ground
is.
for the deepest, more
Absolutely.
than any dramatic material could ever hope to be.
But the vast majority of it
Yes.
is like Moon is like really cool. Moon is a cool movie.
But Moon explores real shit.
It does, but it's different from.
You can argue its effectiveness, but it's the themes it's attempting to explore.
Sure.
That's deep shit.
It is. It is. I think something like. Oh gosh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It allows for such fervent moral.
Yeah, we got to do that one. Gosh, we got to do that one.
What, Moon?
Yeah.
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 But we should. I really think we should have a discussion about whether or not next month should be.
Oh, I've wanted to do that forever. Because
I think that is just going to be ripe for, and like we'll do 2 that you love and 2 that I love, and we'll just have to find ones that you fervently disagree on, and then we'll just go.
Well, and that's been a thing that because that's what I've wanted to do. I wanted to have like straight up like mock trials.
Yeah, we should get a gavel.
like boom, put it on trial, and like boom, 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 and then we're just gonna decide whether it's good or bad.
Yeah.
And then I'll be really butthurt about everyone disagreeing with me because I know they are. But no, like it would have to be like.
We could do Batman versus Superman.
No, exactly. And I was gonna be like in defense of is what it. So like in defense of this movie, in defense of that movie, and like I don't know if we need to. Well, I guess we could. Yeah, sure. Like we could do Batman versus Superman, which again. Yeah, I think it's a great superhero movie. I don't think that much about superhero movies, but it is a great. But
you hold it in higher regard than like '89 Batman.
It's tough.
But like that's a debate you have. Like that's wild to me.
It hits it.
Like to me, Batman vs Superman was as big a mess as Justice League.
I think.
Like I didn't like it.
Sure. I think that. I think that my reverence for '89 Batman.
That's fair.
Is due to more than just what is contained within the running time of that film.
I think that's absolutely fair. I know for me, it absolutely is.
Yeah.
I owned the VHS.
Mm-hmm.
My dad had it.
Mm-hmm.
It was always on the top shelf. I wasn't allowed to watch it for a long time.
Yeah.
So when I finally did,
it's the coolest. There's just never been a cooler VHS cover.
And I remember.
Do you guys feel young?
I remember vividly watching the VHS, and they had a Bugs Bunny movie theater cartoon that preceded it on the VHS copy.
Yeah.
Where he got into some. It was like a little short film.
Vaguely sounds familiar.
And then they had a commercial for Coca-Cola with the butler, Alfred.
Really?
Yeah, it was like Pepsi or Coke or something, and he's like driving through the woods, and then he he's like.
I remember that.
Forget something, sir. Or whatever,
I remember
was.
that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I do definitely remember that.
And then
And is it
2 trailers? I kind of want to like, if we ever do Batman '89, I'm just gonna be like, Mom, mail that down so I can watch that tape.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, there's some things that I remember. Like there was a great thread on Twitter of like, what pre-roll do you remember from your childhood?
Pre-roll's great.
And for me, I was like, it was the Pizza Hut commercial that goes like,
for Batman.
No, it was before Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
It was a Pizza Hut commercial, and it goes, gosh, how does the song go? It's baseball, and he goes, I play right field. It's important, you got to know how to catch. You got to know how to throw. It's this thing where he's like singing about how he's out in right field and like he's just bored. Something about it. He goes da da da, and then da 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 something, and he goes and the people are screaming. I don't know why. And then I look up above, and a baseball falls into my glove, and he then sings about. So this is not hitting a. You don't remember this? Okay.
No.
It's a very it comes from my soul, and I remember it.
Right.
Kind of like, right field.
But
It's easy, There you go, some media geek. Some media geek. There you go. Yeah. I would watch it again. Okay, sorry. So here's what, because someone mentioned it, and I was like, oh, that is definitely one. Fury Road. 100%.
Yeah.
Very solid.
Yeah, I think it's fucking amazing.
You think this is the argument, because I go, it's totally great for what it is.
Yeah, you always say for what it is.
Which is because because you feel,
I feel like it's pure cinema.
and you feel
It's
like
pure
it
cinema
should have been
just
nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah, mainlined into your. It was.
No,
wasn't it?
no, I know, but you feel like it was deserved.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That is a
It's pure cinema to me.
okay.
Yeah. When it all I cried during that movie. I was with you.
Yes.
My wife fell asleep next to me.
She certainly did.
She fell asleep during
Fury
Fury Road.
That's amazing. And
I
then,
looked over at her when it was. I looked over her like halfway
love
through
that.
when they decided to head back and like that amazing song comes on
my
and the
gosh.
bikes are jumping across and the action and the story and the music are all becoming one. I started straight up crying because I was like, this is why I love going to the movies for how well this is working and all the machine is working so well. And as I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is the most glorious experience I've had in a really long time at the movies. This is pure cinema. I look over and your wife
is he a big
is
anime bubble
curled
blowing out?
is curled up in a ball, fast asleep, and we're like close to the screen.
Yeah.
And it is loud. And that soundtrack was loud, and she is dead asleep.
Well, I thought that was hilarious. And then later, I can't remember if it was before that or after that, she fell asleep in the Lego movie, and I go, oh, there's something medically wrong with you. Because I'm not saying anything
Like,
about
this is the only time I get sleep.
not saying anything about the quality of the Lego movie. I'm just saying that movie is like people took a megaphone and shoved it full
Really?
of firecrackers
Yeah.
and set it on fire and put it in your ear.
Yeah,
and
it
then,
seems loud.
And then play the Lego movie right in front of your
Yeah.
face.
It just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem.
It's hard because it's like, and you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But it's great. It's very enjoyable. But there's like a first 5 minutes where I go like it's like where you, if you've never had a pixie stick before, or you just mainline a bunch of sugar and you go, oh gosh, I can't even. Okay, give me another one. A good friend of mine who watched and discussed a lot of movies was super mediocre and just one big long action sequence. It was definitely not mediocre. Definitely not mediocre. And I was like,
what's
yeah,
interesting is
awesome.
I bought Dunkirk because I got a.
I picked it up at the library.
I got a 4K player as like a work gift thing, and I bought a bunch of 4Ks and I got the Dunkirk one, and I popped it in and I was like, I'm gonna give this a second chance because all the reviews are like this is like one of the best ones, and it is a great 4K. But I watched it again and I was just like, yeah,
not there.
It just doesn't. I want it to.
Yeah.
I commend the filmmaking.
Yeah.
I commend what he was trying to do.
Most of the filmmaking, sure.
And I respect the hell out of that movie.
Yeah.
And it just does not hit me.
Sure.
At all.
Sure. Fury Road because I came out thinking that was awesome. Loved every bit of it. I have zero desire to see it again. Sure. Yeah. I feel it. Dude, I loved it when VHS had open cartoons like that.
It's the
it's always
best.
fun. Fury Road doesn't get you thinking. It's just a good watch. Sure. No movie the last 10 years fucks harder than Fury Road.
There we go, Imbalak.
Sure. I'll agree with that sentence.
Cool. All right, cool.
It
Then we
fucks
don't need
hard.
to do the movie then.
Nah.
It fucks hard.
Nah, I mean, no. But no one's got an Oscar for fucking except for me. For sound design. I don't even know what that means. For costume.
You got one of those tech Oscars
Yeah,
in like the banquet
It
hall.
was presented by, I don't know.
Oh, find a good
Anthony
one.
Michael Hall. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's a lovely man. I would watch it again. I go so hard. I tried so hard for so long, just not say anything negative, and then I'm just like tossing it like, well, they want all the piece of shit.
Dude, Anthony
Michael
Michael
Hall's-
Hall would kick your ass.
Oh, 100%.
He is not even roid. He just looks like he just got jacked.
It's so that's the most as fascinating as the Al Pacino to latter Al Pacino to this Sal to this young Anthony Michael Hall to Anthony Michael Hall is just as fascinating. He did the physical equivalent of what Al Pacino's voice did.
Yeah.
He became like
He became Al
he's the
Pacino's voice
jacked-
physically.
Yeah, exactly. He's the jacked bully in Edward Scissorhands. And how the
know.
fuck is that possible?
I know.
How did that ever
It
happen?
took me like 9 watches of that movie before someone pointed out that was Anthony Michael Hall.
I know.
And I didn't believe him.
Yeah.
I just didn't believe him.
You like baseball, don't you, Jimmy? You're a red-blooded American. Let's catch that ball and eating bread and cheese. God bless. How's it? Gosh darn. How's it good? Gosh darn. Fell asleep during Fury Road. That's so funny. How do you fall asleep during that movie, whether you like it or not? I know you don't get it. I know this is
I didn't get it either. I was shocked.
first time she's on Empire Strikes Back in the cinema when they released it. When they re-released it. Re-released it. How do you fall asleep during Empire Strikes Back in the cinema?
I just don't understand how you fall asleep in a movie theater in general. It happened to me 2 nights ago, or last night. It happened to me last night. We went and saw Toy Story 4, and a guy fell snoring next to me, and his wife had to like go like.
It's like, hey, the toys are still talking.
The toys are still
The
talking.
toys. They're
By the
still
way,
toys.
by the way, Toy Story. Okay, does Toy Story 3 fuck hard? Yes, it does. Does Toy Story 4?
No, it doesn't. Three doesn't.
And it's a great movie.
2.
And it
Two.
had no reason to be made.
2 is the one that fucks. The other 3 are
2
like
is the-
handies in the back of a Volkswagen.
2 is the best. Then 1. So 2 is full
2.
fuck hard.
And I haven't seen all.
1 is a really solid fuck.
Yeah.
It's like no.
Hey, Woody, come on.
Fucks hard too.
Hey, Woody,
2.
bend over there, buddy. Come on, here we go.
Who's that? Is that Kermit?
No, that's it. Yeah, it's Kermit. It's supposed to be John Ratzenberger.
Hey, Woody, you wanna suck this?
Oh,
one?
do John Ratzenberger. Hey, you know that Cliff?
Hey, yeah. Sure. There you go.
You know the Constitution says.
Yeah, we fuck hard.
You ever watch Cheers?
Yes.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I heard it only gets better. I'm
That
like
was a
3
big-
seasons in because I'm a huge Frasier fan, and
Yeah.
I started watching Cheers, and it's good.
Yeah,
It's just good.
Are vibrators sentient in the Toy Story universe? Oh my goodness. I was a little upset when they said they were making a Toy Story 4 after that. I felt a little raw inside. Can we just delete the VOD for this night so far and start over? Which Toy Story movie fucks the hardest? Fuck you, because it doesn't even fondle lightly. There you go.
It doesn't even fondle
Yeah.
like.
No, wait. Hey, I didn't get fondled. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to stop short of implying anything like that. But yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was when it came to Toy Story 4, I was a little I walked out and I was talking with Kelsey about it, and I was just like, man, I'm so grateful that I got to grow up when I got to grow up with 2D animation,
Yep.
and then I got to experience the awe of seeing Toy Story for the first time and being like, oh my god, like that's a completely new. No one's ever seen anything like that before.
Yeah.
It had never been done. And like, what a cool thing. And then to see them, like, I thought that their first 10 years, that was just like all the way up to like probably Finding Nemo. I was just like, they're incapable of like doing wrong. And now there's so many sequels in and everything. And then they actually went back to Toy Story, like is like the holy grail of Pixar. And like, it's a great serviceable movie that had no reason to be made. And yeah, they're like, well, it made $1 billion. And I'm like, of course it did. It's Toy Story. And it's also a good movie. But like, I just feel like old Pixar would have been like, well, we completed that journey in a beautiful way with the end of 3. And there's no reason to ever go back to that because we not only closed those chapters, we closed that book entirely.
I feel like
It just doesn't feel like anything more than a cash grab, even though it is a good movie.
Sure. Yeah, I guess we should do a Pixar month at some point. And for 1 week, just watch all 4 Toy Stories.
Oh gosh.
For the second week, we'll watch Monsters Inc., Monsters University, Finding Nemo, Luxo Jr., everything.
Finding Dory.
Finding Dory.
They've sequeled every movie they've done except for Brave and
Brave.
Brave.
Well, but some of them aren't. Some of them are Disney, and some of them are Disney Pixar, and some of them are Pixar.
Well, yeah, I think they got purchased by Disney after Finding Nemo.
No, they were part of Disney, and then Disney
they
split
off
them, and then they
came
were like,
back.
"Come
Yeah,
on,
right,
baby,
right.
come back."
Yeah.
And it kind of flew. I always feel like
I thought Brave was great.
I want to see Brave.
Brave was awesome. I'll bring it over.
Brave.
I think
I want to be brave.
I want to be brave.
Can I be brave? Can I be brave? I turned into a bear. Someone was like,
I guess you couldn't show it to her yet. No.
No, I was like, yo, is Brave cool? And someone was like, it's about people turning into bears. And I was like, people turn into bears in Brave? And they're like, one person turns into a bear. And I was like,
I think that's how it goes.
Wally didn't squeal. Or didn't sequel. No, and that's fine.
Brave. I didn't like Wall-E. Everybody loved Wall-E,
No, I didn't either.
and it just didn't hit me the way, like Inside Out.
Yeah.
It to me is their best movie.
Turned you inside out.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Yep.
I don't know if it's the one I would watch the most, but I think it's their most accomplished film.
It is a heck of an. I did that final metaphor is one of the I was like, oh.
I think it's
this is what you were building to, and that is truly profound
and
immediately simply true and very important.
It's
tell
kids.
children, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. It's like I
Beautiful.
walked out and I was like, what an important, like that's more important than I think any movie, like certainly children's movie, because it's actually going to teach a kid how to process their emotions. What? What?
Yeah.
And I did that. What?
Yeah.
I did that again. What?
Yeah.
I did it again. What? I did it again. What? I did it again.
I farted.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. He just farted, and this stream has taken it out of me. All of you exhausted me this round. And now you smell.
Well, we smell.
And well, yeah. And those are your poop particles.
Yep.
They're going in my nose.
Yep. I'm sorry, man. I mean, to the extent that, like, I'm sorry that it caused you, but I'm not gonna.
Don't.
I'm not gonna.
Don't do it. Yeah, get me an ice cream.
I mean, I kind of just did. And into your brain.
I am speaking in jest, though. I think this has actually been one of the most interesting streams we've done.
Yeah.
And I'm glad it happened this way. I actually encourage more debates like this.
Well, I love debates. What? 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 That one wasn't warranted. What did I say? What did I do?
You said, "Oh, I love debates," and then you went like this. I love debates. When they're debates.
Yeah. We roll idiot sandwiches on this day.
Debates.
So here's the other deal. On if we get two things earlier, very much earlier. You mentioned Swamp Thing, and I wanted to bring up the point because I think you said Swamp Thing action figures.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up the point. There was a Swamp Thing cartoon.
Yeah.
And the theme song was Swamp Thing. Bam, 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 Swamp Thing.
Is that all it was?
I think.
I remember that vividly.
Maybe there was more because I remember going like, "Oh, they go Swamp Thing," and I go, "Oh, what are they gonna do?" And they go, "Nothing."
Yeah.
Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Maybe there was more.
I
don't think they said you make my heart sing.
I remember getting that
There's
toy
probably more
from a
words.
kid, and then I remember the show, but I remember my mom not letting me watch the show.
Yeah.
So like it was like a toy that I couldn't really let her know I had, because she was like she didn't like Swamp Thing.
Because he was like goopy.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't let me watch The Simpsons.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I don't know. My
Long
parents.
time.
I think my parents didn't
Long
want me to
time.
watch Married with Children.
Same.
I think I'm gonna fart, man. I'll
it.
try not
Just do
to.
it.
I'll try not. I'll hold it in for you.
Let it
You really?
go. I saw your butt go up.
It's not gonna smell good. Oh my gosh, it's like casserole. Here, I'll get it this way. Fucking go this way. Run
have you
free,
told
but
them,
not
have
that
you
one.
told them about how you transfer your farts?
Yeah, we said it on stream
Okay. Yeah.
because I used to go like I used to.
You used to Hadouken them into.
Well, I used to like
people's
scissor
faces.
kick, jump up in the air and go like fart on someone. Like I can still do it. I can still do it. And
I don't want you to do it.
And then
I
you go.
don't want you to
and
do
then
it. Ugh,
Yeah.
You just did it right now.
No.
That's like me eating your poop.
You would know. I mean, no. I feel like that.
It's like a poop soup.
That would involve a lot more volition.
It's
on
like an
your part.
evaporated poop soup.
Yeah, it's like astronaut food poop.
Yeah, it's astronaut poop.
It's fine.
That's right.
I welcome.
I mean,
it.
now I'm into it.
Hey, this has gotten juvenile. Has it? Has it?
Oh, come on.
You had to watch This Is Married Children on the download. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wasn't allowed to, but then I totally watched RoboCop edited for TV, which is more horrifying than watching a RoboCop not edited for TV, I think. Maybe not, but it's still like,
How?
oh my gosh. I mean, it was just RoboCop, Total Recall, and Major League were on like repeat on like ABC every like Sunday night. Like they would just be like,
Total Recall.
coming up, like, yeah.
I remember seeing Total Recall. That was a big deal.
Are you thinking of any specific scene?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you are. Because I remember watching the
I remember first walking into the room. When
bear
it
in
was playing.
mind, I'm 10 years old. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Same.
Yeah.
Like very early age. I remember walking in, and my best friend's dad was watching it, and it was already on the scene where he's got his helmet down.
Oh yeah.
And his eyes are popping out of his
Oh,
head.
it's
So
great.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then I sit and watch, and
Yeah.
he was cool, and he just let me watch it. And then when it got to the three boobed scene, he ushered us out of the room, but not before I saw the three boobs.
Yeah.
And then later that night, we went back into like the game room and got the tape out and just like paused it.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And
Yeah.
there's like, those are three.
I know. Isn't that
Oops.
amazing? It's like what a watershed moment that was. Because I remember going like,
It's really weird.
it was, I remember like watching it for TV, and then like years later talking to someone, they're like, "Yeah, I'm in like that three boob hooker," and I was like, "What?" Because in the edited for TV version, she
Oh,
just,
you never-
she just
so
does
you-
this, and it just cuts to
oh,
behind
yeah.
her, and I was like, "Oh, she just showed her his boobs, or showed him her boobs," and then someone was like, "Yeah, you three." Then I was like, "There's a what?
Yeah.
There's a what?"
And isn't that crazy that was like a thing? That was a thing in R-rated. Like, I feel like that wouldn't even pass in R-rated movies now. It was just so blatant and gratuitous.
Yeah.
And just so Paul Verhoeven-y.
I can't wait to
that
do Verhoeven. It's going to be so
Yeah, it's gonna be
crazy and
great.
interesting.
It's going to be so cool.
We should do The Fourth Man, maybe.
I could be into that.
So here's the
That was
other.
pretty wild. He's got so much good shit, though.
He does, and here's the other
He's
thing.
like Starship Troopers. Fuck.
Honestly, the way, here's what we.
That movie does fuck hard.
Yeah, well,
I mean, yeah.
I mean, look out.
It fucks hard.
It's gonna fuck me. I feel like this in the same way that we could do. I mean, a second week on so many people, but also kind of we were talking about Kurosawa is like kind of necessary. We need to do another week at some point. I feel like we could do Verhoeven's American films and then Verhoeven's Dutch films.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
And Black Book is one of those. And my goodness, is that a fantastic movie?
Yeah, you've talked about that one.
You've never seen it?
No.
Oh, it's great. And I never saw Elle, which is his more recent one, with Isabelle Huppert.
Oh, I love her.
I know.
I
Everyone-
love her.
Everyone loves Isabelle Huppert. She's
Oh, she's
fantastic.
so dreamy.
You should also add Sharon Stone and Total Recall to the list of youthful awakenings.
That's also true. Yeah.
I think I saw it too late. I think I was already awakened. Excuse
I
me.
wasn't. I've had a thing for three boobs ever since.
Yep.
Triple nips.
Everybody farts. Let it all out, home slice. Thank you, sir. It's like watching two Kiki's delivery service lovers in here. You know, babies. Sorry.
That's good.
We should also,
Solid.
good stuff. If we do Fury Road, we need to get Moody in here so that he can
Does
yell.
he like it?
Feels the same exact way as you do,
Yeah.
and has told me the same thing about
Do you
crying.
think it's just a director thing then? Like we're just like
right.
No. Here we go.
Here we go.
No,
Here
I
we
mean,
go.
I mean, like, do you
No.
think we orgasm over like the direction of it?
No, because you said, what, were you moved by it?
I was literally moved by the filmmaking, not the story.
That sounds like a very impressive technical achievement to me.
It is.
There you go.
Oh. Oh yeah. No, that's valid.
But there's
But
there's
I mean, like,
there's an argument as to whether you need
but
to be
you,
moved
that,
emotionally.
that means that you're saying I still think the story's good though. I think the story's good.
Sure, you think Toy Story 4's story's good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Don't do this.
Come on.
Don't.
I'm
I
just-
like Fury Road.
I know you do.
And I like what I like.
I know you do. I know you do.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So bad. Why is that like a thing now?
Look,
now the shits
I
are
just
gonna
got
be
it,
farts.
and it's good, and it's... Where is this coming from?
Here.
Oh, Jesus.
So bad.
Now I'm, like, concerned, because, like, we need ventilation.
No.
Stop! You're waving it
No,
towards me!
it feels like it, but it's just because I'm getting so. It's so much worse. I'm sorry. No. How did we get here? How did we get here? Do you want me to open a window?
Miscommunication that devolved into
My farting
angry outburst
into
and
your
then,
face. I feel like I'm just blowing up. It's a blow up.
yeah.
I blew up at you.
I don't know if I want to do Fury Road now because I don't want you to taint it. I like that movie.
I can't taint it any more than I just did.
Yeah, right.
Close your mouth, Jeff. You're only increasing the elation. Isn't this awful? This is so bad.
It is. hold on. Because what are some other movies that like I love? What are some other movies that you love that everyone hates?
Probably Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, but like that's not gonna
Because
people are gonna take that down, and I'll be like, yep. Who
like
cares?
straight up, like I would like to do like I just know how the Fury Road's gonna go, and I would like to do something a little more surprising. It's just gonna devolve into that, and it's gonna be stretched out for 3 hours.
Farting?
Yeah.
No.
It's just gonna be
Talking about whether something needs to be moving in order to.
Yeah, I just feel like
But that's an interesting debate, don't you?
It
think?
is an interesting. Yeah, I guess we could do it. It's also telling to me
I'm a skirt.
that I'm like, I'm more excited to like do something else than watch that again. So what does that say? I'm having an epiphany about Fury Road right
think
now.
it just is not a great film, and you're coming to that.
I think you're right. I think
Shut up! Really?
I think.
Are you serious?
I think. I think.
I feel bad.
I think it is. I don't disagree with anything I've said before.
Right.
I think it is pure cinema.
Sure.
It's like Buster Keaton's The General.
Yeah.
Like it's just it's essentially a silent movie.
Sure.
Um.
Please stop talking about Fury Road.
But I do think I am moved by the sheer filmmaking audacity of it and how well it works.
But you're
And I
talking.
don't think that discounts it as a film. I think if anything, that is
Not
the
as a
epitome
film.
of to what a film is, because it is. When I say that I was moved, I do mean that it's not just the shots and the filmmaking and the music and how they were all coalescing together. It was absolutely where the story was as well. Absolutely.
Okay.
So it is a good one to talk about.
Okay.
We'll table that.
Sure.
What's another one that you love that everyone hates?
I mean, the easy one is Batman vs Superman.
Yeah, is there another one?
We'll
do that one.
I mean,
frankly,
Interstellar. It's Interstellar.
Okay, so those are going to be your two?
I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, I could probably do some more thinking, but those are the ones that I think draw the
Interstellar
most
would be a
ire.
great one to do, and I think I haven't seen Batman vs Superman since I first saw it in the theater.
Yeah, I don't. There's part of me that I'm like, I think it's this weird thing where I'm kind of like, I'm trying to gauge how much, because like we may get to a point in Batman vs Superman argument where I'm like, yeah, I don't think it should be nominated for an Oscar in any way.
Yeah. Well, it's just interesting too that you
But
think
I go-
it's the best comic book movie.
I think
Like,
it's.
that's
I don't.
crazy.
I just don't like. My thing with it is that people were like, it's trash, it's fucking dumb, and I go,
I don't think that.
And then people-
I was just like, frankly, I watched it, and then I was just like, I don't give a shit about anything that I just watched.
and that's
at
fair.
all.
That's totally fair. And that's the kind of thing where like that might just be the end of the discussion. I go, I do because this, I do because this, I do because this, and
But I think I could pick it apart pretty successfully. Not enough to sway you, but I think I could have enough interesting talking
Sure.
points. I could rip into that movie pretty easily, I feel like.
sure.
But I need to give it another watch.
Sure. And the other thing is that I don't think that, and my argument about Fury Road, which I haven't seen in a long time, isn't that it's a bad movie.
I know that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of just gonna be like, well, it's just gonna be me going. It shouldn't be nominated for an Oscar. It's not a film that is.
I think it absolutely should have been not. And I think more
For technical
I think
Oscars.
more movies should, and it won all the technical Oscars.
Which it should
But I
have.
think more
I agree
movies
with
like that need to be nominated.
I-
Because that movie is more worthy to me of a Best Picture Oscar than fucking Shakespeare in Love ever was.
That's fair.
Or, frankly, half the movies that win Best Picture.
Sure.
There is such a stigma of like why the term Oscar bait even became a thing in the first place, and it's so infuriating to me that something like T2 would never be considered in contention for any type of awards because it's a sci-fi genre action movie, and it's so weird to me that only dramas can really win an Oscar. That's why the Oscars are fucking stupid.
This is why
Judging art is stupid. Like,
Yeah,
Louis B. Mayer made the Oscars, right?
Sure.
As a way to.
I don't care.
But like, it's so fucking. I can't stand the Oscars really.
Yeah.
I just think it's such a stupid thing,
I love
especially
them.
in this modern era, doesn't even garner what. Because I could used to understand that it's like, oh, this like if especially like something like I don't know, like Moonlight. If Moonlight had won Best Picture, like that would have been what a huge thing
It
for
did,
for
didn't it?
small. No, it didn't. They read it that way, but then it was Spotlight. That was La La Land.
Yeah.
So Moonlight did win Best
It
Picture.
did. It beat La La Land. They read La La Land.
Moonlight won Best Picture.
Yes, it did.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's awesome. That's kind of derailed my point for a second.
No, it's fine.
But like, I don't think it carries as much weight anymore.
What does?
The Oscars.
Well, so here's the deal. This is like I'm just a fan of loving cinema and celebrating
Same.
it. I am disappointed many times over every year with what is not selected, with what is selected, with what wins, with what doesn't. And I care deeply. It doesn't make me go, I still love the Oscars. I love it. I love it because of what it exemplifies, of what brings everyone together that night, what everyone is sharing around. It is very important to me. I think they get it wrong constantly, from my personal taste.
It's because,
but that's what cinema as a movie is.
But that's what judging. That's why quantifying art in a way where it's like, well, we have 4 selections. Which one is the best picture?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, none of them are, and all of them are, because art is a completely subjective experience. So to me, rating a movie like that in such a definitive way is absurd to me.
Yes, and this is not the exact same thing, but it's like why. It's like I care about the Super Bowl, even though I don't watch football all year, and I don't even really care about the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's just the Super Bowl, and you go, "This is ridiculous."
No. I watch the Oscars.
No.
I go to Oscar parties.
I'm not saying, yeah, totally.
You know,
and I'm not saying, let's have an Oscar party.
we should have an Oscar party. Oh.
You did one last time, so
Yeah.
kind of. But I'm just like, it's like, oh, who cares? Like these are all phenomenal athletes, and at the end of the day, we can't quantify and say one is better than the other. It's like I don't care about baseball. Like,
but in sports, you absolutely can.
Yeah, you can be like,
one is clearly better because they won.
Well, one clearly scored more points in that instance. Yes,
absolutely. Which is the only time it matters, is during the 60-minute game.
Well, what I'm saying is like,
that's a competition.
Yes.
Art is not a competition.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's not a 1-to-1 thing, but it's like the same sort of thing where I go like, oh, the Super Bowl.
It's like an extravaganza.
What is?
The Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, the Super Bowl like enshrines the king of football for that year.
Yeah. It's that whole experience with the commercials and everything, and the halftime show and everything. It's like, people. I watch the Super Bowl, and I don't watch football.
Yeah, but I mean, I get into the drama of it.
Well, me too, because the stakes are high. Right.
Yeah, the stakes. That's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
It just goes, and that's the same thing. And I go, oh, they won the Super Bowl, they didn't. It's such drama.
Yeah.
But
I mean, sure. Like when when Mickey Rourke was nominated for The Wrestler.
Yeah.
It was like, well, what a cool comeback story. Like, I hope he wins.
Yeah.
And you're like really rooting for him.
Yeah.
You know.
But it doesn't mean like people who win and lose. Like, it doesn't mean this person's a better actor than this person. It just means whatever happened, whatever politics, whatever. And I get it, because it's not a mathematical. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, it is. It's votes, but it's not.
But it's not.
But it's
like
votes
that's
based
not
on
as
subjective.
Yeah, that's not
the thing went in the hole or it
as
didn't.
a team whose job is to win the thing, and then they don't win.
I'm not. And again, I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm just saying, even in the same way that like two teams playing for one game in the Super Bowl, one of them wins. Whatever reason, maybe one team has an off. Whatever, something happens. There are a million factors. There are a million different things. A million things that happen in the game. If they don't, they play one game.
But they played an entire season's worth to get to that one game.
Yeah, but I mean,
yes, you're absolutely right. Maybe on a better day.
Yeah,
I mean that's like a constant pep talk thing.
100%.
But that's how that goes.
That's how the cookie crumbles. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't really, truly, in a meaningful sense, go. You are absolutely, incontrovertibly a better football team than this team. You just were on that day. Whatever. It doesn't. I guess what I'm saying, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like.
I understand what you're trying to. The information you're trying to relay to me.
These two teams are both.
And I understand that, but my argument is that
The Oscars are different.
The Oscars, that is subjective art made to conjure a feeling.
I get it.
And those movies are different many movies are very different in many different ways.
Yeah.
Whereas sports teams are doing one thing.
I get it.
The same thing.
Totally.
And their job is to go head to head with each other.
I agree.
Movies are not meant to do that.
Right.
And they go head to head with each other, and then whoever's better on that day wins.
I agree.
And then they're the winner.
I agree.
And that's how all competition is. Always.
Well, I mean,
Always.
Well,
if you're gonna break it down like that,
some teams play like 7-game series, and then it's like more. It's more like a.
Like the World Series.
Yeah.
But then even then, it's like, well, if we won on that one. That
As
one night,
opposed
we
to
would have got in 4 instead of 7.
I agree. And I agree that it's not a 1-to-1. They're not the same thing. The Super Bowl is much more like, but I guess what I'm saying
Terrible analogy.
It's not a terrible analogy. Because here's the thing. Even though you could say in the grand scheme of things, it's like, well, that doesn't necessarily mean you were whatever. I'm just saying I get up for it because I go, oh, wow, it's a test. It's a test of this. And it's cool and there's drama involved. Right. Same thing with the Oscars. But
doesn't it frustrate you that movies like,
Yes.
I would say almost every single movie that I think is like a perfect movie would never be considered for the Oscars ever because it doesn't checkmark stuff. Alien would never be nominated for Best Picture.
Sure. Jesse James would.
It would never be nominated, and it wasn't.
But it
was nominated for cinematography, and it lost.
Yeah, I know, that sucks.
Like, it wouldn't because it's
not outside of the world.
It doesn't fit into a conventional structure. It doesn't. Like, that's an anti-Western, anti-movie almost. Like, I mean, that movie is so beautiful and was such a piece of art that it never. The second I finished, I was like, that movie has no chance of doing much of anything. I was talking to my brother about that last night. He's like, because I was just like, I always have a hard time when I'm writing coming up with that stupid thing where they go, it's like this meets this.
Yeah.
Because I always want to be like, and then name 2 movies that made $- at the box office.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
I was like, and because he was,
that's true.
I was just like, my taste for whatever reason usually lends to stuff that made not a lot of money.
Sure.
And that's not great when you're trying to raise money for a movie.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree.
Like the 2 movies in my head that I could relate to, like what the script I'm writing right now, made like $0.
Yeah.
And that's not great. So I got to figure out a better way to,
Yeah. But there are occasions on which, like,
I'm saying they get it right sometimes.
They kind of get it right.
Only
they nominate
in the sense
Nightcrawler
that,
for screenplay.
Yeah, but
screenplay
usually,
is where the real good movies are.
And like when Spotlight won, I was like, for me, I was like, well, that was the best one. But that was only the best one because that was the only one nominated that I felt was deserving to win that year.
Yeah, there are tons of them. Just like, man.
And then there were so many other movies that year that weren't even considered. And it's just silly, and and it's silly to me because it's strictly genre based. It is genre. It's like they don't even look at action movies. They don't even look at.
They don't.
Comedies,
except when they feel a lot of pressure to, which is
they
why
don't look at sci-fi.
Which is why they nominated. Did The Dark Knight get nominated for picture, or just Heath Ledger?
I think it's just Heath Ledger.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Because that's absurd. It's absurd if The Dark Knight got nominated for Best Picture. That is
absurd.
Patently absurd.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
I really like that movie.
Yeah.
And that's absurd.
Yeah. I think
absurd in what way? Because it's also like there are so many other movies that are dramas that get nominated that can't even lick Dark Knight's shoes. But they get nominated, and we just accept it because it's a drama.
I don't know. I think I'm on. This is an interesting debate, and I think
actually very.
I think I fall as much as I'm called a contrarian. I'm like, no, I agree with the Oscars. I think dramas
hold more weight.
Not by virtue of being a drama, but by virtue of what they're going for.
Why is that more award worthy than Alien?
Because I think, now it depends what you're talking about, but it's like, but a drama, a good one, is and there are movies outside of that genre, absolutely, that aim for the same thing, but they're aimed at elevating or enlightening or connecting, changing, causing you to think about something that is elevated. I mean, I know that that's like.
But you don't think T2 does that? Because I would say it absolutely does.
It does in a cursory and non-challenging way. I think it makes you think. It makes you. Because the deepest thing that Terminator, like I love Terminator 2. I love it.
Oh, I know.
I love it.
Yeah.
The deepest thing that Terminator 2 says is that there is no future but what we make. We determine our own destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it says that is a character says that.
Fate is what we make.
And then, yeah. And then the rest of the way it says that is through a very, very, very fucking cool movie about not being a slave to the future, but the way that is personified is in very, very, very cool ways, killing a killer robot that is sent.
I think there's so much more there, like, because you could say that about, I mean, fucking Saving Private Ryan is a man on a mission movie. Now that's the movie that got me into movies. It's no longer like my favorite, but whenever it's like, what's your favorite movie? I'm like, well, that's the most pivotal movie that I've ever had in my life because it showed me the power of movies.
Sure.
And it literally changed the course of my life.
Sure.
I can now look back. It's pretty jingoistic, and it's got a very like overtly patriotic in some senses. Like, I mean, and that's just me, but that's my personal view as I've grown as an adult, and I see some Spielbergy fingerprints on it
Sure.
and whatnot. But that's just because, like, I always ask my mom. She was a huge Beatles person. She was like, "Well, I started by loving Paul, and then as I grew up, I loved John."
Yeah.
And that's a pretty common thing that I feel like people went through.
I
think the
last
once.
one is George. Well, sorry, the last one is Ringo.
And they're like, yeah.
The last one is Ringo. But
and that's, yeah.
or maybe the first one is Ringo because you're like
Ringo's fucking great.
Yeah, he sure
and
is.
he wrote some badass songs.
Yeah.
They're all great. But it was the same for me where I started with Spielberg. Spielberg was like the apex for me.
Yeah.
That got me into movies and showed me everything about movies. And then as I continued on, I went from a Spielberg mindset to a Scorsese mindset.
Sure.
And when I was older, I got way into Scorsese,
Yeah.
and then that opened me up even further.
Scorsese. Here's one. Goodfellas is fantastic.
Yeah.
I would say that is almost more of a Fury Road situation for me, where it's like a
Masterclass in putting a movie together.
yeah.
I could understand that. It's not my favorite Scorsese by a long shot. It's down. It's low. It's fun to watch.
It is
but
incredibly fun.
But it's not even fun. I haven't even rewatched it.
It's
like some people are like, oh, it's the one I watched the most. I'm like, never been the case for me.
well, I'm like Goodfellas. I'm like, I'll watch that right now. I'll watch that right now.
Yeah.
It is great. Now, and this all pivots, of course, and this is what the debate is on what a best picture is, right? And it's like, if it's just the movie you enjoyed the most and will stay with you the most for whatever reason, and is the the greatest achievement in cinema, depending on,
But that's why it's so hard.
Yeah, no, because that's all they call it. They call it achievement.
What I don't appreciate is that they don't even give a shot. Like, if you're gonna rate art this way,
Yeah.
then why is it that no sci-fi movies or no action movies, like good ones, Good
Like
ones like Terminator
2001?
2, or I'm thinking more Alien or something like that. Why is that not even thrown into the mix?
Soul, what the what's happening? Soul, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Thank you, dude. That's not how a birthday works. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I don't even know what happened.
She just gifted 5 subs
Cool.
to people. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, there's so much.
Soy, what was the movie that...
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll go back to everyone else's, but
Yeah.
Soy, what was the pretentious movie that got you into movies? I'm always so curious to know what got people into movies.
Happy birthday, Soul. Happy birthday, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Soul, it's your birthday. I sound so angry about it. We've been there.
Oh, Saul, that's so appropriate for this evening.
Yes. Happy freaking birthday. I hope it's wonderful.
Oh, Lordy, I gotta go.
Yeah, I know.
Whoa,
Thank
I
you
did
so
not
much.
realize it was so late.
I know. I think it'd be interesting to do. I don't know if this is not the movie that got me into movies, but it's one of the movies that is nearest and dearest to my heart, and it's Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
Field of Dreams. So like if you did.
What if we did Field of Dreams and I just ripped it apart?
Yeah. If you've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you did, this is not like a defend thing, but it's like I feel like is Saving Private Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Mine is Field of Dreams. It's interesting.
Like the ones that got us into movies.
I don't know if it got me into movies, but it's like
That was a big one. for
Huge
you.
one.
Yeah.
because it's like me and my mom for me. It's like
Yeah.
and it's like that's yeah. Like it wasn't even I didn't even list it. I have like 3 movies and I'm like these are my favorite movies. But like if I really go, oh, where's my heart? And I go, it's Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
That movie. If there's a movie that, again, it's like if I could make a movie and pick the kind of impact that it could have on a person, I would select the impact that had on me and the way I feel about that movie. Like I would that's it.
Yeah. Honestly, if we were gonna have that discussion on my end, I almost feel like, because like Saving Private Ryan is just a pretty clear cut. Like I was 12.
Yeah.
And I just
And I was like,
and then I walked out and it obliterated my mind, and it's just like it just changed me, and it was pretty. That's why I'm so confident in the power of just art in general, because it was so simple. Like there's not a lot to analyze, so it's just like I had an experience and I walked out knowing I wanted to be a filmmaker, and that was it. Yeah. Something that's more interesting, I feel like, would be to like, because Apocalypse Now is probably like my favorite movie artistically and just from all shapes, and so that's probably one, because I can understand why people would hate that movie. Yeah. But I love that movie deeply, and that that awakened in me like a completely different understanding of movies in general, and what you could accomplish with movies. Explore.
That's so interesting. Like,
and then the conversation, and then after that was the conversation. You know, like then that sent me on a Coppola run, and then conversation was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, we got to do that one again. Or I mean, no, I got to rewatch it, I guess, and we got to do that. It's so funny. Like I don't know. Yeah.
City of Lost Children. That was. I love Jean-Pierre Jeunet.
Yeah.
But you said Gaspar Noé. Was it Irreversible? And then what?
Irreversible?
What Jean-Luc?
Oh my gosh.
So I hate Godard. So I mean, but then I've only seen a few Godard movies because I just don't like him. Like he's just I don't know what it is. He rubs me the wrong way. But maybe I should dive into him again.
So
like try it again.
So the Marvel movies are absolutely great. Like they're totally tight, wonderful pieces of entertainment. There's not a single thing to be like, you're into movies. Sure. I guess they're just wonderful. There's not a bit of shame in loving the Marvel movies. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's good, Soy. I'm gonna revisit some Godard. Try to give it a go. It just always feels like a chore. Like I've never had a good experience with a Godard movie. I was always just like, this is fucking frustrating, and this guy seems like an asshole. And if you can get that feeling through the filmmaking, and I'm like, this director is an asshole.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was one of the best streams we've done, and I want you to know that.
Cool.
It really was.
Cool.
And it was, and I know that because it is past midnight.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize it.
How about not liking Marvel movies? There's no shame in not liking them either. Love you too. Cool. So Howl's Moving Castle next week.
As well as
With a side order of colonoscopy. Colonanus.
Yes, we love you.
Thanks, man.
Just like fucking chill out.
Don't. I don't know. I think I'd want to put some thought into. We'll talk about what we'll do.
I think we should do that next month, though.
Really?
You don't want to do that?
No, I do want to do that.
You don't want to do movies that.
I definitely want to do that.
You don't want to do it next month? What did you want to do next month? We'll talk about it.
I just feel like, yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, I gotta be in an audition in 9 hours.
That was fantastic. And thanks. Like, I felt like that was, and we were really engaged. Maybe too engaged for a little bit. You old fucking so-and-so.
I was,
Look at you.
from my experience.
You're feeling traumatized by it. You can see it on your face. You're going to have to unpack this later.
No, I feel fine. The problem is that I feel like I was the exact right amount of engaged. And no one else can take it.
Well, yeah.
Just joking. Spirited Away is great. I love Spirited Away.
I think we completely agreed on Spirited Away on all fronts from everyone.
Yeah.
And then we just shot off into weird directions.
Yeah, which we always do. What was someone mentioned something. Gosh, someone mentioned something. Someone was like, oh, sorry, you mentioned Gone Baby Gone. And I was like, that's a perfect one, except that you and I both feel exactly the same way about Gone Baby Gone.
Which one's Gone Baby Gone? Which one's Gone Baby Gone?
That's funny. Ansel Elgort. Edgar Wright. Driver. He drives around.
Oh, Baby Driver.
Yeah, Baby Driver. What did I say? Oh, I said Gone Baby Gone.
What's Gone Baby Gone, though?
Gone Baby Gone is I'm completely wrong. Gone Baby Gone is Casey Affleck, and that's a great movie.
Yeah, it is a good movie.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Sorry.
You said another movie.
You said
and then you looked at me and laughed really hard. I don't know what we're doing.
You're right. She said Baby Driver. And I said, and I was like, that's a great one, except we feel the same way.
That would be a fun one, though. Because do you guys like Baby Driver? Because we don't like Baby Driver.
If we got Moody in here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because he loves it. And then we would go at it. And we'd be like, welcome.
Yeah, and then we just tag team him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Edgar Wright, but for me, he is a phenomenal director.
Yes.
He is a phenomenal director, and he directs the fuck out of every movie he makes.
Technically speaking, yes.
But, Scott Pilgrim, I watched it, and I was just like, this isn't for me. And I accepted that. I was just, this one, not for me. Mm-hmm. And then I think Baby Driver was next.
Oh my gosh, really?
I think it was.
No, this is the end.
I like that one. I had issues with it, but I like that one.
Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed that And then Baby Driver, and Baby Driver is just a big like again even on that one it felt more generic than what an Edgar Wright movie usually feels like to me. And I mean not on a technical level.
I failed to connect in every way with Baby Driver.
I was just it was like a deflated balloon for me.
It's unfortunate.
And he's very.
I like Edgar Wright.
I love Edgar Wright.
And I love
Edgar Wright.
I
think Hot Fuzz is a masterpiece of like
everything.
Why can't Hot Fuzz be nominated for Best Picture? Because it should.
I think we should. I think we should open it up. Well, I don't know. I think we should open it up to comedy, and have like a separate thing. I know that doesn't.
I guess it would have to be separate solely because it's so ingrained to make drama like it's just somehow loftier. And I'm just like, I mean, look, I can only. My sole interest is making dramatic material.
And why?
Because it's what I'm good at. It's what I identify with, and it's what responds to me on an emotional level.
Yeah.
I also think doing comedy is like a God-given gift, and you can either be funny and do it and have the skill for it, or you can't. And I don't think it's something that you can necessarily learn in like a class.
Sure.
And I think it's way harder to do, and I don't have that skill set.
Yeah, I think I love Edgar Wright, but I really just kind of I've gotten to the point where I go, I just like deeply, thoroughly, in my soul, so much love Hot Fuzz, and that's where I am.
I think I'm
Shaun of the
starting
Dead is
to.
good. Is fun. Is
I
very
love.
good. It's very good.
I love Shaun of the Dead almost as much as Hot Fuzz, but Hot Fuzz takes it to just one extra level for me.
Hot Fuzz,
but I hold Shaun of the
transcendent.
Dead in that higher regard.
Sure.
But I think what I've discovered, and look, I almost don't want to say this because, like, if I ever got the chance to meet Edgar Wright, I would never want anything on camera to be like I criticize him anyway because, like, I have that much like love for that.
Me
for
too.
That guy.
Me too.
I think why I love those first couple of movies though is Simon Pegg's involvement.
Sure. Absolutely.
Like on a writing level.
Absolutely. I think it's the same thing for me with Wes Anderson and Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson's writing involvement.
Yes.
Yep. And I love, and Rushmore is my favorite film of all time. Even Boyhood. Do we feel the same way about Boyhood? I don't know. Boyhood is enjoyable.
It was a
and very
wonderfully one-time transcendent experience.
Absolutely.
And I don't ever need to see it again.
Yeah, super fun. Super
and like an amazing achievement. Like
True,
truly, and like
absolutely.
I watched it in awe. Like
Yeah.
I was like, wow. It was like going to a museum and being like, wow, that is amazing. I'm gonna think
really
about
is,
that for
man.
quite a while.
Honestly, that's the thing where I go, that is a thing that I'm like, that should be. Was it? I think it was nominated. Did it?
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
did it win? I think it won.
I almost want to say it won, but I don't think it did.
I think it won.
Really? But that's the thing where I go. That is the thing where I go, apart from what transpires and the perform and everything in the hour and a half, 2 hours or whatever it is. That is a technical. I mean, in the sense that like what they tried to do and the way they constructed it is what's astounding.
It's a technical and artistic.
But yes, it renders something in the telling of it that way, and the knowledge that is the way it's told. That is truly transcendent.
To
and
know
and
that
it's
this
insane.
is that what you're watching is what you're actually watching.
Yeah,
it's like
it is.
You don't need to do much else than that.
It's transfixing, and it's very kind of like, wow. Now people go like, the story wouldn't, and I'm like, yeah, I get you. Like it doesn't.
But it didn't need to be.
Yeah.
That's a movie that like I wouldn't rewatch because the narrative doesn't.
It's almost a different art form. Almost.
I agree.
Yeah. It's like a different thing, and for something that transformative or something that unique and then on top of it the tremendous achievement of it is like, that is special. That is something.
Yeah. It's a special, like it's a once in a lifetime thing, and he did it, and he should, like, I'm so proud that dude lives in, like, and like that movie was filmed in, it's like, it's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like it's a phenomenal piece of art.
It really is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. We are going to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's no Alien, but.
That was excellent timing.
I
have
to go. I've been
Me
here
too.
for 5 hours.
Oh my gosh. Well, we're gonna.
Oh my god. What's crazy is I never have farts when I'm in here. I guess I have like stage fright or something. I've always been weird.
Because you would be farting.
Well, I've always been weird about fart. Oh, I fart quite often. But I can't do it in front of people usually. I have manners.
I just feel like we're close.
That's not what this is. It's a disrespect thing. Thanks, Soy. Seriously, that was great.
You guys, yeah, lots of love, guys. I'll see you. No, I don't even know what day it is.
Ken, did you?
We'll
Give
be
me
back.
A little gas emoji.
We will be back Monday, and we'll talk about the entire Studio Ghibli catalog, which we will have watched by then. Because who needs to get anything else done? I just need to watch some anime and yell about it.
I'm in writing mode, so like writing for me can be it's a loose term.
Cool. We will watch Howl's Moving Castle, and we will talk about it, and we will very likely talk about the Castle of Cagliostro. So 2 castle movies. It's a castle double feature about 2 castles.
Oh yeah, let's approach it from that angle.
Yeah, I think so. Castle-based films. Ghibli binge week. Ghibli. Does anyone know what Ghibli means? Don't tell me now, but tell me sometime. We will do that. I'm going to end this, and we'll be back on Monday. I'll be back on Friday. Probably with some games and some Heath Souls, maybe. Saturday, I'll do, I don't know, whatever. I'll probably get really mad, though. Just joking. All right. Thanks a lot, as always. This was an interesting one, I think. I think it was more interesting to Jeff, because I feel like I've been through it before. But lots of love. Soy, hopefully. Nothing but respect and love for you. Nothing but respect and love for all you guys. Good. I am happy to talk about it anytime you want, but it may just be a thing that just happens from time to time. And if that's the case, that's fine. Is after stream too late? So my brain, my instinct is to say no. It's not too late, because I have a hard time saying no in general to things. Sorry, I'm tired. This is coming out weird. Sorry. I'm almost always like, I'm like, yes. Like, I'm happy to engage, happy whatever. I have to go to an audition. I have to wake up probably at 8. We'll see. I don't know. Send me a message. Feel free. And gosh darn it. Yeah, I always feel like it. Anyway, whatever. I'll talk to you. Guys, thank you so much. Lots of love. How's Moving Castle next time? I am tired. That's it. I'll be back Friday, and then we'll be back Saturday, and then we'll be back Monday, and that's all. I'm just repeating myself. All right, see you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for discussing. Thank you for debating. Thank you for arguing. Thank you for telling me what you think. Thank you for everything. Lots of love, guys. Have a good one. Oy, oy, oy. I guess we could hop over and grab Alakazar. Let's do that. Tell him, hey, my head hurts. Tell him, hey, I'm gonna go to bed. What the f is this? Oh, that's a bug. Dang it. The bugs are kind of dying in my house. That's all right. Good night. I don't feel like I've had a good button, so I'm not ending. Good night. Lots of love, guys. Let's go get Alakazar roar. Bing, bang, boom.